Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Loki. Frigga's voice trembled with emotion as she wrapped her arms around him. Loki gently returned the embrace. Mother, you don't need to worry. I won't let anyone harm you. His words carried no deceit. Though his heart had long been at odds with Odin, Frigga had only ever shown him warmth and compassion. She had been his true family in every way that mattered. Hela was much the same. Another child failed by Odin's harsh legacy. Then, Loki's expression turned cold. The frost giants dared to infiltrate Asgard and attempt an assassination on our father. Rest assured, Mother, they will pay for their insolence. They should pay, Frigga agreed, but her concern shifted. But perhaps we should first discuss your recent arrangements. A booming voice cut through the room. Thor. Frigga turned, startled. You're back. Yes, Thor replied sternly. And it's a good thing I returned. Asgard was about to fall apart in my absence. His eyes locked with Loki's. Tell me, brother, why didn't you inform our mother that you sent the destroyer to attack me and my friends? Frigga gasped, stunned. She had known of Loki's envy, but to attack his own brother? Loki didn't flinch. It was a test, in accordance with our father's wishes. His voice remained calm. And now I have no time for pointless arguments. I have a mission to destroy Jotunheim. With a flash, he raised Gungnir and unleashed a beam of power. Thor narrowly dodged it, but Loki had vanished. Frigga turned to Thor. Please, my son, what is happening? In simple terms? Thor replied grimly. Loki's trying to win father's approval the only way he knows, by orchestrating a disaster. He allowed Laufey into the palace in a twisted scheme of bait and trap. He sighed. Midgardians call it entrapment. Frigga stood speechless, overwhelmed. She didn't even notice when Thor turned and sprinted off in pursuit. Far above the Bifrost, Loki stood before the control pillar. With a fierce cry, he drove Gungnir into the mechanism. A torrent of cosmic energy surged forth, rainbow fire tearing through space toward Jotunheim. You're too late, Loki called out as Thor arrived. The Bifrost will continue until Jotunheim is dust. Unless, he smirked, you destroy the bridge. But do that, and you'll sever Asgard's only link to Midgard forever. Thor's expression was unreadable. Who said I came to stop you? You forget, 10 years ago, Father had to stop me from destroying Jotunheim myself. Loki hesitated. For a moment, his confidence wavered. That's different, he snapped. I'm the one doing it now. I'll prove I'm the rightful heir. Thor raised an eyebrow. Then prove it. But first, we're going to talk about that destroyer you sent to hunt me down, and the frost giants you let in. Loki's face twisted with fury. Enough. Let's finish this. He raised Gungnir high, and his image split into dozens, illusions dancing like ghosts across the bridge. Thor didn't hesitate. With a roar, he summoned a crackling storm. Lightning burst forth in all directions, obliterating the copies. Loki barely had time to brace before Thor struck him with a thunderous punch, sending him skidding across the bridge and over the edge. Loki clung to Gungnir, now lodged in the platform. Thor grabbed the other end and leaned over. Well, he smirked. Had enough? Admit you were wrong, and I'll pull you up. Loki gritted his teeth. The words stung more than any blow. He wanted to admit it. He almost did. But Thor's smugness lit a fire in him. I'm not wrong, Loki shouted. This is all for Father. For us. No, came a voice from behind. Odin, his eyes heavy with sorrow. No, Loki, you did this for yourself. Something in Loki broke. He looked down. Then, with a bitter smile, he let go. As he fell into the abyss, Thor's voice echoed after him. Say hello to Thanos for me. Sigh. Odin let out a long, weary breath. Though Loki was not his blood, Decades of shared life made it impossible to feel nothing. Yet now, Odin was caught between personal loss and political consequence. Loki's fall marked more than family tragedy. It marked the end of Asgard's fragile peace. Even if Jotunheim had acted first, the destruction of an entire realm was no small matter. Such devastation would not go unnoticed. Other powers in the Nine Realms would be watching, waiting. Thor, however, saw things differently. In fact, this might be exactly what we needed, he said, crossing his arms. When Bifrost was destroyed before, Asgard lost its grip on the realms. That's what led to rebellion and chaos. But now, with Bifrost intact and Jotunheim as an example, the rest will think twice before stepping out of line. Odin gave no reply. He simply turned and walked away, cloaked in silence. Just then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Thor's mind. Congratulations. You've triggered Odin's exclusive mission, War and Peace. Mission description: avoiding war at all costs does not lead to true peace. Sometimes, peace must be enforced through strength. Mission objective: convince Odin to acknowledge your worldview. Mission reward: passive skill, Man of Steel. Man of Steel, the iconic defense ability of the legendary hero from another universe. Grants superhuman endurance and recovery, near immunity to damage, and solar-powered regeneration. Even kryptonite has no effect. Thor's eyes widened. Man of Steel, he muttered. That was the Superman-level perk. And it was perfect. He already had the ultimate offense, Stormbreaker, a king's weapon forged to slay gods. But defense? That had always been the gap. Sure, he'd survived the heart of a neutron star. But even so, he had still fallen to Thanos' fists. Thor's expression turned serious. The reward was incredible, but so was the difficulty. Changing Odin's mind, a man who clung to his beliefs for millennia, who had once cast out his own daughter to preserve his ideology, would not be easy. But that was the pattern. The stronger the figure, the harder the mission, and the greater the reward. It had been true for the Ancient One, and it would be true here. Only Carol Danvers' absurdly lucky flight ability mission and Sif's free trial of an infinity gem broke the pattern. True to Thor's words, the Nine Realms settled. Places once noisy and chaotic were suddenly still. Whispers of fear rode on the wind, and no one wished to be the next Jotunheim. Thor didn't linger in Asgard. The next day, he returned to Earth, with Sif at his side. This time, he used a portal, faster and more precise than the Bifrost for small parties. After a few tests, he was pleased. For discreet travel, it was vastly superior. Meanwhile, deep within S.H.I.E.L.D., chaos erupted behind closed doors. God damn it! A red-faced congressman slammed the table. Those Asgardian lunatics blew up half the sky, scared the hell out of New York, and then just disappeared. Now we're left to clean it up. He gestured wildly at the screen, where footage of swirling cosmic lights still played on loop. Everyone saw it. Manhattan lit up like a Christmas tree. Washington's demanding answers. What do we tell them? Don't worry, it was just a friendly god with a space cannon. This isn't Nevada. This is New York City. Natasha Romanoff leaned forward, voice sharp. If it weren't for those savages, as you call them, that weapon would have leveled the city. You'd be holding this meeting in a crater. Agent Romanoff, watch your tone, barked another senior official. You have known associations with that god, and right now, you represent S.H.I.E.L.D., not your personal friends. Natasha rolled her eyes. She didn't bother responding. Let them posture. These men, politicians in suits, could barely handle traffic, let alone an interstellar war. She muttered under her breath. Protecting? Please. I'm trying to keep you from getting vaporized, you bureaucratic buffoons. Then, Nick Fury finally spoke, breaking his long silence. Why lie? He said calmly. Why keep up the illusion? The world isn't what it used to be. Everyone turned to him. Alien civilizations exist. They've been watching us, visiting us. Some are already here. The events in New York were just the beginning. He glanced at the stunned faces around the room. It's time people knew the truth. No, this will cause panic among the people. It's already causing panic. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. At the very least, as Captain Black, who once won the Medal of Courage, most people will accept him more. That's it. Asgard will not be the only alien who came to Earth. In the future, there will definitely be more people from other planets visiting or even invading. This matter will not be hidden sooner or later. Nick Fury made a final decision on the plan. Who are the candidates for the Avengers? Leaving the conference hall, Nick Fury asked Phil Coulson in the director's office. Earth urgently needs to form its own power to deal with threats from beyond the sky. Tony Stark is one. His steel battle suit makes him qualified to be a superhero. Natasha Romanoff is also. She is the best agent I have ever seen. Clint Barton, he is the strongest sniper in the world hand. Bruce Banner, if he can control his emotions, he can be the strongest. After a pause, he continued, actually, Captain Black, that is, Thor is the best candidate, and there are many other candidates in his manner, provided he is willing to join. Marinate interrupted him and said, he will agree, because the Avengers is a completely independent organization and does not need to be affiliated with any organization. And judging from what he has done, he has no malice towards us. But now, the organization needs a spiritual leader to make it easier for the people to accept it. Thor is an alien. Stark has a bad reputation in the past. Clint is not strong enough. Natasha Romanoff was born in Russia, and Hulk is even more ridiculous. Phil Coulson looked weird. According to the director, there are no suitable candidates. Suddenly he looked serious and asked tentatively, you mean Captain America? According to the doctor, he will wake up in the next few days. I hope his dream will merge into this new era. Her physical condition is very stable, and the injuries on her body are all superficial, so there's nothing serious about it. It's just a loss of strength caused by excessive fatigue. She should wake up soon. Just pay attention to rest. In the room, in the manor, Jane Foster was still lying on the bed, and a blonde female, doctor said to Thor, okay, thank you, Dr. Palmer. This is your certification fee. I hope you keep everything you saw tonight. Otherwise, someone may disturb your life. Thor handed her a check. The female doctor nodded. She saw a circle of light appear out of nowhere in the room with her own eyes, and then a man and a woman walked out of it. She thought it was better for her to forget about it. Watching the doctor leave, Natalia said, the director announced today that the truth about the destroyer armor incident will be disclosed, and you will soon become famous. I'm already famous. Nick Fury is a smart man. If I make it public as soon as possible, the public will be mentally prepared for what happens in the future. Agent Phil Coulson asked me to ask you, Avengers, if you would like to join? I have no objection. But one thing must be said, the Avengers must always remain independent and have the full power to act freely. I have no interest in participating in the games of those politicians. Besides, there are a lot of problems with those politicians. With that said, he walked out of the room and looked at a shivering man in black in the corner. Romanoff agent, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. This guy was already terrified. They wanted to try to monitor the situation on Thor's side, but they were discovered by Minerva as soon as they approached the manor, and then they were knocked down by Nebula in a few seconds, leaving only one alive for questioning use. Did Sitwell send you here? Or Crossbones? Either way, the agent looked blank, as if he didn't know who he was talking about. Thor suddenly said softly, don't worry, if one head grows, I'll cut off 2 heads, and see how many heads you have for me. The man in black immediately stopped begging for mercy, looked over in horror, and then said frantically, you ignorant guy, the organization is so powerful, you can't even imagine it. H-Y-D-R-A hail. Looking at the agent who died after crushing the poisonous non, Natalia froze for a moment before realizing it. Hydra? Hasn't this organization been wiped out? She looked at Thor. Thor said indifferently, what was wiped out at the beginning was at best the Red Skull series, and it was not thorough. Dr. Zola was Hydra before, and it couldn't be easier to put people in it. The current SHIELD has long been infiltrated and riddled with wounds. Whole. Natalia froze for a moment and couldn't help asking, is Nick Fury HYDRA? No. Then, can you tell him the news? Then what? Expose all this? Let's not say whether he believes it or not. This will only make the hidden dangers of Hydra explode in advance. The degree of penetration of Hydra is far beyond your imagination. Even the previous S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Alexander Pierce, is HYDRA. Natalia broke out in a cold sweat immediately. Even the highest bureau chief is HYDRA. Shouldn't it be too easy to install personnel? Rather than finding Hydra in SHIELD, it is better to find SHIELD in HYDRA. She shuddered at the thought that most of her colleagues around her were enemies. So, when will this problem be resolved? When they show their flaws and start to act. Moreover, there must be someone who is absolutely impossible to betray in the hearts of the people to prove it. Don't worry, their strength is just like that, and they can be beaten to death if they show their heads. Okay, I understand. Then can you tell me, who else can I trust? I don't want to be beaten with a sap one day without any vigilance. Natalia was a little joking when she said this mean. Peggy can do it. So can her niece Sharon Carter, Hawkeye Barton, Maria Hill, Phil Coulson. Nick Fury can do it. Not a nice guy, but at least he's not Hydra either. Okay. Natalia pondered, and the atmosphere fell into silence. There's one more thing. The director revealed that Captain America is about to wake up. You're also old friends. Don't you plan to meet? In the old room, the radio was broadcasting a baseball game commentary. Steve slowly opened his eyes. Me still not dead? A nurse opened the door and walked in, smiling. Captain, are you awake? Steve wondered, where am I? In a ward in New York. Steve listened carefully. It was his favorite Dodgers game. With Thor around, the broadcast picks a game after Steve's accident, definitely not letting him hear the problem right away. Steve couldn't help but nodded and asked, what happened to the plane? It didn't hurt our people, did it? No, you saved countless people. Thor opened the door and walked in, followed by Peggy Carter. As expected of the captain, even after waking up from a 70-year coma, he still did not forget his mission. Blake, Agent Carter, are you here? Steve suddenly became excited. Is the Red Skull matter resolved? How is the war going? Also, how long have I been in a coma? There are a lot of questions. Thor smiled bitterly. Let's answer them one by one. Red Skull's plan was terminated by you. You forced the plane to land in no man's land, so no one was injured. The war is over. As for the other some things, you need to digest, and so, I've been in a coma for more than half a century. The captain was silent, because the amount of information was too much for him to accept. Immediately, he raised his head and asked, have you found Bucky's body? The expressions of Thor and Peggy are a little weird. After being in a coma for so long, the first thing that comes to mind is the situation of gay friends. Can a friendship between men really reach this level? Peggy looked at Thor with a questioning look in her eyes, and although Thor told her that Captain America and Bucky were not dead, she didn't know whether to tell Steve. Thor gave her a reassuring look, turned to Steve, and said, after the war, Howard searched the valley below the cliff, but couldn't find Bucky. Therefore, the last files of the three of us all recorded the disappearance. The three of us? Steve understood a little. He took Thor's cue. 3 people are missing, 2 of them are alive. So, Bucky... Since then, I realized that there are many risks in this world that cannot be dealt with by conventional means. So, I plan to form a team of superheroes to deal with those enemies that are beyond the scope. Nick Fury patiently explained to Steve the general history since the end of World War II. You mean you want me to join? Yes, although it is a bit unreasonable to bother a veteran. But I have to say that the world still needs you. I understand, from the moment I sat on Dr. Abraham's bench, I was ready. Steve said seriously. Thor opened a package, revealing a shield. This is yours. I recolored him. Steve took it, gently stroking the lines on the shield, lost in memory. Okay, so Captain, is there anything uncomfortable with you? Nick Fury asked. Steve shook his head and said in a low voice, no, I'm just feeling a little emotional. Once awakening comes, I'm afraid there are not many acquaintances back then. This shield was given to me by Mr. Stark back then. After all these years, he's gone, right? Thor nodded and said, yes, he left a few years ago, and he is enjoying his old age. Although he is gone, his son is still there. I think you will like him. When you get familiar with this era in a few days, I'll take you to recognize your nephew." Peggy shot Thor a smile and mourned for Tony Stark. The awakening of Captain America gave Nick Fury a great reassurance. Although he is not the strongest superhero, he is definitely the most reliable one. What is even more gratifying is Phil Coulson, who not only saw his idol in person, but also had the honor to take a photo with him and ask for an autograph. The only depressed person is Tony Stark. Originally, he was in a good mood these 2 days. He solved the great enemy of Whiplock. Ivan and his long-standing competitor, Hammer Industries, suffered a wave of losses to his grandma's house. The important steel soldier was implicated by Ivan and directly pushed to the military court, and the huge Hammer Industry became history. Justin Hammer is also unlucky. In order to compete with Stark Industries, he cooperates with Ivan to manufacture Iron Soldiers. Thought it would overwhelm Tony Stark. Unexpectedly, Ivan regarded the Iron Soldiers as a tool of revenge. It was fine to launch an attack regardless of the safety of the masses at the press conference. At the critical moment, he was dazzled by hatred and collectively controlled them to explode. And Tony Stark not only solved the problem of palladium poisoning, but also appeased the military by giving his good friend Rhodes the armor and regained the trust of Washington. What pleased him the most was that he used SHIELD to force the congressman who hated him to give him an award. Especially looking at this fat man who wants to bite him to death but has to boast about himself with a smile on his face, it doesn't feel too good to slap him in the face. That night, he accompanied Rhodes in the bar until late at night. It's cool for a while, and it's always cool. Tony is having fun right now, until Thor and Steve came to him. I, Tony Stark, Iron Man, announced that I will be responsible for the consumption of everyone present tonight. Tony Stark, who had had 2 drinks, announced loudly. During this period of time, all the suppressed emotions were released, and tonight he decided to let himself go completely. Then his smile froze as he saw the face he least wanted to see. Look, it's him, the son of the Howard family, just like his father when he was young. Thor pointed at the pretending Stark on the stage with a look of disgust. He took Steve to meet him. Hi, big nephew, long time no see. Come on, let me introduce you. This is your Uncle Steve, Captain America, one of your father's best friends back then, his invincible big shield. It is your father's masterpiece. He emphasizes the words, your father, reminding Stark of his generation. Stark immediately had a constipated expression on his face, and War Machine Rhodes held back a smile and turned his head away. Especially Steve, the Iron Man, didn't notice Stark's embarrassment at all and greeted him enthusiastically. Are you Howard's son? That's great. When I first met him, he was still a single nobleman, and he kept saying that he didn't plan to get married and have children. I didn't expect you to be so old in the blink of an eye. Saying that, he even stroked Stark's dog's head like an elder. There are black lines all over Stark's forehead. Don't you have a clue, you old man? Do you have the nerve to touch your seniority in front of me? A 30-year-old man with such a baby face? Stark has goosebumps. Stop. Biologically, the body's metabolism is almost stagnant during the frozen time. So your biological age is actually younger than mine. So please don't carelessly climb up the generations. Then he glared at Thor. Knowing my father doesn't count as such. This old antique is our ancestors thousands of years ago. Isn't a cheeky old cow eating young grass. Speaking of this, it hurts. Natasha Romanoff, who pretended to be an employee of the legal department a few days ago, made the self-proclaimed lover Stark touch his nose, and even made a big embarrassment in the boxing ring. Be sure to beat her. It was only later that I found out that this beautiful woman who can fight is actually a SHIELD agent, and she is also closely related to Tritium Manor, the name given to the manor by the protagonist. Not only Natalia, there are a large number of ladies in Tritium Manor who obviously can rely on their appearance to make a living, but have to rely on their own efforts. The female Thor Jane Foster, who showed her prowess a few days ago, according to Legend the Goddess of Harvest, Sif, the #1 female warrior in God's domain. A great scientist like Maya Hansen is considered ordinary. In comparison, The cover models I met back then, with only a pretty face, seemed dull. Being interrupted by such a distraction, Stark's good mood lost more than half of it. Sure enough, every time I see this guy, nothing good happens. Bad old man, very bad. Unlike the calm Earth, at this time, a PY transaction is going on in the distant void. Loki muttered to himself, "I'm coming back, my brother. You can't think of it." He looked in the direction of the distant Earth and clenched the scepter in his hand. At the end of the scepter, a golden jewel glistened. "Mind gems." Loki took the scepter and ran to plan. In Asgard, his plans failed, and now he has found collaborators who can use each other. Yes, in Loki's eyes, it's not Thanos using him, but he is using Thanos. When I got to the Earth and found Tesseract, with this scepter, I have the final say on everything. Unconsciously, Mind Gem subtly affected his inner thoughts, constantly expanding the dark side of his character. From the depths of the universe, a thick voice came. The Tesseract has awakened, and it's in a tiny world, the world of humans. Humans want to use its energy, but only our allies can use it. Humans are wishful thinking. He will be in the vanguard, and our army of Charitas will follow. Give him the Earth, and we want the whole universe. How can human beings resist? They can only wait for death. Thanos looked in the direction of Earth. In his plan, the space gem is second only to the power gem in importance. The former can speed up his various actions in the universe, and the latter makes him invincible. Thor subconsciously glanced at the sky. His eyelids twitched just now. He feels that something big seems to have happened in the universe, which is the intuition from a strong. Probably, as a Pathfinder pawn, the Chirita army led by Loki will arrive soon, and Thor has no intention of stopping it. What's the matter? Did something happen? Seeing Thor's dignified expression, Miss Jane asked doubtfully. After waking up from the coma, Miss Jane doesn't seem to have the highly compatible effect she had on Mjolnir that day. He also asked Ancient One to check it out. According to Ancient One, this is the subconscious protection of the body, because she is still unable to bear this force. After this incident, Miss Jane seemed to believe in destiny even more, and her relationship with Thor seemed to develop much faster. On the same day, at Thor's request, she agreed to stay in the manor after a short hesitation. Nothing, it's just that there will be a crisis on the Earth, and an invasion by an evil alien race. Oh, Jane blinked and asked, "Aren't you going to remind me?" Thor waved his hand. "Forget it. Now in the eyes of those shit-eating politicians in Washington, I'm a big threat. If I mention it, maybe it will be regarded as having ulterior motives instead. Some people just remember to eat, but not to remember. Let them fight." The source of this crisis is the same as 70 years ago. The people try to control the power that did not belong to them, which caused a disaster. For Washington, Thor has no favor at all. What this group of people need is a group of obedient dogs. It is best to go out with a bomb collar and destroy those who are not obedient immediately. In fact, the more he gets in touch with this group of people, the more Thor understands why Ancient One, as the Asgardian of the world, refuses to interfere in most things. After all, in her eyes, many troubles are caused by human beings themselves. Can't Sister Natalia tell? I believe in her, but I don't want her to be in trouble. After all, she is still affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. So, you have to get used to it during this period of time and better grasp this power. When the time comes, you will be able to use it. After the battle with the Destroyer, Thor tried to test Miss Jane's aptitude, and the result was not surprising. Even in Asgard, she was very good. If it was placed 1,000 years ago, there would be a high probability of being worshipped as a saint or burned to death as a witch. S.H.I.E.L.D. was not vigilant at all and continued researching weapons. Natalia felt that the atmosphere in the Tritium Manor was different, but Thor didn't say anything, and she didn't ask. She didn't want Thor to be embarrassed, and she knew that Thor didn't want her to be embarrassed if he didn't tell her. Besides, now in S.H.I.E.L.D., she has been regarded as Thor's side by many people. In the middle of the night, a helicopter landed at the secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury and Maria Hill got off the helicopter and glanced at the evacuating crowd. Nick Fury asked in a deep voice, How bad is the situation? Phil Coulson replied, the worst part is not knowing. 4 hours ago, Dr. Eric detected an unusual burst of energy from the Tesseract. The doctor was not using it at the time, and the energy was completely self-triggered. Nick Fury frowned. How about the energy intensity? It's still rising. After trying to get rid of it, we evacuated the personnel, and we can all evacuate in about half an hour. Maria Hill said at this time, Director, simply evacuating personnel is useless. We need to find a way to figure out the source of this energy. I know, but now is not the time to think about this. Evacuate personnel and important materials first. The Tesseract is not serious. It is very active now, and it is out of control. Dr. Eric said to Nick Fury with a helpless face, we tried to unplug the power, but it was originally an energy source, and it will automatically turn on when the power is turned off, if you let it peak. Isn't that our purpose? To draw energy from the universe. It's different. We are not ready yet. There is a difference between actively accepting energy and passively accepting it. Nick Fury has a bad feeling. He asked Hawkeye Barton, who is in charge here, what do you think? Have you noticed anything? Nothing. Dr. Eric didn't do anything. So it's not our fault. Our side. Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Since the Rubik's Cube is a door to the universe, it doesn't make sense that only our side can open it. The existence on the other side is probably also trying to open the door. Hawkeye expressed his guess. Not yet, Dr. Eric added. We're not ready to engage with them. At this moment, Tesseract suddenly burst out a strong blue light, shining on the opposite platform. Nick Fury's eyelids twitched. He realized what the bad premonition was, and quickly shouted, Everyone stay away from the Tesseract. Combatants prepare to fire. On the platform, the blue flame gradually turned into a human form, and a demon-like figure wearing a two-horned helmet appeared. The flames dissipated slowly, and a delicate face slowly lifted up. Looking at Nick Fury and others who were facing the enemy, Loki smiled evilly. It was the smile of a devil. Sir, would you please put down the spear first? Although it was obvious at a glance that the other party was not kind, Nick Fury still tried to negotiate. Loki observed the surroundings for a few seconds and suddenly swung his staff. A burst of energy hit the marinated egg. Bang, bang, bang. The agents, who had been prepared for a long time, fired at once, but they were far from Loki's opponents. Don't look at this kid being beaten by Thor all day long. After Thor beats up Sif, after Sif beats up, they both beat up together. But Loki has some frost giant blood, and his physical fitness is stronger than Steve's, so it's no problem to deal with a few ordinary people. In just a few rounds, almost all the surrounding agents knelt down. Oh, this one's not bad. He jumped in front of Hawkeye, who was slowly getting up and trying to resist, and the scepter pointed at his chest. Hawkeye's expression suddenly struggled. His eyes quickly turned blue, and he put the gun back. Loki smiled in satisfaction and walked over to the shivering Dr. Eric. Nick Fury watched all this in shock. He quietly put the Tesseract into a box, closed the lid, and wanted to leave. Put the box down. I need it. I came all the way here for it. He looked at Nick Fury and announced loudly, Let me introduce myself. I'm Loki from God's domain with a great mission that you can't understand. Loki? People from God's domain. Nick Fury knew some information that others didn't know, and he blurted out, Are you Thor's younger brother? Don't mention this name to me. Loki suddenly raged. I am the real king of Asgard. Okay, don't get excited. No matter who is the boss, at least we should have no grievances, right? Nick Fury interrupted his self-congratulations. Loki glanced at him and said calmly, Ants in your shoes have no enmity. I came this time to bring you good news. Your so-called freedom has bound you. Surrender to me, the great god of mischief, and the earth will have eternal peace. Nick Fury raised his forehead. Why does this guy like to pretend like Thor? He tried to stall for time, but was spotted by the renegade Hawkeye. Loki knocked him down, snatched the Tesseract, and walked away. In the parking lot, Maria Hill watched Loki, Hawkeye, and the others strutting out, and quickly noticed the clue. He drove quickly to catch up. With skillful driving and marksmanship, she manages to block Loki. It's a pity that her strength is not as good as Hawkeye's, and she can't stop him at all. Boom. There was a loud crash, and Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, and Maria Hill, who were wounded, turned on their communicators to exchange what they knew. The Rubik's Cube was taken by the enemy, and our personnel suffered casualties. Hill climbed out of the wrecked car and yelled, "A lot of people have been buried alive. I don't know how many will survive. They need rescue. Call the rescue team, rescue the wounded." Nick Fury finished and added, "Assemble everyone who did not participate in the rescue and take back the Tesseract. Phil Coulson, you go back to the base and issue a 7 alarm. From the current situation, the war has ended. Here we go." Understood. However, the opponent's strength is far beyond our imagination. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to deal with the opponent with the means we have. Phil Coulson reminded Nick Fury. Nick Fury was silent for a while, and finally said slowly, "Then dispatch the Avengers. Agent Romanoff, we need you to return to SHIELD as soon as possible." Phil Coulson's anxious voice came from the phone. In a messy living room, Natalia's dead body was lying on the sofa. Because he brought Thor down in the ring again, he suffered tragic revenge. She lazily picked up her phone. "Please, I'm on a mission. It will take a little time. The situation here is urgent for you. Something happened to the Tesseract, and Barton is controlled by the enemy." Natalia's lazy expression quickly became serious, and she immediately said coldly, "What do you need me to do?" "Officially implement the Avengers plan." "Damn it, shouldn't I go and get those guys? They don't communicate well." "What's the matter?" "The Bureau is looking for you." After hanging up the phone, Thor took the phone with a smile. "Who are you responsible for? Stark or Hulk?" "No," Natalia said with a smile like a flower. "My task is to test your attitude." Because it's Loki, Natalia had such an expression as expected. "Already knew?" Thor nodded. SHIELD's excessive use of Tesseract energy will inevitably be noticed by some forces in the universe. For them, this is a signal. A signal that the Earth is ready for a high-level war. Natalia understood a little bit. She asked without getting to the bottom of it, and returned to the previous topic. "What about your attitude? Will you help us?" Thor waved his hand. "If I make a move, I can only temporarily solve this trouble. SHIELD will not learn the lesson. They will only be more enthusiastic about weapon research. The consequences this time are still controllable, and it may not be the case next time." "Then you won't make a move?" "Until Nick Fury realizes the mistake. I won't take action for the time being. However, before that, I can ask her to help first." Thor pointed to Jane Foster. As the new Thor, Jane's strength can deal with him more than enough. Loki. In a remote town, Bruce Banner looked helplessly at the bald head in front of him. "I've been hiding here. Why do you still bother me? Who are you, from the military?" Nick Fury shook his head. "No, I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. We've been keeping an eye on people with super abilities like this. Over the past year or so, we've blocked many people for you. Bruce Banner is very smart. SHIELD will not help him resist the pressure of the military for no reason." He smiled bitterly. "Then what purpose do you have? What do you want from me?" "It's not what we want, but the world needs you." An evil existence from extraterrestrials snatched the Tesseract, and the consequences are unpredictable. The gamma rays emitted by the Rubik's Cube are so weak that we can't track them, and you're the one who knows the gamma rays best. "So, you didn't come here to catch monsters?" "No, it's not a monster. For this type of super ability, SHIELD sees it as a potential Avenger." Outside the gate of Stark's industry, Phil Coulson, who had gone through untold hardships and was severely molested by Stark, heaved a sigh of relief. It is really difficult to convince this playboy. He picked up his cell phone and called Nick Fury. "Boss, Tony Stark got it done. Your Bruce Banner got it done too? So there's only one Captain America left. Shall I inform him?" "No, it's already taken care of by Steve. 10 minutes ago, Captain America, who was boxing, received a call from Thor. Steve, the world needs you again. Are you ready?" "I'm always ready." "You're playing with fire, Commander. It's not an energy you can control." SHIELD's headquarters, Nick Fury was wrangling with a group of counselors. Have you ever fought a war? Senator, in a real war, you don't want to be controlled by others. Nick Fury retorted, You mean, God's domain has declared war on us? It's not God's domain, it's Loki. He can't represent God's domain. What about his brother? What's the attitude of that Thor? A congresswoman asked. There is no malice towards us at the moment, and I promise to let the people from Trudia Manor come to help, and help me persuade Captain America to take action. You have the best agent group in the world to mobilize under your command, but you choose to hand over the work of saving the world to a group of freaks, the congressman said sharply. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, Correct me, they are not freaks, but a group of ordinary people with special abilities. Also, I need a special 07 response team. They may not obey orders enough, and may even lose control. But I believe that as long as applied properly, they will be the most suitable candidates. Why do you trust them? 70 years ago, we believed them, so the war was won. On the other side, evil forces are urging Loki. The Karita people are starting to feel uneasy. When will you be able to open the portal? It won't take long. As long as your army is as strong as you say. Loki said flatly, Are you questioning our army? Questioning the person who gave you the scepter. The voice on the other side became angry. Don't forget, who gave you this opportunity? At that time, you were defeated. I'm the king of Asgard. I have been betrayed. Loki became excited. Don't forget, the Tesseract is in my hands now. Before I open the portal, I have the final say on how to act. Okay, people of God's domain, go fight your battle. And when you fail, your so-called kingdom will never be thought of again. The entire universe will no longer have your hiding place, and he will find you. Show you what a real nightmare is. Loki's phantom disappears. Will he succeed? According to the information we have learned, his brother is also on Earth. Ebony Maw bowed and said to the ugly, sitting Thanos. Thanos paused, his originally purple face showing signs of turning black. For countless years, he has taken the initiative to invade other planets, and no one has ever attacked his lair. And Thor not only broke in number 2 holy place, but also robbed his daughter after making a fuss. Even if it wasn't his own, he slapped him hard on the face. He shot together with Black Order, but failed to keep him. For Thanos, who has always been proud, it is tantamount to the biggest black history. He is just a pawn exploring the way. Success or failure is not important. Infinite gems needs to be gathered together to implement a great plan. Before that, it doesn't make much difference whether there are 1 or 2. The locations of the 4 gems have been confirmed, and now there are only Reality Gem and Soul Gem left. Is there any clue? He turned his head and asked Gamora. Gamora tried hard to shake her head expressionlessly. No, I've searched many places but found nothing. Thanos nodded, not in doubt. He never suspected Gamora. He said to himself, I have a hunch that all this will end in a few years. A large crowd of people was blocked on the street in Berlin. Loki was now on the high platform, raised the scepter, and knocked it down hard. I said, kneel down. The light of Mind Gem flashed, and the crowd knelt down slowly. Seeing this scene, Loki was instantly satisfied. He said slowly, Isn't this right? Your race is born to be like this. The more he said, the more excited he became. Human beings are like this. The temptation of freedom deprives you of happiness. You are crazy about power and status, and you are eager to be enslaved. You are full of servility in your bones, and you are destined to be ruled by the strong. A white-haired old man broke free, stood up, and shouted loudly. But it won't be for someone like you. I have lived for so many years, and I have seen many shameless people like you. Being teased by an old man like this, the third princess couldn't hold back anymore, and he became angry from embarrassment. Look at this old guy. He will be your role model. He raised the scepter, and a blast of energy shot out. A figure dressed in stars and stripes jumped in front of the old man, raised a shield to block the energy. Steve stood up and said slowly, The last time I was here, there was also a person here who wanted to put himself above others, so he knelt down. Loki was disdainful. A private? You're out of date. It's not me who is old-fashioned. I have to say, You are far from your brother. Steve inadvertently provoked Loki again, and he rushed forward angrily, and the two wrestled together. A meteor flashed across the sky, and Stark's frivolous voice came from Natalia's address book. Romanoff, 477 agent. Did you miss me? A smile flickered at the corner of Natalia's mouth. I never knew I had such a big nephew. Shit. A gloomy look flashed across Stark's face. It's not scary to have an acquaintance with a high seniority, but what's scary is that this guy even brought a large group of people up to seniority. Stark turned grief and anger into strength, and the intense laser bombardment sent Loki flying. He landed on the ground, opened his mask, pointed at Loki with his hand, and a laser cannon was ready to go. Drop your weapon and raise your hand, Bambi. Although Loki was going to pretend to be captured, but he's been in a bad mood recently, and he's going to vent his anger. And the nickname Stark gave him made him very uncomfortable. He slowly put down the scepter, and then while Stark was relaxing, he quickly stretched out and stabbed Stark in the chest. Knocked. No response. Why is it not working? Why is it suddenly not working when it was working all the time? Stark was startled at first, and then reacted. He comforted, Man, if you don't pay attention, you will die. We already know that you can't do it, so don't emphasize it. Bang! Loki, who was furious, knocked Stark away with a stick, fully proving that decentness dies from talking too much. Loki raised his staff high and shouted at Stark, Mortal, dare to insult the gods. You will pay the price. Before he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck his celestial spirit cover, and at the same time, he was hit hard on the back of the head, causing him to fall to the ground like a dog eating shit. He turned his head angrily, and then saw a heroic female warrior in black armor holding a hammer in her hand, and was stunned. Wow! Seeing a really beautiful fighter for the first time, Tony whistled excitedly, and pushed Steve beside him. Old Popsicle, I suddenly believe that the story of Hua Mulan is true. Steve looked serious. Tony, don't call people casual nicknames. Also, this should be Miss Jane from Tritium Manor. You should call her Annie. Bar. Damn it, I shouldn't be talking to you. Stark scowled, taking a few steps away. Here. Loki looked at the hammer in Miss Jane's hand. Even though he had heard about it a long time ago, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. 843. My brother is really willing to give Mjolnir to you? It's unbelievable. It's a precious hammer, and I wear women's clothing for this. Oh, this is big news. Tony suddenly felt how wise it was to take part in this operation. Miss Jin told this illusion last time, and she didn't react much, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. In the communicator, Thor's voice came, Beat him hard. Just keep breathing. Got it. Jane replied briskly, throwing the hammer. Stupid mortals. Do you think you can compete with the gods by raising Mjolnir? Loki looked disdainful, raised the scepter, and rushed up. A few minutes later, impossible. Loki lay on the ground in disbelief, unable to move with the hammer on his back. He had no choice but to hit GG. Loki was captured and temporarily imprisoned in a special cell on the space carrier. It seems that the biggest problem has been solved, and everyone's attention has been put down on another matter. Why did Tesseract attract the attention of alien planets? Whether it's Tony Stark or Steve, they all have doubts about S.H.I.E.L.D. As Nick Fury tries to explain, Captain America slams a new weapon on the table. S.H.I.E.L.D. is making weapons out of Rubik's Cube, just like Hydra was 70 years ago. Nick Fury was about to explain when Stark cut him off. Come on, there's no need to deny it. I've already completed the analysis. No wonder it will attract people from alien planets. It is said that because of Hydra's behavior, it woke up the attention of an evil alien named Supergiant. Fortunately, Thor stopped her. Unexpectedly, today's S.H.I.E.L.D. did the same. The world has not changed at all. Captain America was also filled with righteous indignation. Natalia suddenly realized, no wonder Thor had expected this incident long ago, but didn't remind him. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. is doing something shady. Even if you remind him, it's useless. Why do you want to do this? Can you tell me, Director? Jane Foster nodded, acquiescing to her statement. Nick Fury said with a blank expression, It is precisely because of the appearance of Thor that many people have realized the existence of other civilizations, and human beings must have strong enough weapons to protect themselves. However, we all know that Thor and Asgard have no ill will towards the Earth. Natalia argued. Yes, he didn't. But what about the other planets? If there is an Asgard, there will be other planets, and those planets may not be friendly to us. Ada, Jane Foster spoke up. Thor said that it was SHIELD's development of weapons that attracted Loki. Tesseract's energy fluctuations are a signal to other planets. The Earth has get ready to fight a high-level war. It was the same 70 years ago, and it was the same 17 years ago. Facing the threat of foreign enemies, we must have the power to make the enemy afraid. Such as nuclear deterrence? That's really effective, Stark said with a sarcasm. Unexpectedly, we have returned to the era of carrying nuclear buttons with us, which is really interesting. A man who has made his fortune selling arms actually has the position to say such a thing. The debate has become more and more intense, and has even turned from the topic of the beginning to the attack on life. The unique sensitivity of women made both Natalia and Jane Foster aware that something was wrong. The team seemed to be disintegrated right after its establishment. No one noticed that the scepter containing the mind gem was emitting a faint blue light. No one noticed that a group of people with strange lights in their eyes had infiltrated the helicarrier, led by Hawkeye. Boom! There was a huge amount of explosion, and the sky and the earth shook immediately, interrupting the crowd who were about to make a move. Not good. Natalia was the first to discover the problem. She shouted, "Calm down. We are affected by the scepter. Asterisk engine number 3 malfunctioned. It's not a serious problem for a while, but we can't fix it." Hill's voice came from the communicator. "I'll fix it." Stark quickly got up to the direction of storing the war application. Boom! Another series of explosions sounded, and a large number of enemies rushed into the space carrier. Everyone in the room woke up instantly, and, just about to react, there was another violent explosion. The floor cracked, and Natalia and Bruce Banner, who were far away from the door, fell through the crack together. A heavy steel pipe fell and hit the legs of the two of them heavily. Severe pain came from the calf, but Natalia had no mind to deal with it. She urgently shouted to Banner, "Hold on. Don't let it come out." Unfortunately, without transforming into a Hulk, Banner is just a frail scientist who doesn't have the endurance of an agent at all. Under the severe pain, he let out a burst of screams, and the speed of his heartbeat rose rapidly, and soon approached the threshold of 200. Natalia endured the severe pain and finally pulled her leg out from under the steel pipe. Before she had time to check her injuries, a huge amounts of roars sounded, and her heart suddenly fell to the bottom. Seeing Hulk approaching slowly with a ferocious face, Natalia didn't dare to hesitate anymore, turned around, and ran away. In the breach of the helicarrier, Stark piloted the armor while commanding Captain America to help. "Go to the engine control box and tell me which switches are overloaded." "Okay." Steve jumped a few times, came to the control cabinet, and opened the panel. "Looks like it's just a bunch of circuit boards." "Very professional answer." Stark's face darkened. Boom! Natalia fell heavily to the ground, cornered by Hulk. Hulk rushed up a few steps, held it high, and punched it down. Natalia raised her arms to resist in vain. The magic bracelet barely blocked her 3 punches. Her hands were already numb, and Hulk hit another heavy punch. She closed her eyes in despair. Only one thing in her heart thoughts. "Will you come to rescue me at the last moment like 12 years ago?" Bang! The expected death did not come, and a harsh electric shock sounded. She opened her eyes expectantly, and a figure in black armor and a red cloak stood in front of her. "Jane, we are not his opponents. Don't fight him head on." Although this equipment is very similar to Thor, Miss Jane's strength is basically known to her, so she quickly reminded. Miss Jane held the hammer tightly without saying a word, staring at Hulk vigilantly. In the collision just now, she realized that her strength was a bit far from that of Hulk, and only by making good use of Mjolnir's strength could she have a chance. Hulk didn't attack right away, but looked puzzled. Miss Jane's battle armor brought back some of his memories. It seems to be very similar to that big hunk who tore up Hatred. But even though Hulk was stupid, he could still tell if it was a man or a woman. After only a few seconds of silence, Hulk punched him. Miss Jane, who had been prepared for a long time, quickly turned her head to avoid the punch, and then hit Hulk's armpit with a hammer. Hulk snorted in pain, and immediately a serious green light flashed, and he roared angrily, and the whole person rushed forward. Natalia hurried up to help, and the two worked together to deal with Hulk. In a hidden corner, Thor watched the cooperation between the two and nodded secretly. He definitely wouldn't let Natalia have an accident, and came to the space carrier through the portal when the explosion sounded. If Miss Jane hadn't arrived in time, he would have rescued her in advance. With the tacit cooperation between the two, Hulk will not be able to hurt them for a while, and Thor turns to another place. Hey, congratulations for triggering the Hawkeye-related mission, Mind Barrier. You will be rewarded for completing the mission. Mind Barrier. Barton Agent was controlled by Mind Gem and became an important member of Loki's plan. This incident is regarded as a shame in his life. After that, he will do this training to gain resistance to mind control magic. Mission objective. Return Hawkeye who has been mind controlled to normal. Mission reward. Immune to any mind control magic. In one aisle, Clint Barton was moving fast, trying to create more chaos and buy time. Thor fell from the sky and landed in front of him. Hawkeye quickly drew an arrow and let it rest on the bow. Under control, he stabbed his allies back without any pressure. Seeing the rich blue light in his eyes, Thor knew that his current control was still very deep. Usually, to deal with this kind of situation, a mind-purifying magic can solve it, and the Queen Mother Frigga will. The problem is that Thor can't. Although he's a master of both magic and martial arts, most of the magic he learns is offensive. Mind purification doesn't work. Then use physical purification. Bang, bang, bang. When Natalia and Jane Foster rushed over panting and dragging Bruce Banner, they saw that they were waving, "Give me back the punch," to Hawkeye's head. Thor! Oh my God! Miss Jane exclaimed. Although this guy was controlled and temporarily became an enemy, the fight was too miserable. Hey, Agent Barton is a colleague of SHIELD anyway. Don't beat him to death. Natalia joked. Drip. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The mind barrier is rewarded. Immune to any mind control. Done. Thor threw Hawkeye away and handed it over to an agent who was already stunned. 0. Seeking flowers 0. Don't worry, I'm not serious. There's something wrong with this guy's brain. I'll wake him up. Thor gave her a reassuring look and asked, How's the situation? Where's Loki? The engine has been repaired. Loki ran away and disappeared. Moreover, Phil Coulson agent died. Natalia's face was a little heavy, and her relationship with Phil Coulson was still good. In fact, this good old man has a good relationship with most people. Sad news. Loki escaped and killed Agent Phil Coulson. Nick Fury announced heavily. Stark, Steve, and Bruce Banner, who had just woken up, all looked serious and listened quietly without saying a word. Thor pouted. I admit, SHIELD does use Tesseract to make weapons. But I never put my bet on it, but put my hope on a riskier project. That's my ideal, Stark should know. Let's call it Avengers. No matter how powerful a weapon is, it needs excellent soldiers to use it. Gather the best people in the world together, and when the world needs them, they will work together to defeat the enemy we cannot defeat. Phil Coulson believed this until his death. He believed in heroes. His death is my responsibility. But now we must focus on the overall situation. Neither Stark nor Steve responded. The purpose of Loki is to open the portal, which requires a lot of energy. Maybe we can start around the various nuclear power plants. Stark expressed his thoughts. No, I know Loki. His character, he will not be willing to implement the plan in a sparsely populated area. He will definitely choose a densely populated place. It is best to have iconic and individual buildings. Thor reminded. Stark was taken aback. Densely populated? Sufficient energy? Iconic buildings with personality? Immediately, his face turned pale with shock. Damn it. This be asterisk, 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 asterisk. D must have been I my building. Stark hastily put on his badly damaged armor and stumbled out. Natalia glanced at Thor, seeing that he didn't stop him, and said immediately, "The Stark building is the most likely, and the population around it is also the most concentrated. So let's go there first." Steve, Bruce Banner, and others quickly followed. "I'm going too." A resolute voice sounded, and Clint Barton stood at the door in full armor. "This time I take a lot of responsibility, and I have to make it up." Natalia nodded and greeted everyone to get on a fighter plane and head towards New York. "Need to call her back?" Nick Fury asked Thor. This time the crisis was beyond expectations, and he couldn't help but think of the communicator left by Captain Marvel back then. 940. Thor shook his head. "No need. The invaders this time are at most some cannon fodder troops. As long as the Asgardians on Earth are still there, there will be no too powerful enemies." After a pause, he continued, "Besides, the Earth needs this ordeal to wake up those who are immersed in the illusion of peace. Otherwise, when the Asgardians leave in a few years and the other party invades in an all-round way, the defenseless Earth may be the first can't resist a wave." This passage reveals two pieces of information. One is that the Earth will suffer the most terrible invasion in a few years. The other is the Avengers failed to prevent the portal war from breaking out in New York. Hill Agent, quickly notify the evacuated New Yorkers. Nick Fury broke out in a cold sweat. However, the top officials in Washington will not agree to evacuate a city with a population of 8 million. Even if it is passed, there will be at least a month's meeting. Damn it! Nick Fury's face turned black and glowing. He had already encountered terrible consequences. "Calm down, black corned egg." Thor held him down. "You said you should trust the Avengers. They will try their best to protect civilians. Besides, the ones who can really destroy New York will not be aliens, it's the politicians." After saying this meaningfully, Thor turned his head. "Hello, Hill Agent, can you take me to see Jerson's body?" Hill was taken aback. Nick Fury's eyes flashed, and he whispered, "Take him." On a hospital bed, Phil Coulson lay unconscious. His breathing has stopped, but the electrocardiogram on the side is still fluctuating. "Are you planning to save him with the GH-325 drug that is still in the experimental stage?" "Yes," Nick Fury said in a deep voice. "During the experimental stage, most of the experimental subjects had mental problems after recovery. But there is no other way." "You don't have it. I have it." Thor took out a bottle of potion. "Extremis is not diluted. How about Tesseract?" Although the loss was huge, Nick Fury, who had suffered a loss, still agreed. After this disaster, he couldn't wait to give away the hot potato Tesseract. What's more, the Rubik's Cube is still in Loki's hands. After the Extremis was injected, the wound began to heal slowly. His injuries have been brought under control, and his life is safe. He just needs to recuperate for a while. After Thor finished speaking, he opened the portal and left. On the top of the Stark building, a blue light shines into the sky, as if communicating with heaven and earth. Stark took off his broken armor and waited for the Mark 7 to start up, stalling for time. Loki laughed wildly. "We have an army. What do you have against it?" Stark said flatly, "We have Hulk. The big guy. Hey, I thought he got lost. We also have Thor, and while he's a very nasty guy, he said to be good at beating you up." Loki's smile froze, and he said angrily, "Annoy me won't do you any good. I'd like to see what happens when you and your teammates turn against each other." He lifted the scepter and touched Stark's chest. However, nothing happened. "Damn it, I've never failed. Why can't I fail even though I don't have armor?" Loki sighed. Stark made up the knife. "I told you that you can't do it, but I don't believe it." Loki grabbed him by the neck. "This man is so mean. My army is coming. You will all kneel before me." He threw down the building. At this moment, the Mark 7 was finally launched, flew out quickly, and caught Tony. At the same time, at the end of the beam of light in the sky, a pitch-black hole was getting bigger and bigger, and hideous alien creatures swooped down in planes they had never seen before. "It's amazing. It's a sci-fi blockbuster." Stark groaned, facing the overwhelming Chiritas in the sky. Boom! There was a huge amount of roar, which finally alarmed the crowd below. Huge amounts of wreckage fell one by one, and the crowd fled in all directions amidst exclamations. Damn it, it's too late after all. The war has already started. Steve sighed and shouted. Jane, Natalia, you go to support Stark, Banner, and Clint help evacuate the people. The crowd dispersed, and he pointed to a group of stunned policemen. This is not an enemy you can fight against. Leave it to us, and you are responsible for the rescue. The policemen looked confused, not knowing whether to listen or not. At this time, a Kiruda soldier rushed towards a frightened child on the side of the road. Steve didn't even think about it. He swooped in, raised the shield, and killed the Zarita soldier with a single blow. The shocked child looked up and shouted excitedly, Captain America 4.9. You are Captain America. I knew that Captain America would protect us. Captain America? The policemen were shocked and then noticed the shield, and their expressions changed instantly. Follow your arrangement, Captain, the leading police officer said solemnly. In a remote corner, Bruce Banner and a group of people were blocked in the alley by a group of Kurita biochemical soldiers. Looking at the terrified people behind him, Banner sighed. He turned back with a gentle face and said, Don't worry, there won't be any. Looking back, the muscles in his body slowly swelled up, tearing his clothes. Boom! Seeing Hulk carrying a car in front of him, like whack-a-mole, hammering a Chirita Hulk, the crowd behind were stunned. Today is the first time they have seen this terrifying alien creature, and the super fierce Hulk who protects himself. It turns out that aliens really exist. Oh bad. Tony, who had killed a large number of Chirita, saw 10 super ministers roaring in the sky not far away. Leviathan. He released a wave of missiles to bombard it, but it was unscathed. He turned his head to attract the Leviathan giant Kuin and opened the communication. Call for support. There's a large shrimp here. My attack seems to have no effect. Lead to the lower city. Hulk is over there. Steve's voice came from the address book. Understood. Stark quickly flew up, throwing missiles towards the rear to attract aggro, and flew in the direction of Hulk. Hulk was like a tiger jumping into a flock of sheep, ravaging Chirita's soldiers crazily. The opponent's weapons could hardly penetrate his skin, but his size and strength were enough to kill Chirita in an instant. Hulk, get angry! Stark shouted loudly and flew over, with a super giant Cohen behind him. Hulk roared, rushed forward and punched hard, making a loud noise. Leviathan's head collapsed, and pieces of armor fell off. Stark immediately released a dozen missiles, which smashed through the shed armor, and then a violent explosion occurred in its body, and the mighty Leviathan finally fell down. Stark just breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head, and found 2 Leviathans appeared in the distance, flying towards them. A huge amount of Leviathan fell from the sky, and its huge body fell apart. Thor clapped his hands and rushed to the next target. Ordinary Karutas can be handed over to others to deal with, and his target is only the giant Leviathan. Loki is sitting in a fighter plane, patrolling the battlefield, causing chaos here and there. A hammer flew from a distance, and the plane that couldn't dodge, it exploded on the spot, and Loki fell heavily onto the balcony, aft of the Stark building. Surrender. Then close the portal. Loki got up from the ground, held up the scepter, stared at Jane Foster, and said, I don't believe it. I won't be able to beat you. He jumped on it angrily. Although Loki, as the giant of Jotunheim, has good physical fitness, but Jane Foster has gone through the strengthening of Mjolnir and the training of Thor these days, so he is not inferior to Loki at all for a while. On the helicarrier, Nick Fury looked at the endless Karitas on the screen, his expression a little ugly. The so-called cannon fodder troops are so difficult to deal with. How far will the real decisive battle go in the future? Sir, the council is calling. He'll step forward to report. Nick Fury's face was a little dignified. Those guys, under normal circumstances, would not interfere with SHILDS affairs, but once they interfere, there is often no good thing. He remembered Thor's words. The ones who can really destroy New York will not be aliens, but those politicians. With a frozen face, I made a video call. A congresswoman spoke up. Director Nick Fury, after unanimous council discussion, has made a decision to use nuclear bombs on New York. I will not execute such a stupid order. Your warship is the closest to the battlefield. Immediately dispatch a fighter plane. Another counselor ordered, but was interrupted by Nick Fury. Once again, I will not carry out such an order. Unless my team is completely defeated, I will never drop a nuclear bomb on my own civilians. If you can't stop them, the whole world will be finished. The members of the Congress were all stern. If a nuclear bomb is used, it will be really irreparable. Marinate interrupted the call directly. In the eyes of these politicians, the lives of civilians are not life at all. In their eyes, using nuclear bombs on 8 million people will only result in finding someone to take the blame. Moreover, the nuclear bomb may not be able to destroy the portal, but it will destroy New York in vain. Bang! Hulk punched hard, pushing Loki, who was fighting Miss Jane, into the building. Loki stood up and roared angrily. Enough! You humble human beings, I tell you, I am a god. You don't want to humiliate me again. Before he finished speaking, Hulk, who was already impatient, grabbed one of his legs and started beating him to death on the ground, 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, twisting his neck and buttocks. After a brutal ravage, Hulk threw Loki on the ground contentedly and took a sip. Weak chicken god. Loki lay on the ground with a face full of lovelessness, the blue light in his eyes slowly dissipating. It seems that the brain has been beaten. There are more and more Cheerito legions in the sky, seemingly endless. Numerous Karuta soldiers, flying fighter planes fired wildly at all places. Even if it is as strong as Hulk, there is nothing to do. Natalia, you need to touch the Rubik's Cube with this scepter to close the portal. I will cover you and tear a hole for you. Thor shouted to Natalia beside him. A huge amount of lightning scattered countless branches in the sky and wiped out the Chiruta fighter in a short time, and the pressure on the Avengers was relieved. Natalia picked up the scepter and quickly ran to the roof. Thor closed his eyes, and after brewing for a few seconds, a thunderbolt several hundred meters thick and the most powerful in history focused in the air to a thickness of a few centimeters before hitting the Tesseract's barrier. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, a crack that was only as wide as one person appeared in the impenetrable barrier, and it shrank rapidly. Natalia rolled over, jumped into the barrier, lifted the scepter, and was about to put it on the Tesseract. Wait! Stark yelled anxiously. There are more and more enemies. The later you close the portal, the greater the loss. Captain America reminded. I know, but I have a nuclear bomb here. If it explodes in New York, the whole New York will be over. Stark carried the nuclear bomb and rushed over without hesitation. A few minutes ago, the flight crew on the space carrier received a message. Commander Fury has been deprived of authority, acting as an Order 7A11. 7A11 has been confirmed and is ready to take off. Sir, there is an abnormality on the deck. A plane took off illegally. Maria Hill looked anxious. She guessed the reason for the plane to take off and shouted into the communicator. The takeoff has not been approved. Stop immediately. Attention everyone, stop that plane. Nick Fury knew that the council had bypassed him and gave the order, and he took a bazooka and rushed up to the deck, and the Japanese cannon hit the wing. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, another plane rushed off the runway and took off, and there was no time to stop it. Nick Fury threw the rocket launcher in his hand angrily and picked up the communicator. Stark, can you hear me? A plane carrying a nuclear bomb is flying towards New York, and it will arrive in about 3 minutes. Stark was shocked. New York is in chaos now. Once the nuclear bomb explodes, it will at least cause millions of deaths and injuries. He didn't care about entanglement with the miscellaneous soldiers, input all the energy into the propeller, and met the nuclear bomb flying in the distance. Damn it, those idiots in the council actually dropped nuclear bombs on their own people. Natalia couldn't help but cursed. Leave it to me. I have experience in space. Thor knows that it is very risky for Stark to send a nuclear bomb into the portal. Although the original work is successful, no one can guarantee that he will come back alive this time. He pushed Stark away, took the nuke, and rushed towards the portal. Natalia, closed the portal immediately. Natalia was stunned for a moment, then shouted in random horror, "No, I'll wait for you to come back. Idiot, the nuclear bomb can't hurt me, and I can use space magic, so I can come back immediately no matter where I am. Shut down immediately to prevent nuclear shock and radiation from affecting the city. Believe your highness, he once fought his way through my father's headquarters." Xing Yun, who arrived at an unknown time, said, "She is the one who knows Thor's strength best, and the person who can make a big fuss in Holy Place number 2 and walk away is definitely not something that a nuclear bomb or a mere Karita can handle." Natalia gritted her teeth and shouted, "Come back alive." Then she ruthlessly hit the authority on the Rubik's Cube. There was a loud noise in the sky, and huge amounts of the portal began to slowly close. Thor rushed through the portal and disappeared into the air. After a few seconds, the portal completely disappeared. Carrying the nuclear bomb, he rushed to the Chirita, a mothership, stopped at the front, and sneered at the terrified Zarita commander in the cabin behind the glass. "Thank Thanos for sending me the mind gem." "Oh, you have no chance." A bolt of lightning shattered the glass of the cabin and sent the nuclear bomb in. A golden halo appeared behind him, and the whole person disappeared into it. On Earth, the members of the Avengers are fighting to resist the constantly steady Chirita army. In addition to the Avengers team, Nebula, Minerva, War Machine Rhodes, Falcon, Sam Wilson, and others have all joined the battlefield, and the situation is precarious. Suddenly, the Leviathan giant Cohen in the air seemed to lose control in an instant and fell heavily. At the same time, Chirita soldiers also fell one by one. "No, Thor hasn't come back yet," Natalia exclaimed suddenly, and everyone else became nervous. "Damn it, I should have gone." Stark stamped his feet, and Steve and the others also had complex expressions. "I'm going to ask, who launched the nuclear bomb?" Natalia had a murderous look on her face, and Black Widow's aura was fully revealed. "Wait a minute, Mjolnir told me that Thor is fine." Miss Jane stopped Natalia. As old partners for thousands of years, there's a connection between them. The Avengers breathed a sigh of relief. Nick Fury on the helicarrier was also relieved to see the nuclear bomb sent into the portal and the Karita fell. He secretly made up his mind that these cold-blooded politicians must not let the Avengers be controlled, otherwise it will only bring greater disaster. "I'd like a glass of wine, if I may." In the office of the Stark building, Loki, who regained his sanity, surrendered to the Avengers, and he was used to it anyway. The elevator door opened, and a team of commandos came in, and the leader, Sitwell, said, "Give us the scepter, and we will keep it safe." Zero asked for flowers. Natalia squinted her eyes, but still gave him the scepter. Although she knew he was not a good person, it was not the time to turn her face. "Attention, this thing is very dangerous. It was controlled by it." Sitwell nodded. "I'll keep an eye out. As for the Tesseract, your chief has agreed to hand it over to me." Thor's voice came from behind. "Sorry, I'm late. Thor's space teleportation level is limited, and the ultra-long-distance teleportation has some deviations, and it actually teleported to the edge of the solar system, so it took more time." Zero. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for a divine body like myself, ordinary magicians wouldn't dare to engage in interstellar teleportation without being sure, not to mention accidentally running on the sun. The vacuum environment alone can make most crispy magicians kneel. Thor grabbed the Tesseract up and looked at it. Sitwell was stunned, and a random group of people raised their guns and aimed at Thor. "Put down the Tesseract. This is the property of SHIELD." Thor sneered. "Just kidding. My father put Tesseract on the Earth for thousands of years to prevent the energy from being abused. When did it become your SHIELD thing?" "Sitwell, agent, put down the gun. Thor is not the enemy," Natalia shouted. Stark also raised his palm, and the laser cannon was ready to go. "This is my territory. I suggest you don't be impulsive." At this time, Nick Fury's voice came from the communicator. "Put down the gun. The Tesseract belongs to Asgard." However, Secretary Pierce said, "Now I'm the director." Sitwell hesitated for a while, put down the gun with a black face. On the helicarrier, Nick Fury explained to Hill and others beside him. Not to mention that I promised him, the energy of the Tesseract is originally too dangerous and can easily attract the attention of evil forces. Earth is not ready for high-level war. In a dark corner of the universe, a gloomy voice sounded. Earthlings are not as weak as we imagined. They're tough, they're rebellious, and it's hard for them to be ruled by others. Most importantly, that bloody Asgardian is helping Earth. He's offended us more than once. Wong sat up, and a burly figure turned around slowly, with a cruel smile on his purple-like face. He won't have a chance to be arrogant again soon. Odin is getting old. When Odin is gone, he will pay for what he did. According to the information sent this time, it seems that the traitor Xing Yun is also on Earth. Let her go. She will pay the price for her betrayal back then. May 13th. Cheers. Having won this tough battle, the Avengers need to relax. Originally, Stark proposed to go to a nearby barbecue restaurant, but under Thor's strong opposition, the meeting place was transferred to the banquet hall of Stark Building. Because Thor knew that the barbecue restaurant was actually very bad. Tomorrow morning, I'm taking Loki back to be judged by Asgard. What's next for everyone? Thor asked. Oh, I'm leaving again. What can I do? I can only cry secretly. The widow pretended to wipe her tears, and her tone was full of resentment. Really cheated by her. Come on, who doesn't know that you're the famous Black Widow? So don't pretend to be a little woman. Thor laughed and complained, and Natalia gave Natalia a blank look. There's a very interesting celestial phenomenon recently. I can take the time to study it carefully after you leave. Miss Jin muttered while resting her chin, her tone a little excited. Recently, I have been trained by Thor every day, and my own research time is gone. I promised Pepper, after this time, take off the armor and spend some time with her. Thor thought of something and asked, haven't you thought about taking out the shrapnel in your body? Although the reactor can also sustain life, it will consume more energy for the armor function at the same time. Do you plan to carry it for a lifetime? Stark smiled wryly and shook his head. I've thought about it, but I have a lot of shrapnel in my body, and it's finely fragmented, so it's very difficult to take it out. Because of my identity, many doctors dare not take risks. Not to mention the famous Iron Man. The whole American, the status of the richest man, makes most doctors dare not use the knife. What a surprise. It's over for a lifetime. Thor thought for a while and said uncertainly, you need the best surgeon. Maybe I have a candidate. He picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Hi, is that Dr. Palmer? I am, are you? Thor. A timid female voice came from the phone. It's me. I want to inquire, is there a surgeon named Strange in your hospital? You're talking about Dr. Stephen Strange? He was transferred recently. His surgical skills are the highest in our hospital, but he's not well known at the moment. How do you know him? It's not important. What's important is that I have a chance to make him famous. If he succeeds, he will be famous all over the world. May I ask who it is? Dr. Palmer was a little curious. To reach the level that Thor said, the difficult operation is the second, and more importantly, the object of the operation must be famous enough. Tony Stark, the famous Iron Man, is he famous enough? After hanging up the phone, Stark asked curiously, what's the name of the doctor you're talking about? Legend of Shit? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it reliable? Thor laughs. Believe me, if he can't do it, there's no one in the world who can do it. But that guy's a bad temper, and his personality is very annoying, just like you before, but he is not as easy to talk to as I am. Thor added, no, when did I lose my temper? And are you sure you were easy to talk to? When Jane Foster was in a coma, she had gone to that Dr. Palmer. At that time, Thor just thought that the other party was very beautiful, but didn't take it to heart. Later, when the other party left, he handed him a business card, and Thor saw his full name, Christine Palmer. The name may not be very famous, but she is a very good colleague, Stephen Strange, a good boy who watched 14 million movies without spoilers, and the magician who made himself drink unlimited beer, Bald Chong's appointed successor, the famous Dr. Strange. Leaving aside the future path of magic, sure Chuanqi's medical attainments are no worse than magic abilities. Even War Machine Rhodes, who suffered a burst fracture of his thoracic vertebrae in the future due to the flame out of his armor, is just a mere human in his eyes. It's a trivial surgery. In the middle of the night, everyone who is full of wine and food turned on the TV and watched today's news. Although this episode was confirmed as an alien invasion that caused huge amounts of losses, this group of superheroes known as Avengers is not only a relief to many people, but also a reason to celebrate. It's great to have them here. The host happily talked about his views, and then the video switched to interviews with the masses. "I love you, Thor," a blonde hottie yelled into the camera. Thor's expression was a bit embarrassing, and he whispered, "I'm not a casual person." Suddenly, he received a burst of contemptuous gazes. "Oh my God, I met Captain America. I want to marry him." Steve was also embarrassed. His true love is Bucky. 1.8 inch. Do you know? At that time, we were all desperate. Hulk appeared at the critical moment. Oh my God, he is so handsome when he fights monsters, full of violent aesthetics. I always thought it was a monster before. I for mine apologies for the misunderstanding. The Hulk is a hero. Bruce Banner froze for a moment. He clearly felt the Hulk in his body excited. These so-called superheroes are responsible for the damage this city has suffered. They caused it, but what about their people? They pat their butts and walk away. I suggest that they be put on trial. A congressman's sharp speech attracted everyone's attention. Stark and Steve fell silent. A gleam flashed in Thor's eyes. "Yeah, I always feel that these so-called heroes are unreliable, and it's best to supervise them. I don't want to pin our safety on the character and morality of a few people," another middle-aged man with a big belly said, which seemed to have aroused a lot of sympathy. This person should also be a little famous. Natalia, look up the names of the congressman and the fat man, as well as other basic information. Everyone present was startled. Steve quickly dissuaded him. "Thor, don't be impulsive. Yeah, there are more than 300 million people in the United States, and there are not a few idiots. Do you think you are living in heaven?" Thor smiled and shook his head, indicating that they don't have to worry. "What are you thinking? I'll just put this guy on the blacklist. If there is any world crisis in the future, I don't need to worry about these guys and their families." Then he sneered. "Anyway, they don't believe in the Avengers, so go ahead and trust the politicians who threw nuclear bombs at them." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Thor looked a little playful, and there were more than a few idiots. This idiot congressman deliberately planted hidden dangers for Avengers and deliberately incited the emotions of the public. It was obviously used as a gun for some people. The biggest characteristic of this kind of disgusting fly is that it is submissive to aliens, but it strikes hard at superheroes. "Are you leaving tomorrow? It won't be decades, will it? I won't play with you anymore." Peggy Carter joked. "Definitely not. If you are worried, you can go back with me." "Forget it. I'm not ready yet." Peggy shook her head. "By the way, do you need me for anything? I can't find you if I have nothing to do." Thor asked doubtfully. "If it's okay, you will go directly to the manor." "Well, this reason is really strong." Only then did Thor seriously say, "Have you met any particularly powerful hackers in SHIELD for so many years?" "Definitely. You must be absolutely trustworthy. Many people in SHIELD are not the same as us." Peggy Carter's face became serious. "There is one hacker who is the most powerful and absolutely trustworthy. More than 20 years ago, a member of SHIELD accidentally rescued a baby while performing a mission. I originally planned to send her to an orphanage, but I found that this child was a little different, so I adopted her. You know, a lonely woman always wants company." Peggy Carter gave Thor a look and continued. "Later, I found out that she has a terrifying ability in computers, so I specially asked the Agent Academy to train in this area. Although she is young, but the ability in hacking, I dare to say that there are few in this world who can compare to her. Currently, she belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh yes, she has always admired you." Speaking of this, Peggy Carter was a little bored. As a legendary hero of World War II, Thor originally had a terrifying popularity. The return of the king in recent incidents has made him the idol of many young people. Especially when Skye was a child, he often told her the story of Captain Black, which caused him to become Thor's fangirl since childhood. It's such a sad story. My God, are you Captain Black? No, it should be His Royal Highness Thor. Great, I finally see you. Late at night, in the living room of an apartment, a half-race beauty looked at Thor excitedly, her eyes full of little stars. Thor is a little confused. How is this vibe girl different from the imagined one? Sky continued. You know what? You're so handsome today. Oh, you're a savior. Stop. Thor couldn't bear her enthusiasm and quickly got to the point. I need the help of an excellent hacker, and the kind that I can trust completely. Can you? Sky patted his chest. The best hacker on Earth is right in front of you. As for trust, do you think I'm someone who will betray you? She went up and grabbed one of Thor's arms with both hands, shaking, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. I am not worried that you will betray me, but I am worried that you will make me make mistakes. Thor slandered. Thor pushed her hand away calmly and whispered something in her ear. Sky looked a little shocked, but she nodded anyway. Early the next morning, Thor took Loki back to God's domain. Stark was so bored that he turned on the TV and watched the news reports. Last night, he inquired about Doctor Strange. He is indeed an excellent surgeon. After making an appointment, he will be able to perform the operation this afternoon based on his relationship. Suddenly, the screen flickered and the original normal report switched to another screen, all kinds of documents and materials. Is this bribery, gangster collusion, unknown assets, various criminal records? Stark muttered. This revenge is too cruel. At the same time, all viewers watching this TV station have seen this content. Several mainstream newspapers received a thick stack of materials in the middle of the night yesterday, all of which were the black history of a high-level congressman, and today's 010 made it into the headlines. The FBI dispatched on the same day, invited him to drink tea, and froze all his property at the same time, and his family members could not escape. In the case of overwhelming evidence, even the big boss behind it dare not reach out. In the eyes of many people, this guy is a victim of political struggle, and his life is finished. Only a few people know that this is revenge, a strong response to previous temptations, and a warning to them. In this position, few people are completely clean. It depends on whether anyone knows and has the ability to investigate. F***K. Who will tell me that these contents have been completely deleted and overwritten long ago? Why can they still be dug out? Are all the newspapers eating shit? Give them the information and write it to the newspaper without verifying it? These guys really only have traffic in their eyes. Also, why were the backstage of the three major broadcasting companies compromised at the same time? Are their defense systems all shit? In an office in Washington, a big boss roared angrily. A programmer with glasses said with a mournful face, "Report to the speaker. According to our anti-tracking results, the address of the attacker pointed to the home of Congressman Williams. It seems that he voluntarily exposed himself." "You did it," Peggy Carter asked Sky angrily. It is rare for a hacker of this level to find data that has been deleted for many years in one night and can also paralyze the systems of the three major broadcasting companies, let alone get that special data. And there is only Sky who has this motive. Sky smiled sheepishly and nodded. I didn't fabricate the facts. These contents are all true. Besides, this guy is not a good person, and it would be cheap to spend a lifetime in jail him. Peggy's expression became serious. It's no big deal to bring down a congressman who was originally problematic. But have you thought about the other information? Once released, it will cause turmoil in the world. Sky shrugged. It's not time to make it public. He said he hoped to never use it. Then when will it be made public? Sky coughed lightly. The following is a paraphrase of His Highness Thor's original words. He raised his voice in the tone of Rubik's Cube Thor. Politicians will always only consider their own interests. Just like SHIELD, they will reach out to superheroes sooner or later. This time it is just a temptation. In fact, there is not enough ability to suppress us. At that time, what they're most likely to do is to incite the people by various means and use the emotions of the people to carry out moral kidnapping. On that day, I will tear off their disguise and let everyone see their faces clearly. Do you understand yet? Peggy Carter said with a dark face. You don't need to repeat the last sentence. Oh, I added that last sentence myself. Peggy Carter fell silent, thinking about the words. After a long time, she smiled wryly and nodded. You really make it difficult for me. Forget it. I've retired anyway. It's okay to be a gun for others, but it's a problem if you provoke me anyway. A group of soldiers locked Loki and walked towards a hall while Thor was talking on the side. It's also because this guy's own but is not clean, otherwise it would be really hard to touch him. Loki couldn't help complaining. As far as I know, even if there is no problem, you'll find him a problem. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a good law-abiding citizen. You are definitely the one to do this kind of thing. For example, pretending to be him and running to the White House. Loki is a bit pained. Why is there someone more brazen than me in the world? Frigga walked over and looked at Lu Ji with a worried face. Mother, Loki blurted out, then reacted and changed his mind to an expression of indifference. Are you proud of me? Frigga's face became more worried. Don't add fuel to the fire. Your father is very angry now. Just as Loki was about to speak, Odin's voice came from the king's seat. Okay, let me talk to him. Why? Turning to Loki, he said in a deep voice, Don't you really know that you have sinned deeply? There is nothing to say. Wherever you are, there will be destruction and death. And I, as a benevolent god, future to Midgard to rule the people of the earth, I can prove that I am truly born to be king. Odin sighed. All this stems from your desire for the throne. No, this is the power I deserve. Loki's voice suddenly became louder. Enough! Odin was furious, and he roared. The right you deserve is death. Died in infancy, abandoned on a cold rock. If Frigg hadn't pitied you, you would have died long ago. Since this is the case, you will give me death now. No, you will never see Frigga again. I will let you stay in dungeon forever. And Thor, he shall be king. Odin waved his hand, and the guards took him down. On the balcony, Thor overlooked everything that was bustling below. When a disaster strikes a few years later, if you can't resist the past, all this will disappear. Can you tell me about her? Odin suddenly walked up to him. Yes, but which one are you talking about? Odin's mouth twitched. In fact, Thor's behavior is not a problem in the eyes of the Asgard people. Even Odin has had 3 wives, but only Frigga went to the end. 0. Ask for flowers. Mainly, Thor has been obsessed with hammers for 1,000 years, until he suddenly became enlightened in the last few years. And it may be because of the depression for too long that it got out of hand. Considering the lifespan and time concept of the Asgard people, it's like taking a nap. A lot of daughter-in-laws are already. If it wasn't for the fact that Frigga, who is a witch, didn't notice anything unusual, he even suspected that his son was being possessed other's body. The only consolation is that my favorite Sif has not waited in vain for so many years. That, the mortal who took Mjolnir. Of course he was talking about Jane Foster. As for Natalia, it was just that her character was recognized by Mjolnir, and she was allowed to use part of the power of thunder. Once the hammer leaves, it turns back into a mortal again. But Jane is different. Now she's the new Thor, a real god with a godhead. She and Mjolnir have a high degree of compatibility, even surpassing you. Odin said solemnly. The reason why she can lift Mjolnir is not because of my curse, but is truly recognized by Mjolnir. I even have a feeling that even if I can't lift a hammer one day, that girl can still do it. Thor nodded silently. He already knew that Jane had great potential, but he didn't expect to get such a high evaluation from Odin. He pondered for a while and said, Yes, a long time ago, I had a feeling that Mjolnir is not really my God King weapon. It just helps me use my power better and makes me more focused. As an artifact of the same level as Kunganir should not be so ordinary. My gut told me Mjolnir's answer was in Midgard. So I left it on Earth until Jane held it up, and she didn't let me down. Odin nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Although I don't want the future God King to fall in love with a human being, I have to say that you have a good eye. Thor was a little surprised by Odin's attitude. You know, in the original history, Odin strongly opposed Thor and Jane Foster being together and even tried to obstruct it in various ways. Odin saw his doubts and said with a light smile, The lifespan of human beings cannot be compared with that of Asgardians. Even the most common Shinyu people have a lifespan of more than 5,000 years, while mortals can live up to 100 years. Asgards have never lived an example of combining with mortals, but it has always been endless loneliness after decades of joy. So, I don't want this to happen to the future God King. And now, although I don't know why, you seem to have solved this problem, and the shackles of their lifespan have been untied. Thor nodded. Most importantly, Ragnarok is not far away. On that day, this country that countless September 10th people yearn for will face catastrophe. A new Thor will bring very huge amounts of help. Surprised, Thor immediately retorted, "No, Ragnarok won't happen." Odin shook his head. "The future is not static. I know that you rely on your own efforts to change many things. But Ragnarok was predicted thousands of years ago. Do you know what that means?" Thor murmured, "Meaning, it's harder to change it?" Odin nodded. "Your mother has predicted many times. Although the endings are different, in every future, Suturt will be reborn in flames. Even if you don't do it, this moment will appear." Thor's face was a little dignified. Odin's meaning is obvious. He knows that he basically does not need to use Ragnarok against Hela, but still may have God Yellow for other reasons. On Earth, in a major conference room, several military and political leaders are having heated discussions. This is provocation. This is an act of contempt for the law. I propose that everyone in the Tritium Manor be arrested immediately. A white-bearded member of the council said sternly. Ahem. Nick Fury coughed beside him. As S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he is also eligible to attend the conference. First of all, there is no evidence pointing to them. Everything at present is just our speculation. Moreover, you have to consider the consequences of doing so. There is more than one god in Tritium Manor. Even if Thor is not on the Earth now, according to our routine, it is difficult for the army to pose a threat to them. Unless... Nick Fury glanced at everyone with a sneer on his face. Drop another nuclear bomb at New York. The hall fell into silence. We have Captain America too. The comrades who were born and died decades ago. Even if they help, it's not helping you. We have the Hulk. I'm looking forward to your friendly exchange with the Hulk. We still have Iron Man. Stark is lying in the hospital right now. Mr. Stark, how are you feeling now? Happy, and Pepper asked Stark, who was lying on the hospital bed with concern. Very good. I feel lighter than ever. I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. Did you have any regrets when you removed the reactor? Definitely not. Reactor or not, armor or not, I'm Iron Man. Excuse me, the doctor makes rounds. An emotionless voice thought, interrupting Stark's act. Stark snorted. Although this Doctor Strange is indeed highly skilled in medicine, he has a weird personality and is really as annoying as Thor said. On the outside, you are a billionaire, a philanthropist, a great inventor, an Iron Man, but in the hospital, you are just my patient, and you must listen to me in everything. Who is Stark? Even in the face of Thor, he has never been cowardly, and he will fight back when he is bullied. But the cold reactor in his chest told him that his life was still in other people's hands, and Stark had no choice but to be cowardly. I thought it would be enough after the operation was over, but the other party asked me to stay in the hospital for recuperation and observation for half a month. The key point is that Little Pepper is completely on the opponent's side. In fact, Strange was worried that this guy would disobey the doctor's orders and commit suicide, and if something happened, his reputation would be affected. By the way, what happened to the media fishing boat outside? What do the public think of us? Stark suddenly asked Happy. Happy is a big fat man with a happy face. He thought for a while and said, most of them express their gratitude. They think you are the heroes who save the world. But some people think that the Avengers should be responsible for the loss of New York. At least partly responsible. Alas, Stark sighed, make up for the badly damaged citizens as much as possible. They are all innocent. Actually, Xiao Zhao pondered for a while and whispered, none of the parties has the obligation to compensate for the losses caused by the war. Even if it is compensation, the government will come forward to provide humanitarian subsidies. A talented student like Stark would definitely not understand this truth. He shook his head. I knew this at the time, so I thought it was charity. Anyway, Stark Industry is not short of money. 17. Since returning from Afghanistan, Stark has always had great empathy for the victims of those wars. After learning of Stark's actions, Thor, who had just returned to Earth, sighed. "What's the matter?" Peggy Carter beside her asked with some doubts. "Isn't it great that someone is willing to take responsibility?" Thor shook his head. Yes, he did a good job. Stark definitely knew that he was not obliged to pay compensation, but he still tried his best. However, many people would not think so. Even if he did a good job, people will only think that this is what he should do. Although Stark Industry is rich, it has not yet reached the point where it can settle the losses of the entire New York. And the Great War in New York won't be the last Star Wars. Personally, he did a good thing and took responsibility that he didn't need to bear. It seemed to save the reputation of the Avengers. But in the big picture, this behavior created an illusion that the Avengers should fight for the confrontation. The damage caused by evil will pay the bill. In fact, he only needs to provide basic living allowances to those at the bottom who have nowhere to go and can't even get relief money. And this is the job of Washington. Dummy raises kindness, raises rice to raise hatred. Never underestimate the greed of human nature. After listening to him quietly, Peggy Carter was stunned for a while before sighing. Your words are really cruel. Intellectually, she still agrees with Thor. Thor shook his head. It's not that I'm cruel. In my opinion, as long as it doesn't betray the human position, superhero should not have any constraints so that it can develop better. Compared with that loss, the Earth will be destroyed in a few years. There will be a real catastrophe, and if it cannot be overcome, at least 3.5 billion people will be reduced to ashes. The worst result is that the other half will perish. No one can guarantee that Thanos will only be half destroyed in the end. What if the policy is changed in advance? In the face of the crisis of destroying the world, I don't want anyone to hold me back, and I don't want those who are protected to still suck blood from behind. That's why you asked Sky to get you this information as a trump card? Thor nodded. Although fists are more useful than reasoning, it is quite annoying for a group of people to kidnap Dow07 all day long. I will publish this information at the most appropriate time, so that we can get revenge before the ultimate war comes. Those who can fight without any worries. Well, I believe in you and will do everything well. Here, this is another document you asked for. This is the only one. You have to keep it safe. Also, don't reveal that I gave it to you. Sky handed over a USB flash drive. Thor. Anyway, she's also a member of SHIELD, and helping Thor to do this kind of thing is actually a betrayal of S.H.I.E.L.D. But since the founder Carter didn't object, then there's nothing wrong. Sky thought to himself. Thor took the USB flash drive, nodded with satisfaction, and thanked. Thanks, if there is anything that needs my help, I will try my best to help. Sky rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Okay, I haven't tried what it's like to have a boyfriend at my age, so please do me a favor. Learn to tease me at a young age? Thor was overjoyed and hugged her. Okay, I'll take you home tonight. Sky screamed, struggled quickly, and said insincerely with a blushing face, Forget it. I'm afraid that Auntie will kill me. Thor gave this coward a contemptuous look. Don't dare to do it, cowardly. Sky glared. Old antiques from decades ago eat tendergrass, scum. Sky suddenly felt a broken idol image. Although the little girl was a little funny, but after all, she helped him a lot. Thor took a communicator and handed it to her. This one has been modified. When there is a problem that can't be solved, press the communication button, and I can receive it within 2 galaxies. There are not many things in this world that I can't do. Sky had an expression of I believe in you. Then I want to be a superhero. Can you help me too? That's not certain. Thor said meaningfully. Sky was stunned for a moment, and his face instantly became excited. Really? Tell me quickly, what is my super ability? How can I awakening? Hell, are agents so sensitive? In fact, he didn't know much about Sky's situation, and he wasn't very familiar with the SHIELD series in his previous life, so he had to muddle along. He tapped his index finger on Sky's smooth forehead. What kind of super ability do you want? Haven't you heard of it? The poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. Are you poor? Sky was confused. Do you know Iron Man? He is just an ordinary person, and now he's not as good as the well-known superhero. When are you going to ask him for a battle armor? Are you a superhero? Sky suddenly looked disappointed. Forget it. That guy's a baby of his armor, and it won't work for anyone. Besides, his armor operation can't be played without relevant skills. Look at Rhodes. Just turn the steel armor into a humanoid fighter. Thor showed a smile. She was on point. Stark's Iron Man. All kinds of weapons are full of imagination, all kinds of laser cannons. And in the future, there will be various weapons composed of nanometal elements. As for War Machine Rhodes, his combat style is actually not much different from that of a multifunction fighter. It is either a machine gun or a missile, and the replacement is only equipped with various conventional weapons. Compared with Iron Man, it is far behind. Not to mention the more and more weird functions of the Iron Man armor. Refrigeration, drying, urine purification. Big shit. Are you going to pee and drink it directly into your mouth? To sum up, Iron Man's armor evolution route is 2 Malawian kwaches, 3 Malawian kwaches for Malawian kwaches. The evolution route of War Machine is 2 Malawian kwaches, 2 Malawian kwaches change, 2 Malawian kwaches change again, 2 Malawian kwaches magic change. The later anti-Hulk armor is also, Stark's control of anti-Hulk is enough to suppress the Hulk. But in the hands of Bruce Banner, he became a tough guy who could stumble while walking. Sky took the communicator and left contentedly. Then Thor got a call from her in the middle of the night. 060 bang bang. Looking at the 2 large human-shaped holes on the roof and the floor of the second floor, Sky's eyes straightened. I just want to try the effect. Why don't you come in? Sky wanted to cry, but had no tears. She knows that Thor is fast. Wearing pajamas too late to wear such things does not exist. The problem is, how many years did my mother spend saving to decorate the house? Oh, I was just worried that you were in danger, so I rushed here the first time, and I didn't have time to knock on the door. Thor is serious. Try the effect? Zhou Yuang said that Lao Tzu's Finghua drama princes also tried the effect. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she will deceive people. The ancients never deceived me. I must teach a lesson to suppress this kind of atmosphere. Seeing Thor's appearance, Sky didn't know what to do, and kept silent with a mournful face. In fact, after a short time with her, she has discovered that Thor is by no means as decent as he appears on the surface. If she continues to complain about the hole in the roof, Thor will most likely take the opportunity to invite her to Manor 1E. In the dark room, a deep voice sounded. I'm afraid the plan will be implemented ahead of schedule. This is no longer a world where politicians can decide everything. Pierce's plan only works on mortals, and it's up to them to wipe out ordinary enemies. To fight against the so-called gods, only those with the same super ability can do it. Let's start the great experiment now. It doesn't matter if you fail. I have issued a notice for volunteers. We have no shortage of experimental products. The bodies of those who failed the experiment will not be left behind. And as long as someone can succeed, the revenge the ones will have nothing to worry about. This is an age of miracles, and nothing can be more terrifying than miracles. A display screen in the room is playing the scene of Thor pointing at the sky and thunder pouring down from the sky. On the other side of the room, a mysterious scepter is placed on a shelf, and the head of the scepter is a gemstone emitting dark blue light. Outside Sokovia's base, a man and a woman walked over supporting each other. Pietro, are we really going in? Well, only in this way can there be hope for revenge. Actually, I don't really care about revenge, as long as we are all safe. Wanda, you are too soft-hearted. The impact of the New York War is huge amounts of, and the first thing that bears the brunt is that superhero really came into people's sight. Laser weapons, aliens, these words, people wake up, it turns out that these are real. Even the existence of magic, many people began to accept, except for a very small number of staunch atheists. Stephen Strange is one of them. The so-called Thor is an ordinary person with a special constitution. It's just an ordinary discharge phenomenon. Can electric eels do it too? The so-called magic and the power of faith do not exist. They're just some phenomena that have not been explained by science. There is no spiritual power at all, and human beings are just night and night. But I'm not human. Thor spread his hands. He didn't know which nerve was wrong, and he had nothing to do to debate with the future Doctor Strange. He was really free recently. Miss Jane went out to relax for a while and started astronomical research again. And Natalia is busy with things. It is impossible to accompany him all day long. Steve could, but lately he's been picking up on the knowledge of the times. Moreover, the simple sparring without divine power actually improves slowly. Hela is a good choice, but that grandpa is too moody. If you're in a good mood, you're the elder sister. If you're in a bad mood, you're the mother Rome. The little needle pokes your chest. Strange was choked by Thor and then reacted, "No, not only humans. Aliens are also material. You just have stronger physiques, longer lifespans, and some magical abilities." Within the scope of science, if modern humans appeared in the Middle Ages, they would also be regarded as gods. Two boring people. Christine Palmer couldn't help frowning, and Nebula and Minerva nodded at the same time. Stark's operation was performed by Strange, and she was the second in command. After the successful operation, both became famous. They definitely knew that without Thor, Stark would not have trusted them so easily, so they came to the door to thank them. Thor was about to refute when a system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Drip, congratulations to the host for triggering Doctor Strange's exclusive mission, Mysterious Realm. The future Doctor Strange is now a staunch materialist. Shake his mind, and he accepts this mysterious world. Mission objective: to show Strange a phenomenon that completely conflicts with scientific ideas. Mission reward: skill, soul astral. Soul astral. Passive effect: the soul can be separated from a body. After the separation, the soul is physically immune and unable to launch physical attacks, but it will suffer soul damage and magic attacks. Active effect: concentrate, slap the opponent's chest, and push his soul out of the body. When the opponent resists, the success rate and effect duration will change the opponent's determination. Soul astral: this is a very powerful skill. Haven't you seen the Hulkmaster of Ancient One? The disadvantage is that it requires close quarters and requires concentration. It is generally suitable for dealing with some particularly rough-skinned and thick-skinned enemies. As for the way to complete the task, Pure Thunder will definitely not work. Sure, Chuanchi has already determined that he is of the same nature as the electric eel. Mr. Strange, I will let you understand how small the world you see is. He stretched out his hand and gestured, and then a golden circle appeared under Strange, who was puzzled, and fell down with a plop. What happened? A big change. Christine Palmer looked confused. It's nothing. It's just a free fall. Don't worry. The limit speed of a person's free fall on the Earth is about 50 meters per second, and it won't make him burn. It suddenly occurred to him that Doctor Strange had also used this trick on Loki, and the effect was great. Miss Palmer, are you interested in working in my research center? Maya and Betty need an assistant with a lot of medical knowledge. Thor happily dug the corner, but at this moment Strange was forced. He was still in the living room just now, and suddenly he found himself hundreds of meters high in the air, with a snow mountain below. Hey! Just when he thought he was going to fall to his death, a golden halo of sparks appeared in front of his eyes. In the next moment, he found, how about money, that he was back in altitude of several hundred meters. The distance was reset, but the falling speed was not reset. Under the action of gravity, he fell at a faster speed. Even more tragically, he's no Loki, with no more than mortal physical ability to sustain a mid-puff sound. At the beginning, he could still bark, but when his speed reached a certain level, he opened his mouth and found that the cold wind kept pouring into his mouth, which bulged his mouth into a big hole, and he wanted to close it. It's all gone. He felt like his mouth was turning into a plant versus zombie pea shooter. Kamar Taj, Ancient One, sighed, waved his hand, and put a halo on Strange to prevent him from being killed. Although it is a good thing to let one successor get in touch with a mystery in advance, it can't let him be played to death. Drip. Congratulations to the host for completing the task related to Doctor Strange, Mysterious Domain, and getting the reward, Skill, Soul Astral. The free fall lasted for about 10 minutes, and Thor heard the sound of the system completing the task. He waved his hand in satisfaction, and Strange's falling speed began to slow down. A few seconds later, it fell to the floor with a plop. Seeing this miserable appearance, Thor felt a little sorry. Should there be? Strange gasped for a few breaths and said hopelessly, I've been in free fall for 10 minutes. It took only 10 minutes for this kind of virtue, far from Loki's. It's really scary. I always thought that bungee jumping was scary enough. Strange still complained with lingering fear. Don't you have something less exciting? Yes. Thor slapped his chest, and then a translucent Strange flew out of his body. This time, not only him, but everyone else in the living room was shocked. Oh, is this the soul? The soul state didn't last long. Strange returned to his body after a few seconds. The time for the soul to leave the body is related to willpower. It must be said that Doctor Strange's willpower is really excellent, and he can recover in just a few seconds. Only with this kind of firm can you defeat Dormammu with such a brutal method. I'm beginning to doubt the education I've received over the years. Strange sighed. There is no need to completely deny it. Thor patted him on the shoulder. In the world of advanced civilizations, science and mystery are originally interconnected. Christine Palmer didn't agree to jump ship right away. She still needs to think about it. After all, she has only met Thor twice, and she seriously suspects that Thor actually wants to keep her in the manor. Thor didn't care about this either. In fact, he didn't care much about the development of the research center. He just wanted to stop it as a girl's career hobby. Sir, please allow me to introduce the new project of S.H.I.E.L.D. Since the appearance of Iron Man, various crises have emerged one after another in the past few years. The Abomination, the Iron Man, and even the aliens in the New York War have caused too much damage to my people. Harm. Yes, we have Avengers, but Avengers can only be repaired after the fact. What we need is to prevent this. Alexander Pierce was speaking to the council. Even the Avengers can't cook to prevent the crisis. What else can you do? A female congressman said. Insight plan. By monitoring the whole world, find all hazards during the incubation period, and bring the whole world into view. Minister Pierce, please explain in detail. The Zola algorithm left by Dr. Zola, through precise calculations, screens out all those who cause harm to this world and destroys them before they take action, instead of waiting for the disaster to happen before looking for the Avengers. Pierce's description seems to be very good, but the council still has doubts. After all, doing so will inevitably lead to panic. Moreover, they doubted the reliability of Zola's algorithm. We can't give you an answer right away. Hope you understand. Walking out of the hall, the pity on Pierce's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. He picked up his cell phone and dialed an unremarked number. Since you still need to think about it, add more fire. Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., single-handedly promoted Nick Fury and let him take over as director. After retiring, he did not leave S.H.I.E.L.D., but continued to contribute to it as a veteran figure. No one would think that such a person, the real identity, is actually HYDRA. Originally, he was not so anxious about the Insight plan, but Thor's strength made him feel threatened. What worries him even more is that Thor and Peggy Carter have a close relationship. If he wants to control SHIELD, he can push Peggy Carter back to the fore at any time. A few days later, a news alarmed the council. A secret ship of SHIELD was hijacked by pirates, and even the high-level agent Sitwell became a hostage. Fortunately, Captain America and Black Widow, dispatched in time, wiped out the pirates and regained the ship. Everything was safe and sound. Zero, seeking flowers. Even so, this incident was like a slap in the face of SHIELD, and it was also slapped in the face of the Security Council, which was furious. It's not right. Natalia analyzed her opinion to Thor. Although they have enough motivation and strength, being able to hijack this secret ship shows that they have buried a chess piece with a high status inside SHIELD, which could have played a greater role. And this time, Steve and I seem to be going too well. It's normal. It's not bad to have reached this level in a hastily arranged game. Thor smiled lightly. For some reason, this plot happened a year ahead of schedule, and the other party was not ready yet. Zero. A bureau? You mean, this is a scene directed and acted by Sitwell's agent? What is his purpose? Natalia had heard Thor say that Sitwell had a problem, and she suspected him the 10th time. Sitwell? It's just a pawn, not worthy of being a game setter. Get ready. SHIELD is about to change. Is it finally time to find out HYDRA? Then what should I do? Natalia became excited. How to do the work of an agent. You're more familiar with me. Do you want me to teach you? Oh, yes. Any form of beauty tricks is prohibited. Thor remembered that in the original plot, Natalia and Captain America were quite different. Eye to eye. Even though history has changed now, he still reminded me. Are you sick? Natalia glared at Thor and waved the magic bracelet on her hand. Except for you, everyone who regards me as a woman regrets it. It can grow into a forest. Through these 3 brand new space carriers, we can use satellites to read out the enemy's DNA before he acts and attack him first. Before the criminal commits a crime, he will be arrested first. Nick Fury introducing the Insight Project to Steve. According to the law, shouldn't one be guilty first and then punished? Steve raised an objection. Captain America is a bit confused, and there's such an What do you think about the Insight plan? I think some concepts are actually very desirable, but they may have great side effects. In Tridium Manor, Sharon Carter was testing Thor's opinion. Once this plan is implemented, it will inevitably bring earth-shaking changes to the world. And once it starts, there is no turning back, which makes her very confused, so she has to come to Thor to find the answer. In her eyes, Thor from a higher-level civilization should be able to see the essence of things better. To me, this is a very stupid plan. The starting point for the development of the crime prevention system is good. The key is to take measures to reduce future losses after the discovery of possible crimes in 263. If someone is arrested or even shot dead before committing a crime, then the crime never happened. So what is he guilty of? Modern criminal law forbids the analogy of guilt. Sharon was somewhat enlightened. She continued to ask, then let me give you an example. If it is a mustache before the war, can it be processed in advance? Thor smiled. Don't forget, mustache also rose with the support of the Germans. If the algorithm of the Insight plan is followed, the entire Germany will be destroyed. Genocide, that's it. Sharon Carter feels a chill. Thor continued to make up his knife. Have you considered one more thing, the so-called crime prevention system? If it lacks effective control or is used improperly, it will become the umbrella of totalitarianism to stabilize the regime. Or are you sure that every insight the person in charge of the plan has no selfish intentions? Needless to say, I understand. Sharon Carter turned and left. She was going to remind Nick Fury about Insight's plan to think more about it. The conversation between Nick Fury and Steve ended badly. But after Steve left, Marinate was silent for a long time by himself. He admitted from the bottom of his heart that what Steve said made a lot of sense. Ding-ling-ling, the bell rang. He picked up the microphone, listened for a minute, and put it down expressionlessly. Where's Minister Pierce? In the conference room, receive the counsel. Tell him that I have something important to discuss with him. I have to ask you to launch a vote to postpone the Insight plan. We still need to further confirm its safety. Nick Fury spoke righteously. What if there is something wrong with the inspection? Pierce narrowed his eyes. Then we are lucky to have found it, and the space carrier hasn't gone to the sky yet. Pierce was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I said yes. You'll have to call Iron Man or Thor to my nephew's birthday party, though. Nick Fury walked out. The smile on Pierce's face disappeared immediately, and he picked up a spare phone sullenly. Not long after Nick Fury went out, he was assassinated before he got home, a masked man with metal arms. He hurried to Steve's house and sent important information to Steve, but he was assassinated by the second wave, this time with an unclear gunshot wound. Sharon Carter rushed in with a gun, looking around vigilantly. I'm going to chase the enemy. Steve left a word and rushed out. Sharon Carter called the emergency and then noticed a mobile phone in the hand of the marinated egg with a line on it. "Let Thor collect the body for me." Steve chased the killer, Winter Soldier, down the street. Originally, it was still possible for him to catch the opponent, but during another close fight, he grabbed Winter Soldier's mask and then, "Bucky? Are you Bucky? Great, you're alive." The Winter Soldier took the opportunity to put him down and disappeared into the night. Nick Fury's death hit Steve hard. He was still sad, but he was notified by Rumlow and returned to SHIELD under the protection of a team of agents. Alexander Pierce made some hints and temptations to Steve, but Steve remained unmoved. Under heavy pursuit, he escaped from SHIELD and joined Black Widow. Alexander took the opportunity to push Nick Fury's murder on Steve and listed him as a wanted criminal. This USB flash drive has been programmed with a special code. Once we insert it into a 2.8 computer, the location will be exposed immediately. And how many minutes do we have before SHIELD arrives? There's more time because I met a very powerful hacker 2 days ago. Natalia smiled and took out the communicator. "Hey, Sky, do me a favor, set my coordinates as SHIELD headquarters." After a minute, "Okay, let's start reading the U-disk." They track down the former SHIELD headquarters, and they are greeted by a demon who has been dead for many years. At the moment, SHIELD has become a mess. Captain America, the symbol of the American spirit, not only became a traitor, but also sneaked into the SHIELD headquarters. They didn't know that Sky had deliberately misled them. Rumlow, or Crossbones, with a dark face and a team of Hydra agents, scoured the building. Clatter. A basin of water was splashed on Nick Fury. With a muffled grunt, Nick Fury woke up abruptly, and what he saw was Air with a smile on his face. "Good to see you, old friend. I should be happier if you didn't wake me up in this way. But you asked me to deal with your funeral. Why? You're glad I didn't burn you." Sharon and the others next to him laughed out loud. "Tell me, why did 07 feign death and come to me?" Thor said unhappily. "This bad old man is very bad." Nick Fury sighed. "Since there is an assassination, the opponent will not give up, and it will be impossible to defend against. Only dead man is not assassinated. As for the reason why I came here, is because this is the only place where Hydra dare not reach out. Okay, you could just pick a room in the small building next to it. But I don't live here for nothing, so I have to pay something." Nick Fury was a little embarrassed. "I don't think there is anything that can catch your eyes now. Yes, for example, my manor is too deserted and I need a pet." "Pet?" Nick Fury was a little confused. What kind of request is this? And he, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, has to help? He tentatively asked. "You don't want to raise pandas, do you? What are you thinking about?" "What I want is that orange cat." Thor was speechless. What kind of brain circuit is this guy? Orange cat. Nick Fury was taken aback for a moment and immediately realized, "You mean the Yuan Devourer?" Since that sad story happened that year, Nick Fury never dared to touch cats anymore, but he still settled the Yuan Devourer properly in SHIELD and served it with delicious food and drinks. After all, it was Captain Marvel's pet back then. Well, if I leave it to you to take care of it, I'm more at ease, and it's easy to explain when Carol comes back someday. Meow. Marinated raised his head and saw a capable woman carrying an orange cat to the yard of the manor. "I just promised, and you already sent it?" Nick Fury's forehead is covered with black lines. "Director Nick? So you're not dead?" Maria Hill was shocked. The previous SHIELD incident made her a loss, and when she was at a loss, she received a call from Thor. "If you want to know the truth, then go to that place and bring an orange cat to Tritium Manor." Thor hung up after saying the words that made him puzzled, and then she received an address on her mobile phone. For Thor, an alien visitor, she still believed in it, so she hurried over after finding the Yuan Devourer. Unexpectedly, I saw a live marinated egg. Nick Fury explained the ins and outs to her, and Hill's face was a little dignified. "So what do we do now?" Hill looked at Nick. Nick looked at Thor. "What am I doing? You are the director. Don't tell me you have no arrangements at all. But I always feel that you should have a better way." Braised Ann was very sure of this. "There is indeed a solution, but I'm afraid you won't accept it. The space carrier probably hasn't taken off yet, so I can smash it all right now, and the matter can be resolved in less than half an hour. Simple and rude. This is very Hulk. No, this is Thor. Doing this will indeed solve the Insight Plan, but it will only make Washington completely intolerable for super ability people. Hill laughed out loud, and Nick slapped his thigh annoyed. Why did he forget this guy will never push if he can do it? In the abandoned 020 SHILD headquarters, Steve and Natalia walked into the hall, and 3 portraits came into view. Admiral Jack Thompson, the boss of World War II, Howard Stark, Tony's father, Peggy Carter, my predecessor. Natalia introduced him. I still remember when I was on the last mission, they watched me get on the plane. Unexpectedly, it was a big dream, and things were different. Steve was a little emotional. Luckily, Bucky is still alive, and though somehow turned into an enemy, he believes that Bucky was just deluded for a while. Entering the interior, in front of you is a huge amount of old-fashioned computer with a strange shape, but it has a USB interface that does not match its age. Natalia stepped forward and inserted the USB drive into the slot in the middle. The screen flickered for a while, the program started, and then a skull-like face was slowly displayed. Steve Rogers, we meet again. Arnim Zola. I remember his voice. Steve blurted out. This is the person he will never forget for the rest of his life. The one who caused him to lose Bucky. Dr. Zola? Isn't he dead? Is this a video? Natalia looked puzzled. As far as she knows, this person was a dog-headed military division under Red Skull during World War II, with many bad deeds, and was finally captured by Thor himself. Later, because of his talent and learning, he was recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. Natalia explains to the captain what happened to Dr. Zola afterwards. I'm not a video girl. I may not be the man your man took to prison in 1945, but I'm not me. Dr. Zola's deep voice sounded. In 1972, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Science cannot save my body, but my mind was worth saving, so I was stored in a 200,000-foot-long database. Dr. Zola's voice became enthusiastic. They think that I can help their careers, but I have always had my own career. The screen on the computer began to switch, showing the development of Hydra over the years. Everything has been inevitable since Dr. Zola was recruited. With the cooperation of the internal personnel, Hydra continued to insert its own personnel inside, infiltrating without knowing it. Today, Hydra and SHIELD are just 2 sides of the same coin. Hydra has created a chaotic world, and people are finally ready to give up their freedom to gain safety. Once our purification process is complete, the new world order established by Hydra will be born. We won. HYDRA hail. What exactly is the data in the USB flash drive? Natalia asked a key question. Zola algorithm. As for what it is used for, you don't need to know. Sorry, I was delaying time. A missile will explode here in 30 seconds. The door of the room was closed immediately, and Steve was about to rush to the sewer gully, but Natalia held her back, and a female voice sounded through the communicator. I have turned on the signal shielding. The missile will arrive at least 3 minutes late. The door lock has been unlocked. You go. Hydra people will soon find out that something is wrong. Inside the Tritium Manor, Skye wiped the cold sweat off her brow. She had just successfully hacked into Dr. Zola's supercomputer at the last moment and took over the old SHIELDS control system. I didn't expect that the system left by a person who has been dead for decades is so terrible. Skye had lingering fears. If she hadn't relied on this high-tech computer integrated with alien technology, it would be difficult for her to succeed. Such a dangerous target, Hydra, can be recruited into SHIELD. Too scary. Nick Fury's expression was already ugly. The infiltration of Hydra started half a century ago. How many friendly forces are there in the current SHIELD? He dare not imagine. After thinking for a few seconds, he stepped aside, picked up his mobile phone, and made a call. Sam, the captain needs help. Falcon is already one of the few trustworthy people. On the other hand, Skye handed Thor a USB flash drive. Here, I copied this from Dr. Zola's database, and the list of almost all Hydra members is in it. Nice job. Thor took the USB flash drive and rubbed Sky's head in satisfaction, messing up her hair. Sky suddenly looked like a little wild cat whose tail had been trampled on. He put his hands on his hips and said angrily, Miss Ben worked so hard for you. How many brain cells have died? Just one sentence. Okay, what reward do you want? Thor looked helpless. Because of Peggy Carter's relationship, Thor always treats Sky as a child habitually, but in fact she's already a big child in her 20s. Thor patted her on the shoulder, and a magical power flowed through Sky's body. Okay, the reward has been given to you. Looking at the bewildered Sky, mopping the floor, said meaningfully, Do you know the secret of Sister Pay's age? Now you're the same as her. Although not many people know about Peggy Carter's youthful appearance, there are quite a few who say it, and Sky, whom she watched and grew up with, is one of them. Over the years, she asked, Nuaz Zhao, the reason many times, but Peggy just smiled and prevaricated. In fact, she wasn't sure at the time. Sky was surprised and delighted. It turns out that Aunt Peggy stayed young because of you. Wow, that's great. I was still sad at first, but in a few years I'll be a 30-year-old lady. Don't worry now, hee. Is it necessary to be so excited? Everyone in my manor has this blessing. Thor squinted at her. What kind of soul is the 30-year-old lady? Sky slowly calmed down. Everyone in the manor has a who? She thought of the relationship between the daughters living in the manor and Thor, and Ryu's cheeks blushed suddenly. By the way, I have to remind you that immortality is not free. Thor added, As a balance, the reproductive ability of most races is inversely proportional to the length of lifespan. Just like my father, King, in human, I have been with my mother since the Bronze Age. Up to now, there are only 3 children, and one of them is adopted. When you gain eternal life, the chance of conceiving a child is infinitely close to 0. So I want Dink in my life. Sky said indifferently. In fact, in Western countries, people are not so eager for children, and Sky is no exception. Alexander Pierce moved quickly. Taking advantage of Nick Fury's departure, Captain America and Natasha Romanoff were wanted. He quickly persuaded the council to launch the Insight Plan. Headquarters of SHIELD, Pierce took a sip of champagne and excitedly said to the council members who came, Soon, 343, we will witness a new history. From this moment on, there will be no more crimes in this world. A new world is coming. For the new era, Tion Cup. As a high-level agent and boss of HYDRA, he seldom expresses his emotions too much, but at this time it is still difficult to hide his inner excitement. As long as the helicarrier rises to a certain height, the weapons on it will be activated, instantly destroying all Hydra enemies. The congressmen were also very excited. They raised the champagne and drank it. Cheers to the new era. Definitely they don't know that the so-called new era is not the new era they imagined, but the new era of HYDRA. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly came from the radio. I'm Steve Rogers, Captain America. You must have heard a lot about me these days. There are many people who are hunting me. Now it's time for you to know the truth. He hesitated and continued. SHIELD has changed. It has been taken over by HYDRA, and Alexander Pierce is its head. So are many of the Special Forces and Insight Project personnel, and many people around us. The counselors glanced at Pierce in surprise. Pierce was expressionless, and the phone quietly sent a few messages. The Insight Plan is their purpose, not to deal with criminals at all, but to destroy all Hydra's enemies and put the whole world under its control. I know it's hard, but the price of freedom is high, and I'm willing to pay that price. I believe I'm not the only one. Although it was an impromptu speech, the speech was very appealing. Although they were wanted by SHIELD just a moment ago, many people choose to believe in the captain and their spiritual leader. Crossbones broke into the office controlling the space carrier with a team of agents and ordered the technicians in charge of the launch. Get into the launch sequence and let the spacecraft lift off. The audience was silent, and the head of technology, Af, glanced at him in surprise, but did not respond. Launch the spaceship. Is there a problem with what I said? Crossbones amplified his voice. The person in charge was sweating coldly. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, sir. I can't launch. This is the captain's order. Brush. A gun was pressed against the back of his head. The same gun, held to the back of Crossbones' head. You're on the wrong team, Agent Sharon, Crossbones said coldly. He gestured to put down the gun in his hand, and shot suddenly while the gun was falling, knocking Sharon down to the ground. The people at the scene immediately divided into two groups. Gunshots rang out, and Crossbones activated the launch system while taking advantage of the chaos. Unfortunately, you were on the wrong team. Crossbones raised his gun indifferently, pointing at Sharon's head. It's you who are on the wrong team. A voice sounded from behind, and before Crossbones could react, he was grabbed by the collar, and the whole person flew out immediately. Sharon looked at the tall figure in front of her and showed a smile. I'll kill you in the next second. Don't you believe it? 07680840725550. I'm sorry for taking your head. With a wave of Thor's hand, the surrounding Hydra agents went to the bottom instantly, twitching nonstop. Bang! A figure with a metal arm knocked Falcon to the ground. Sam, go and insert the chip. He will give it to me. Steve stood in front of him. Okay. Falcon didn't have hesitation. He quickly took off and rushed towards the flying space carrier. Steve looked at this familiar figure with affectionate expression on his face. Bucky, it's me, Steve. Have you forgotten? His answer was a hard punch. At SHILD headquarters, the old congresswoman suddenly jumped up and quickly brought down the incoming Hydra agent, and the widow's sting to Pierce. He wiped his face with his hand, revealing a face that was disastrous to the country and the people. Your Excellency, the Secretary General, it's over. What to do? The space carrier has already started and can't be stopped. Sharon Carter was so anxious that she was sweating profusely and kept typing on the keyboard. It doesn't matter. Let them take off normally. Nothing will happen. Thor comforted. Even if I can't stop in the end, I will let them crash. Finally, Sharon paused. Before this, do you have any other plans? Definitely have a plan. You think I came here to save you? I think so. After all, there are quite a few people chasing me. On the space carrier, Falcon inserted the last chip and turned on the communicator. Fixed. In front of a huge amounts of computer screens underground, Maria Hill instantly seized control of the helicarrier from HYDRA. She operated quickly, turning the densely packed clearing targets on the screen into 3 space carriers. Wait a minute. Thor appeared behind her and took out a USB flash drive. The HYDRA list in Dr. Zola's mind. Since the space carrier is going to be destroyed, it's better to use the waste first. Hill agreed and moved away from the seat. She knew she couldn't stop it even if she tried. On the space carrier, overwhelming weapons suddenly poured down, bullets, rockets. However, Thor found that there was a blank space in the densely packed clearing a clock on this map, which seemed to block the detection of a space carrier. Sokovia. Ha ha ha. I won. It's useless for you to catch me. The Insight plan has been launched, and soon, Hydra will rule the world. Alexander Pierce laughed wildly, and the counselors turned pale. The next moment, Pierce's smile froze on his face as a bullet burst through the window of the SHILD building, piercing his heart. The villain died from talking too much. Natalia complained lightly, and then added, but even if you don't talk, you can't run away. Nick Fury looked at Pierce, who was lying on the ground and refused to die, and sighed. Thor has cracked Dr. Zola's knowledge base and got the Hydra list. Pierce had a dazed look on his face, then closed his eyes. Nick Fury stared at his corpse in silence. Once, he could be a gun for this senior. Bucky, wake up, we're friends. Steve was slapped wildly. In fact, his strength has long been able to win, but the opponent is Bucky. Whenever occupied, he tried to wake Bucky's mind, and then got hit again. Boom! A wave of missiles flew over, bypassing Captain America and Bucky, and killed all the nearby Hydra rushing to help. Captain America was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Bucky, who was also in a daze. He was a bit puzzled as to why Project Insight had eliminated Hydra instead of hitting him. But before he had time to think, Bucky pounced on him again. Under this wave of attacks, the Hydra hidden all over the world was almost wiped out, and Dr. Zola had more lists in his mind than anyone else. Even many Hydra who have been lurking for many years, and even the original informants are dead, and Hydra who are ready to explode at any time have all been eliminated. Except Sokovia, which shielded the signal. After clearing HYD array, the helicarrier's weapons turned on each other. Even without HYD array, Thor also didn't want the Insight project to fall into the hands of the Council. As for private embezzlement, to be honest, Thor doesn't think much of these spaceships except for his vision plan. Number 2 holy place, that is the romance of men. Boom! There was an explosion on the helicarrier, and Captain America and Bucky, who were still entangled, fell down together. Thor took Maria Hill into the SHIELD headquarters, while Natalia and Sharon Carter were handling the follow-up. Zero, how's the situation? Nick Fury asked. Hydra around the world has basically been cleared, except for one place where the signal is blocked, Sokovia. The scepter embedded with the mind gem is there. What about SHIELD? The loss is more than half. Most of them were HYDRA, and some are unfortunately killed in the battle. Thor sighed. SHIELD can basically be disbanded. Such a big matter. The Council will not let it go. Do you regret it? I won't regret it. It hurts to dig out the scabies, but only in this way can I regain my health and thrive. In a forest, Winter Soldier dragged the unconscious Captain America in the river and dragged him ashore. According to the order received, he was going to kill the other party. However, a voice in my heart kept telling him, "He died. You will regret it." He sighed and decided to follow his heart. If this is not love, 5. Nick Fury's guess was not wrong. With such a big incident, the Council's trust in SHIELD has plummeted. SHIELD, which has existed for more than half a century, is finally on the verge of dissolution. He used the hidden permission left by himself to publish all the information of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, he burned his hidden arsenal, disguised himself, and left, completely destroying S.H.I.E.L.D. But this is only an illusion. The founder, Peggy Carter, who has been retired for many years, stood up again and presided over the overall situation. With the support of former backbones such as Phil Coulson and Sharon Carter, SHIELD has turned from bright to dark and is responsible for all kinds of things that the Avengers can't take care of. 177. As Thor's lover, Peggy Carter becomes the link between the two. And Nick Fury, responsible for the Avengers when It's a pity that I put so much effort into creating SHIELD, and it turned out to be nothing. Why? In the living room, Peggy Carter sighed. Sky was aggrieved at the side. You don't know how those old fellows on the Council questioned us. They were so angry. They were the ones who kept calling for local talents and asked Dr. Zola to be recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. Now if something goes wrong, blame us for it. I'm ashamed to keep talking about the safety of the people, and I don't know who almost dropped the nuclear bomb in New York. Although Sky joined SHIELD at a young age, she was not in charge of dealing with the higher-ups, so she had never experienced the shame of a politician like this. Now we are all homeless. You have to take me in. Peggy looked at Thor with a smile. Originally in history, after SHIELD was disbanded, some high-level executives, including Maria Hill, entered Stark Industries. After all, Howard, the former president, was one of the founders of SHIELD, and the two parties got along happily. But that was without Peggy Carter. With Stark's temperament, he had managed to get rid of Obadiah, the minister who had left him alone. If there was another elder, he would probably feel uncomfortable. The current Avengers base is transformed from the Stark building. In the future, as the number of Avengers grows, they will move to a new base in the suburbs. Thor is going to invest in the construction of this new base by himself. He doesn't like the feeling of depending on others. As for funds, the United States, as a country that legally owns guns, has relatively poor security, so there are basically no people on the streets late at night. In a remote alley, a group of men in black with guns surrounded a mother and son. Run, keep running. The leading man in black sneered. The woman looked desperate. In fact, her husband attached great importance to their safety and brought a lot of bodyguards with him every time he went out, but this time this group of people obviously came prepared. She begged, I beg you, let my son go. I can give you as much money as you want. The man in black laughed loudly. Money? Although I like it very much, I only want your son's life today. He raised his gun and was about to shoot. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and the expected death did not come. The woman raised her head and saw a figure in front of her, holding the bullet with one hand. The man in black was frightened by this scene. A dog-legged sternly threatened. Who are you? F***KU. Get out of here and mind your own business. He raised his gun to Thor's head. How dare a young man point a gun at himself? Thor sneered. Idiot, your boss doesn't say anything. How can you speak up? With a slap, the guy's head spun around his neck like a spinning top. After a long time, he stopped slowly, and his head fell to the ground. The neck was twisted into a thin tendon, and not even a little blood came out. The man in black was so frightened that he had already recognized the identity of the person in front of him, and shouted, "Quick retreat." The group of people turned around and ran away. Thor didn't bother to chase, because the gang was finished, and the best result was death. He turned to look at the mother and son. Thank you for saving my son. Thank you so much. The woman hugged a little boy about 10 years old and couldn't stop thanking Thor. Tutu. Thor was about to speak when a burst of submachine gun shooting and screams came from 1.6 outside the alley. The gunfire subsided within 10 seconds. Thor came back to his senses, waved his hand, and said, "It's okay. It's just a matter of little effort. It's easy for you, but for me, their mother and child are my everything." An extremely burly middle-aged man walked into the alley, followed by a group of bodyguards armed with submachine guns. One of the bodyguards was carrying a dying man, who was the leader of the man in black who ran out just now. It was the burly middle-aged man who spoke. Wilson Fisk, a well-known entrepreneur and philanthropist in the United States, has a very good reputation in the eyes of the public. If there is no accident, he will become the mayor of New York in the future. Such a simple, honest, slightly obese bald man. On the surface, no one would think that he is the biggest underworld leader in New York and even the world, the king of the underground black empire, Gene Bing. Many people are deceived by Gene Bin's appearance, thinking that he is just a fat man. In fact, more than 90% of his body is made of muscles. His strength is amazing. He can punch through a wall with his bare hands, and he is also a world-class fighter. Without cheating, even Captain America is no match for him. It can be said that without super abilities or high technology, Gene Bin is the strongest human being. Or use it, his muscles are super ability. Low-profile version of Hulk, that's him. In addition, like many villains, 07 Gene also has a beloved person, his wife and son. Thank you very much, Your Highness Thor. Vanessa told me what happened. If it wasn't for Your Highness's help, I would have lost my most important person today. Gene Bin was grateful, and even adopted the honorific title of Your Highness to Thor. Thor glanced at his wife and children nearby. Gene Bing observed his words, reacted immediately, and ordered, "Protect them and go back, clean up the blood, and then go to the police station to say hello and say it's a gang fight." All his subordinates left with his wife and children. Only then did Gene Bing turn his head and said with humility on his cold face, "If Your Highness needs anything, I will try my best to satisfy it simply by saving my wife and children." Thor said, "Should I call you Wilson Fisk or Kingpin?" Gene Bin was taken aback and immediately said, "Your Highness wishes me to be Wilson, and I am Wilson. Your Highness wishes me to be Gene Bin, and I am Gene Bin. Even, I can give everything I own to Your Highness." If someone sees his appearance, no matter what his identity is, it will be enough to make his jaw drop. Thor nodded in satisfaction. It has to be said that there is definitely a reason why Gene Bin was able to start from nothing and become a super boss who eats both black and white. He is smart and courageous. He clearly knew that it was impossible for Thor to take away his inheritance, because even if he took it, it would be useless. Not everyone could control the underground kingdom, and without gold, it would be a mess. Even if it is really taken over, it is impossible to manage it in person, and it must be controlled through gold unions. And once Thor is handed over, the benefits brought cannot be measured by money. Definitely, Thor saved his wife and children is also a reason. Thor shook his head. Only you can be the king of the underground, and it's useless for me to come. Then, no matter what your highness wants, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not disappoint his highness. Thor nodded in satisfaction, threw him 2 small bottles, and turned to leave. It's undiluted extremis, Kim said with surprise. Unlike the diluted products on the market, the authentic extremis is only a few batches sold to General Ross, and there are less than 20 sticks. At the beginning, he used various methods, but he only got 1. Now, Thor has given him 2 more, which means that the safety of his wife and children will be greatly guaranteed. Looking at Thor's back, Jean-Bin suddenly picked up his mobile phone and made a call. Thor Odinson, transfer $10 billion to this account. The person on the other end of the phone almost dropped the microphone. Back at the manor, Thor received a text message of the account notification, and he smiled with satisfaction. The value of Jean-Bin is very high, whether it is his wealth or his ability to take both. The entire underground world of the United States is almost under his control. There are countless 443 officials secretly controlled by him, and even most of the FBI is controlled by him. Originally, he planned to go directly to Jean-Bin's, but an accidental assassination made things easier. 070-8407 Felu-1. Jean-Bin was really smart. He put himself in the position of Thor's subordinate without taking the initiative to make any demands, and instead directly called him a huge sum of money. It seems stupid, but in fact for Jean-Bin, it is impossible for Thor to directly intervene in his power, and the autonomy is still in his hands. Being Thor's subordinate in name will only make his position more stable. At least it can save the Avengers from troubles for him. The timeline of this book is different from that of the movie. For example, the plot of Hulk is placed before Iron Man, and Captain America 2 is placed before Thor 2. In fact, many plots can happen in advance. The protagonist, it can help General Ross find Hulk in advance. And Hydra will also launch the Insight plan in advance because of the protagonist's sharpness, etc. SHIELD just disbanded. There are many trivial things to deal with. About a month later, Nick Fury, who had settled down again, was ready to kill HYDRA. They must not be given a chance to make a comeback, and the lessons learned from the past are right in front of us. I'm going to ask the Avengers to go to Sokovia and solve the trouble of Hydra once and for all. In the list given by Thor before, Hydra still has an important stronghold in Sokovia that has not been cleared, because Mind Gem blocked the Insight plan, so there is no signal in this area. No need to think about it. The last stronghold of HYDRA. The security of this place can no longer be simply described as strict. Moreover, the opponent has a Mind Gem in his hand, so this is no longer something SHIELD can handle, and the Avengers must be dispatched. Nick Fury came to Thor's door to discuss the plan of eradicating the weeds, but he was declined. The time is not yet ripe. Hydra is very vigilant now. Attacking now will only scare the enemy, and then the opponent will disperse and make troubles all over the world. Wait for them to relax and attack suddenly, and then none of them will be able to escape. In fact, this is just Nick Fury's fooling around. Others don't know what Hydra is doing in Sokovia, but he does. They are using infinite gems to conduct human experiments in an attempt to create a superhero to deal with the Avengers. At the end of this experiment, there are only 2 survivors left. One is Quicksilver, a small character. Another Wanda, but one of the most powerful in the future Avengers camp. And one, Thor lowered his voice. If we fight in the past now, it is very likely that we will lose 2 future Avengers, one of which is a superhero who is stronger than me and Carlo. Nick Fury is a smart guy. Regardless of whether Captain Marvel destroyed Ronin's fleet or Thor's record of destroying countless Cheetah in one blow, he knew it all. It is no exaggeration to say that it would not take much effort for either of these 2 people to destroy the Earth. To what extent would a superhero stronger than them reach? He no longer dared to imagine. In fact, Thor couldn't get away at this time. This morning, Sif suddenly told Thor news. Jane Foster is missing. Just last night, because an anomaly was detected in the space near Stonehenge in England, Jane went to the local area to investigate. Then all of a sudden lost contact. Sif contacted Heimdall, but even Heimdall couldn't find her, as if she had disappeared frequently. Thor, who knew the plot, was not too worried. He came to England, opened a room near Stonehenge, and waited for Jane's return. In a dark world, Miss Jane is fully armed, holding Mjolnir tightly and walking slowly forward. Although she has become a female Thor, her greatest hobbies are still astronomy and space science. For a while, she was traveling around, and when she heard the abnormality of Stonehenge, she rushed over immediately, but she entered this strange space in a daze. This place gave her a very oppressive feeling. All means of contact had lost their effect, and it seemed to be boundless, and she couldn't get out. She clenched Mjolnir tightly, paying attention to the surrounding noises vigilantly. At this moment, a ruined stone pillar appeared in front of it, and a narrow gap in the middle divided it into two halves. In the gap, strands of red mist that looked like smoke were constantly churning. Miss Jane approached cautiously, tense. Suddenly, the group of red mist erupted instantly and rushed towards her. Miss Jin was caught off guard and was rushed into her body by the mist. Not good. Miss Jin turned pale with shock. Although she didn't know the details of the red mist, it was definitely not a good thing from such an evil look. Before I had time to check my physical condition, I felt my mind sink and passed out. This is a desolate world, a dead silence, not a blade of grass grows. Wardheim, the place where the Dark Elves once lived in the Nine Realms. Since many years ago, Bor, the last king of ACI, Norley, Guard, led an army to defeat the Dark Elves. This place has become a place of death that no one wants. A huge amounts of spaceship suddenly appeared here. On the spaceship, a pale face slowly opened his eyes. He slowly opened his withered lips and said hoarsely, "The ether has awakened us. The celestial bodies are about to converge. This time, we must take back the ether, restore our glory back then, and let the entire universe return to darkness. People of Asgard, you have had enough time in peace. This time, your end has come. King of the Dark Elves, Malekith." Jane slowly opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling in front of her. "Where am I?" "The funds have been transferred to your card. I will be away for a while, so you will help in the construction of the new base of the Avengers. The venue should be as large as possible, and money is not a problem. In the future, SHIELD can also settle in it." Thor's voice came. "Damn it, where did you get so much money? Don't tell me the research center earned it." Natalia complained from the other side of the phone. "Although Maya Hansen's research income is quite a lot, it is absolutely impossible to have 10 billion. Don't worry, the money was obtained through legitimate channels, and there will be no problem. This is not a lie. Gene Bingming's identity on the surface is a big entrepreneur and a super rich man, and the money given to him is completely fine. Even if there is a problem, it can become okay. As for secretly, he might be worth more than Tony Stark. By the way, remind Nick Fury about Sokovia. Don't act rashly until I come back. Unless he is ready for the Avengers to die." This is not alarmist talk. Wanda's ability fluctuates like a 100 roller coaster. Without the battle strength like myself or Jane, if you rush and recklessly, if someone breaks out, you may really kneel. After hanging up the phone, Thor turned to the bewildered Jane Foster, smiled and said, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Jane shook her head. "It's okay, but I'm a little tired. I fell into a strange space, and there was gray silence everywhere. Before I passed out, a red mist entered my body, and I didn't know it was a hef." Then he asked in a low voice, "I didn't screw up something, did I? That space feels very evil to me, like a place where some demon is sealed. This brain hole." Thor shook his head and explained to her, "It's none of your business. The space you mentioned should be related to the Dark Elves. This is an evil race. They are determined to expel the light in the universe and bring the world back into darkness. Many years ago, the former king of Asgard, my grandfather Bor, led an army to fight against them. In that war, The Dark Elves used a treasure called ether to create a large number of cursed warriors. In the end, we won. The ether is missing. If I'm not mistaken, the red substance in your body is the legendary ether, and its other name is Reality Gem, and its ability is Alter Reality. Thor's words attracted Miss Jane. She is no longer the stupid scientist she was at the beginning. She learned some knowledge about infinite gems from Asgard's classics. Jane Foster asked curiously, but since they have treasures that can alter reality, how could the Dark Elves lose? Thor knocked her on the head with his finger. Do you really think that a gem is invincible? Alter reality, such a heaven-defying ability, must have limitations. Otherwise, wouldn't other infinite gems be just a display? On the one hand, the greater the modification, the more energy is needed to activate it. When the energy is not enough, it will draw the vitality of the user. Secondly, its modification effect is time-sensitive. When the Dark Elf was transformed into a cursed after the fighter, the duration is very short, and once the effect expires, it will run out of life and die. This is why Thanos needs to collect 6 gems to snap his fingers. The pure reality gem is actually a bit tasteless. The effect of erasing life is limited, and it must be helped by other gems. A power gem that provides the energy needed to wipe out half of life. Space gem. Let the range of snapping fingers spread to the entire universe. The time gem makes alter reality's time permanent and never disappears. As for what role the mind gem and soul gem played in it, Thor doesn't know much. Jane's eyeballs rolled, as if thinking of something. Thor saw her thoughts at a glance, and said with a smile, "Don't think about taking advantage of loopholes. It won't work. I checked just now, and when the lifespan becomes infinite, our lifespan will not be recognized by the ether." Miss Jin stuck out her tongue, feeling very embarrassed to be poked in the center. "What are we going to do now? I just heard you say you're leaving. Where are you going?" Jane is actually a very assertive and independent career woman, but in front of Thor, she was used to listening to him. "I'll take you back to Asgard. Although the ether won't hurt you temporarily, it's definitely not a good thing to stay in the body for a long time. I'll take you back and let the magicians check it out." Thor picked up Jane, who was still a little weak, and jumped downstairs from the window, shouting to the sky, "Heimdall, take us back." The bright light communicated with the world, and Thor and Jane disappeared in place. "Hello and welcome to Asgard, valiant humans. I am Asgardian of Bifrost, Heimdall." Heimdall greets Jane Foster. In the original book, he is polite to Jane Foster because of Thor. And now, for the new Thor that Mjolnir has approved, he respects it from the bottom of his heart. On a faintly shining platform, Jane Foster was lying on her back, and several witches were examining her. A certain substance in her body is very dangerous and may explode at any time. If it is not for the divine power in her body to protect her, she may become very weak. A witch spoke. Thor nodded and asked her, "Can you extract that substance?" The witch was silent. Thor also had a headache. As far as he knows, there are only 2 ways to extract high particles. One is to resonate with Malekith's energy and suck them out. The other is going to find a certain little raccoon. Thor doesn't believe that the ether can be drawn out with a normal big syringe. If it is determined that this is ether, there may be a way to extract it. Odin's voice sounded. "Oh, you are." Jane looked at Odin, who walked in the door. "The king of God, Odin, father of Thor, Asgardian of the 9 realms." Odin came in and said solemnly, "Ether is the reality gem in infinite gems. We call it ether precisely because other gems usually exist in the form of stone, but ether is liquid and constantly changing, only in certain conditions. Under the carrier, he will show the form of infinite gems. It converts various substances into dark matter, looks for new hosts, and secretly absorbs energy from the host's vitality. Then how do we take it out?" Thor was a little worried. Although Jane will not be sucked away because of the blessing of eternal life. But if the ether stays in her body for a long time like a parasite, it is not a good thing. The function of ether is to change the reality, which needs to consume the host's strength or vitality. In layman's terms, it is to make a wish. If it is a simple wish, The energy consumed is not large. After you take her to your mother in a while, she is better at all kinds of things. Black magic. You can tell her how to mobilize energy to make a wish to the ether and expel it from the body. Thor nodded. The 9 kingdoms are about to join forces, and we will soon be able to invade Asgard. I can sense that the ether is there. On the Dark Elf's huge amounts of spaceship, Malekith took out a dark red gem and said in a low voice, "This is the core that we sacrificed a large number of compatriots through the ether. Algrim, you will finally accept curse, become a curse warrior. Are you ready?" Algrim, the strongest fighter under him, looked fanatical at this moment. "I am willing to give my life, just like our people." Malekith nodded in satisfaction, took out a silver dagger, cut Algrim's body, and stuffed the red gemstone that exuded evil aura into his wound. He whispered in Algrim's ear, "You will be cursed by this world until you are fully assimilated." Algrim said slowly, "At that time, our enemies will no longer be able to stop you. I will completely smash them and create a brand new universe full of darkness for you." 0. Seeking flowers. A moment later, several dark elf fighter planes with strange shapes flew out of the spaceship. Odin keeps sending me new neighbors, really thoughtful. In Asgard's dungeon, Loki looked at the new batch of prisoners who came in with a sarcasm on his face. "Aren't you interested in the request I sent?" Frigga's voice sounded behind him. Do you want to be a bookworm forever?" 0. "No, I'm just doing my best to make your life better." "Really?" Loki sneered. "Where's Odin? He thinks the same." And Thor? I'm really sorry to make them worry about me so much." "Loki." Frigga's tone became a little more serious. "It's entirely your own fault for getting to where you are today." "Oh, didn't Odin say I was born to be king? I just did what he said. You have killed countless lives on Earth. A true king must dare to admit his mistakes. Your father. He's not my father." Loki growled suddenly. Frigga paused, looked into his eyes, and asked, "What about me? Am I not your mother?" Loki and her looked at each other for a few seconds, turned his head, and said coldly, "Neither are you." "Hey, mother. So you are here." I said, "Why can't I find you?" Loki paused, hearing the last sound he wanted to hear. In Loki's cell, a brutal and inhumane ravage was going on. Loki felt like he was back to the days when he was beaten up every day, and it was a mixed doubles. The difference is that Sif was replaced by the more violent Miss Jane. This one is for New York. This is Miss Jane. After a slap, she found that she could no longer get her hands in. "It's okay to be disrespectful to your elder brother, but how dare you treat your mother with such an attitude? This is Thor. He is attacking from all directions." Frigga didn't stop him. "Loki is really too much. He deserves to be beaten." Thor drew a portal. "Jane, 257, you and the Queen go back first, and I need Loki to communicate with each other." The two of them were sent away. "She's not my mother. You're not my brother." Loki roared angrily, but his roar was like the scream of the victim. Not even a strong condemnation, but it made Thor fight harder. "Huh." Rubbing his sore arms, Thor complained, "I won't beat you anymore. I'm exhausted. Beating people is also a work of strength." Loki's face was murderous. "Okay, we're not in a good mood today, and we can't talk about any tricks. I'll come to you another day." Thor turned and left. No wonder. He hid in the shadows and stared at a burly guy in the cell opposite Loki. Not surprisingly, this dark elf will soon become a cursed warrior. "Hello, my name is Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend on Earth." Facing Frigga, Jane was obviously a little nervous. Unlike Odin, who sees himself as a good warrior, a potential new god, the way Frigga looked at her was purely for her daughter-in-law. "Thor, you be asterisk 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 D. You don't accompany your parents when you see them. Son, don't be nervous. Thor told me about you, and I know all about your experiences together." A loud noise came and caught their attention. "Is something wrong with the prison?" "Thor's still in there, and there won't be any big trouble." In the prison, the cursed warrior broke out suddenly, broke through the prison gate, and released a large number of prisoners. Prisoners here, most of whom were vicious, were suddenly freed and rioted in an instant. They rushed to the door and were blocked by Thor. If you go back to the cell now, forget it, it's too full just to make room. With a bang punch, it hit the head of the prisoner in front of him, smashing his forehead with his helmet. The prisoners were frightened by his killing decisively, and then they rushed up together with despair in their eyes, including the cursed warrior. As for Miss Jane, he is not worried. Firstly, Kai cursed the warrior to be held back, and secondly, Jane's strength was not much worse than that of herself at the same time in the original drama. Loki was speechless watching this scene. My brother once again showed his black belly, playing fishing and law enforcement so slippery. Thor, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't hide it from Loki, but he deliberately waited for the prisoners to riot before showing up. On Bifrost, Heimdall suddenly felt an unknown flight object approaching Zero. He rushed up to a good tower next to Bifrost, leaped onto an invisible being, and slammed the Guardian's sword into it. The invisible flight object showed its figure. It was a black fighter plane that had never been seen before. As a fighting nation, Asgard's reaction was not unpleasant. Almost at the same time as the color fighter plane appeared, the sirens sounded. Seeing that the sneak attack method was ineffective, the Dark Elves no longer hid, and countless black fighter planes rushed to meet Asgard's troops. One side is a hasty counterattack, the other side is a long-planned attack, and the two sides are evenly matched. Asgard's strength and background are fully displayed. Heimdall realized that it was difficult to stop the invasion of the Dark Elves. He quickly ran to the Bifrost control room, raised the Guardian sword, and was about to insert the switch and open the protective cover guarding the Golden Hall. If this protective cover is opened, and the cursed warrior inside is held back by Thor and unable to destroy the shield generator, the Dark Elf invasion this time will definitely end in failure. At that time, they will face Asgard, which has completely burst out its war potential and is full of soldiers. The steel torrent composed of countless fighter planes and spaceships can drown all enemies. At this moment, a Dark Elf fighter suddenly changed direction and slammed into the direction of Heimdall. The Dark Elf driving the fighter shouted an incomprehensible slogan, which probably meant HYDRA hail. Heimdall was caught off guard by the rushing fighter plane and flew out. The Guardian's sword fell aside before it could be inserted into the switch. Boom! The invasion of the Dark Elves is almost desperate, and countless fighters are raging over Asgard. In addition to heading towards the Golden Hall, there are more options to bomb the civilian area below to divert the opponent's attention. Facing thousands of years of hatred, Malekith would not care about civilian casualties, let alone in enemy territory. Every huge amounts of fighter planes were shot down, and what fell below was a small-scale destruction. In front of the Golden Hall, anti-aircraft guns covered with runes fired continuously golden shells, and the dense artillery formed a barrage that almost covered the entire sky. A group of the most elite commandos drove their fighter planes into the barrage in the Sky 07, opening a hole for the fighter planes behind them, and more fighter planes crashed straight into the main entrance of the Golden Hall, rushing towards the building, a temple that has never been invaded by foreign enemies. The main entrance of the magnificent hall was smashed to pieces on the spot, and the black fighter plane rushed to the innermost part like a bulldozer. Malekith jumped off the fighter plane, looked at Odin's throne ahead, and laughed wildly. Odin was not there, and the guards guarding in front of Odin's throne quickly drew their swords out of their sheaths. The ether is in that direction. You must hold off if you stay here. Odin's throne remained in sight, but Malekith knew what was more important. As long as you rush to the place where the ether is, no matter whose body it is possessed in, the Dark Elf's secret technique is enough to extract it together with the opponent's vitality. The Dark Elves rushed up and fought with Odin's Praetorians. Although the number is small, the strength of the Imperial Guards far exceeds that of the opponent. They attached their divine power to the shield and withstood the opponent's laser gun. If it weren't for the more terrifying black technology black hole grenade, the Dark Elves would be vulnerable. Relying on a huge number and the support of the black hole grenade, the Dark Elves barely suppressed the guards. Until Odin, who quelled chaos everywhere, came. It took more than 10 minutes for Odin to arrive with his guards. With a wave of the holy gun Kunganir, 1,000 dazzling golden lights flashed, and the dark elf in sight suddenly turned into fly ash. After defeating this group of dark elves, Odin suddenly woke up Frigga. Since it was the dark elves who came to attack, their target is likely to be the Ether, and Ether's resident Jane Foster is in Frigga's palace. Odin bolted away. Malekith pushed open the door of the bedroom, and a middle-aged woman came into view. "Stand back, monster!" The majestic Queen Frigg looked at him with a long sword in her hand. "Get out of here immediately. I can spare your life." Malekith sneered, "Oh, let me get what I want, and I can make you live to see the destruction of Asgard." What responded to him was a flash of swordlight. The speed of this sword was very fast. If it wasn't for the intuition of the top powerhouse, which made him subconsciously flash, that blow just now was enough to seriously injure him. One hit missed, and another stab came, and Malekith dodged hastily. Being taken the lead by the opponent, Malekith was quite embarrassed to resist. "You've p********* D me off, old woman." Malekith knew that if Odin let go, he would lose all chances, and he had to put all his eggs in one basket. Algrim could no longer count on it. Facing Frigg's hard blow, he sneered and crushed a walnut-like cursed core in his hand. He had already been prepared, and if he couldn't do anything, he would make himself a cursed warrior. The bright red light spread from his arms to his whole body like lava, and his already burly figure further swelled. Frigga stabbed with his sword, but it was as if he had pierced metal, and a ray of fire appeared from the tip of the sword. Malekith twitched desperately, and a terrifying roar came from his ever-expanding body. There was no doubt that terrifying power was being bred inside, as if a terrifying giant beast that had been sleeping for a long time was waking up. 283, a dash. Huge amounts of roar resounded through the sky. In the dungeon, the head of the cursed warrior Algrim hangs down. Thor drew his sword from his body, and with one blow he beheaded him. In the direction of Frigg's bedroom, Malekith's roar came. Thor was startled, and suddenly thought that there may not be only one curse core left by Malekith. In the current situation, he must have put all his eggs in one basket to transform himself. Watching the dungeon in chaos, Thor punches Loki's cell and frees him. Loki is a little confused. "Listen, I'll just say this once. The Dark Elves have invaded, and now they've reached Mother's bedroom. Mother is in danger, and I have to save her. You can choose to mess around. It's your choice." After finishing speaking, he turned around and left, rushing in the direction of Frigga. The Palace of Asgard is different from other places. In order to ensure safety, Odin ordered to build a large number of space barrier magic circles, which prevented the possibility of space movement in the temple. In the Palace of Asgard, there is only one person who can activate the space teleportation with the defense mode turned on: the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and Thor, a half-witted magician, is far from being able to do it. Now it seems that all of this is like lifting a rock and shooting himself in the foot, and Thor's portal cannot be opened. Luckily, he has a quick flight ability that replicates Captain Marvel. The huge amounts of roar also alarmed Odin in the distance. An ominous premonition arose in his heart, and he quickened his pace, but a large number of dark elves kept rushing forward to die, delaying time abruptly. Odin was equally anxious. In his life, he has calculated many people, enemies, allies, brothers, and even his own daughter. If it weren't for the short lifespan, you, the heir who showed his sharpness, would be suspicious of him. But he never thought about putting Frigga in danger. In the original play, it was Frigga's death that caused Odin to explode with anger that he hadn't experienced in thousands of years, and almost launched a national war against the Dark Elves. Inside the bedroom, Malekith, who had transformed into a cursed warrior egg, laughed wildly and grabbed the queen with one claw. Frigg raised her long sword to block, but was twisted by a claw and slapped heavily on her chest, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backwards. Malekith stepped forward, grabbed her by the neck, and lifted her up. "Tell me, where's Ein?" "You'll never get it." Frigga glared at him. "You can't see it anymore." Malekith raised the dagger in his hand. I really want to see what Odin will look like when he sees your corpse. If you kill her, you'll never get the ether." A voice suddenly interrupted his movements, and Jane Foster stood at the door, holding a tube of potion in his hand. She who had just taken out the ether had spent a lot of energy and seemed a little weak. "Give me the ether. I can let her go." Malekith pinched Frigga's neck to prevent her from speaking, and the dagger in the other hand pressed against her chest. Jane stared at him closely, suddenly flicked her hand, and threw the ether out of the door. While Malekith was looking in the direction of the ether, Mjolnir flew out of her hand, knocking him staggering. The body shot out and pulled Frigg over. Malekith stretched out his hand, and a dark red energy wrapped around the ether, pulling it back into his hand. "Stay!" An extremely condensed lightning strike arrived, hitting Malekith's face, and his cheeks burst open immediately. If it was Malekith who hadn't been strengthened, this blow was enough to kill most of him. But in the face of the cursed warrior, he just staggered. "I admit I underestimated you, woman," Malekith said angrily. It's not that he didn't notice the divine power in Jane Foster's body, but he saw that Jane was under 30 and subconsciously regarded her as the second generation of gods who were pampered. After all, he found that the overall strength of Asgard was not as good as it was back then. He didn't expect to be so embarrassed by her beating, which immediately made him angry. "Stupid woman, I want to—" With a crisp sound of pong, Mjolnir flew from behind him, hit him hard on the back of the head, and flew back to miss Jane's hands. And Maleki, who was caught off guard, immediately ate shit. A dazzling thunder flashed, and the black battle armor wrapped Jane's whole body. Frigga clutched her chest and looked at the majestic Miss Jane, muttering to herself, "Thor, you really have a good eye?" Immediately shouted, "Go, you are not his opponent." Miss Jane turned a deaf ear to it, and it was impossible for her to leave the seriously injured Frigga. Turning around at high speed, Mjolnir rushed up, and Wolf slapped Malekith. Bang! With a loud noise, Jane flew upside down and broke a pillar. Under the protection of the power of thunder, she was not injured, but her eyes were a little more dignified. The monster in front of him was far more powerful than her. Her strength is about the same as that of Thor at the same time in history, and she can barely deal with ordinary cursed warriors. But are you okay? Facing the super cursed warrior transformed by Malekith, she is no match at all. "Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill you." The spicy chicken shreds that became a cursed warrior dragged across a stone pillar and became indestructible under the wrap of dark power. The stone pillar fell heavily, and Jane quickly rolled to avoid the pillar and took advantage of this gap to hit Malekith on the chin with a hammer and retreated before Malekith counterattacked. After becoming a cursed warrior, his strength and endurance have been improved by huge amounts but his agility has dropped a lot. His movements are wide open and close, and he has a lot of flaws. Every move of Malekith is shaking and full of momentum, but his movements are too big, but it is difficult to hit Jane Foster. Because of her size, Jane can often slip through the gaps in his moves, and the Mjolnir in her hand hits the vital from time to time. Although it can't cause any damage, it is enough to make him angry. If facing a muscular opponent like Hulk, maybe Jane can grind him to death slowly. But it's a pity that Malekith is not. Before he became a cursed warrior, he was an Olby ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈̈ Jane transformed into a cursed warrior. He quickly thought of a way. Huge amounts of stone pillars slammed towards Frigga fiercely. As a witch, Frigga originally didn't have such agility. 997. Not to mention being seriously injured, she couldn't escape her and close her eyes. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Jane Foster blocked the stone pillar with a hammer, and the huge amounts of power made her blood boil. Before he had time to catch his breath, the spicy chicken shreds hit him again. Bang! 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 3 consecutive heavy blows. Jane's legs have sunk into the floor, and the tiger's mouth has begun to crack, oozing blood. Mjolnir buzzed and quivered as it tried to pull her away, but Jane didn't move. There was a sneer at the corner of Spicy Chicken's mouth. The main purpose of this invasion was to seize the ether. If he could kill this young and potential new god, he would be very happy. It's over, why woman? Thor hurried over. Malekith was raising the stone pillar high and was about to smash it down. Jane Foster was already bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Thor didn't have time to think about it. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards him, hitting the stone pillar filled with dark energy. With a click, the stone pillar was completely shattered. Before Malekith could react, a hand was placed on his shoulder, spinning around randomly. Thor grabbed him and fell heavily to the ground. His ugly face hit the ground. A deep hole was smashed into the extremely solid floor blessed by the Asgard magic circle. Thor dug his head into his long elf ears and punched it hard with a loud bang and punched it down again. In a few moments, Malekith's face was bloody. A red light flashed and pushed Thor away, which was the power of ether. Malekith realized that he was not Thor's opponent, and at the same time felt an extremely huge aura not far away was approaching quickly. He gritted his teeth and jumped out of the balcony. An invisible dark elf fighter suddenly appeared, carried him on it, turned around and ran, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. When the celestial bodies converge, the space is chaotic, and it is impossible to pursue them at all. 2 plus FAF. Ada. Watching Malekith flee, Thor didn't pursue him and turned to Jane and Frigga. Mother, are you all right? Jane's strength is actually not important, at least not to Thor, who has experienced many battles. Frigg coughed a few times. I'm fine. I'll just rest up for a while, thanks to Jane. Jane apologized a little. I'm sorry. The ether was taken away by the other party, and I am not his opponent. Thor shook his head and comforted. It's none of your business. You protected the queen. No one can blame you. Thor could definitely guess that Frigga wanted her to leave with the ether, but she would lose the ether if she stayed after losing the protector. Even if he had to choose, he would choose to give up the ether. Don't worry. I will make the Dark Elves pay the price. Their invasion has completely angered Asgard, and I will completely wipe this race from the universe, Thor said, with a deep anger on his face. In the scene seen in the movie of the previous life, the Dark Elves went straight to the Golden Hall. The movie omitted a lot of details. In this life, I really felt the tragedy of this war intuitively. In order to contain the troops, the Dark Elves dispersed a large number of fighter planes and opened fire on the civilians, leaving the Golden Hall in chaos. As one of the most powerful countries in the universe, Asgard has not been attacked on such a large scale for many years. The attack of the giants of Jotunheim can only be regarded as a child's play. This dark elf invasion is a slap in the face for every Asgard. Moreover, Frigga's serious injury also made him unable to suppress his anger. So what if there is ether? No matter how many curse warriors they create, they are not our opponents. After Asgard is settled, I will ask my father to fight and launch a war against Vadheim. Odin's voice suddenly sounded. I will not pass your challenge. Odin is wearing a battle armor, holding Kunganir with a serious face. After a pause, he continued. This war, led by me, will completely end this evil race. The Dark Elves are defeated by the former King Bull tens of thousands of years ago, and now their remaining forces are hiding in Vadheim. It's not difficult to defeat them. It's rare to find every Dark Elf in the dark environment they are familiar with. This time, we will completely wipe them out so that nothing like this happens again. This is not a battle of defeat, but a battle of annihilation. In the conference hall, Thor was discussing the battle with many soldiers. The 3 warriors have come, and Sif has also rushed back from the earth. Well, I have a question. Since we know that their lair is in Wertheim, why can't we use Bifrost to destroy it? Just like Jotunheim. Loki has an opinion. In yesterday's dungeon crisis, Loki did not disappoint Thor's trust. He tried his best to maintain order and control the situation so that more Shiro could free up his hands to take away the Dark Elves in other places. In addition, Frigga begged Odin to give him another chance, so Odin decided to let him participate in this war, which is regarded as a crime and meritorious service. Thor explained to him, the Dark Elves are not the giants of Jotunheim who don't understand technology. The power of Bifrost does not explode instantly. There's a process from starting to maximum power, and during this process, they can escape through the spaceship. Moreover, the celestial bodies during the convergence period, the space between the 9 realms is disordered and Bifrost cannot hit the target. At this time, Odin, who was sitting on the king, spoke, destroying their fighter planes and troops, and eliminating every exposed target is the whole task. Hide? They can't hide. Thor froze for a moment, then continued. Then, I'm talking about our route. Hey, what does Odin mean? I always think he has other plans. After the meeting, Loki chased after Thor and asked Thor. Thor did not answer his question, but said with a serious face, I am quite satisfied with your performance in dungeon yesterday. Now that the army is about to go out, there are some things that I have to explain to you in advance. I don't trust you completely. In fact, this war is a pure war. Your pranks don't play a big role. It's my mother who wants to believe you. She wants to give you a chance. Loki noticed that Thor used mother instead of mother, and he knew exactly what this meant. It had nothing to do with royal power, but purely the gift of nurturing for thousands of years. For Thor, the extermination of the Dark Elves is more of pure blood revenge. Then what if I betray? I will kill you without any hesitation. Loki shivered, gritted his teeth, and said, Don't worry. You can trust me before you wipe out this group of Dark Elves. The two walked towards Frigg's palace together, and just a few steps away, a long sword was across Loki's neck. What do you mean? Loki looked at him. Sif was expressionless. Your Highness is willing to believe in you, but it doesn't mean we believe in you too. If you dare to betray, I will try my best to be punished by your Highness and kill you. Okay, Loki raised his hands. Destroy the Dark Elves, at least on this point. I agree with you. Haha, Thor patted Sif on the shoulder with a smile. Okay, the enemy should stop intimidating him. After the war is over, I will beat him with you. 0. Seeking flowers 0. Sif drew back the sword and gave Thor a beautiful smile. Loki's face turned dark. Why should your happiness be based on my pain? The two continued to move forward, but the 3 warriors of Asgard also ran up to order Loki. If you dare to betray him, I will kill you. Oh, that's really dreadful, but I'm afraid you're going to have to line up. Loki, knowing that he will never be killed, is a little apprehensive. Thor glanced at him and said lightly, Don't worry, if he really betrayed, I'll use ether to turn Loki into Loki, and then give it to Hulk. In an instant, the blood on Loki's face faded. The possibility of such hot eyes makes me want to vomit just by imagining it. F***K, is this guy a devil? Seeing Loki deflated, the 3 warriors laughed. Fandral whistled excitedly. Count me in. On one side, the rather dull Vostage also made up the knife. Suddenly I'm looking forward to what the hell is this guy's betrayal. F***K, are you all devils? In the palace of the Queen of God, Frigga was lying on the bed with a pale face, and Jane Foster was taking care of her. Thor went in and asked, How is the Queen Mother? The maid at the side replied, With Asgard's magic healing, the Queen of God recovers very quickly, and she will be cured in a few days. Frigg said, Thor, you go out first. I have something to say to Loki alone. Me? Loki? Thor doesn't know what Frigga and Loki talked about, and he doesn't ask. When Loki came out, he still had the same look on his face. Entering the bedroom, Frigga asked first, Your father decided to lead this war personally, right? Thor nodded. Father's attitude is very strange. I always feel that he has other ideas. Frigga sighed. The Dark Elves are an ancient race, after all. On their planet, there will inevitably be all kinds of backhands. If you enter rashly, you will suffer great losses. Your father is old, and he hopes to leave it to you. Is a complete Asgard. Besides, the September 4/3 incident stimulated him a lot this time, so he decided not to think about his status anymore, but to follow his own heart. Wardheim, a planet with a file size of 4 Earths, is the hometown of Dark Elves, and they have lived here for hundreds of millions of years. This is a dark world. Except for the Dark Elves, any race coming here will be limited by the environment, and its strength will be greatly affected. And after so many years, The Dark Elves have already arranged countless fortifications and traps here. A stronghold of the Dark Elves. When will I strike again? I can't wait to destroy Asgard. Your Majesty is creating cursed warriors. As long as there are enough cursed warriors, Asgard's defenses will be vulnerable. I hope this day will come soon. My big axe is already hungry and thirsty. Ugh! Inside the stronghold, a roar sounded, which meant that another cursed warrior appeared. During this day, Malekith has created more than a dozen cursed warriors. As a price, the corpses of Dark Elves were already piled up outside. Malekith returned to his original form from the cursed warrior form, and the side effects of life loss have also been relieved through ether at the cost of the sacrifice of thousands of Dark Elves. People of Asgard, you will pay the price in a short time. Malekith grinned sinisterly. He is very relieved about this place. The environment of this place is very bad for other races, and it is indeed a natural hotbed for Dark Elves. Even if Asgard really came to attack, the outside arrangement and the cursed warrior can give the opponent a hard blow. He didn't know that workers would never given the chance to play all this. A spaceship of huge amounts slowly circled high in the sky, staring at the black planet below. Everyone looked different, because the order Odin gave them was to have no tactics, just hit any Dark Elves in sight after receiving the signal. Thor's expression was a little dignified, and he had already guessed something. In the command room, Odin took a deep breath, and his figure disappeared inside the spaceship and appeared in the vacuum outside. Pay attention. Remember what you see for a while. It is good for your growth. Thor said to Miss Jane and Sif in a deep voice. When Loki heard this behind him, he also stared at Odin. The golden light condensed on Odin's body, becoming more and more dazzling, leaving only a piece of golden light in front of everyone's eyes. Only Thor can barely see that Odin's body is rapidly expanding. Suddenly, the gun of eternity appeared in his hand. Gungnir, obviously in the void, but the loud voice spread throughout the universe. For countless years, Asgard has recuperated and recuperated, perhaps causing many people to forget this name. An abandoned warehouse on Earth, where the remains of the destroyer armor are stored. After Thor destroyed it, SHIELD recovered the wreckage, and Hydra took it away, hoping to find a way to restore it. But how can it be so easy to study the products that contain various precision magic circles? Finally, with the Insight plan, Hydra was almost wiped out, and the wreckage was piled up in warehouse. At this moment, the wreckage of the destroyer was trembling, as if it had been summoned. A few seconds later, pieces of fragments soared into the sky and rushed to the distant sky. Kamar Taj, Ancient One, looked up at a golden light spot in the sky getting brighter and brighter. As if a second sun appeared, she sighed and drew a magic circle in her hand. The space above the earth suddenly became chaotic, covering all this. This kind of God-King majesty that destroys heaven and earth. Even for mortals 4.8, they will be overwhelmed by fear even if they just see it. This old guy, what happened to make him so angry? In the sky, a ray of light flashed away like a meteor. If it wasn't for the cover of Ancient One, the earth, which belongs to the 9 realms, the whole planet would be illuminated. It's time for the universe to remember Asgard again. In the void, the destroyer armor wrapped his whole body, bathed in the brilliance of divine power. Odin, whose body was already hundreds of feet tall, raised his holy spear and stabbed heavily at work. Since Hela was sealed, Asgard has not initiated a foreign war for thousands of years, and at most it has dealt with some rebellions in the 9 realms. When they fought mightily, countless ancient forces got the news immediately and paid attention to the situation here. The change of Asgard's peaceful policy is not a good thing for most forces. The terrifying burst of energy almost shocked the entire universe. Ha 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 ha. Old guy, finally stop pretending. In the dark world, Hela laughed wildly, with a sarcasm all over his face and a hint of excitement. Too much future has been shifted, and I don't know whether it is good or bad. In the main hall of Kamar Taj, Ancient One looked at the sky with worry. Forget it. The matter of Asgard has nothing to do with me. By completely destroying a planet, are Asgard telling the universe that their diplomatic policy has changed? It's a pity if such a strong person can come to my dual field. Malekith roared like crazy. Impossible. Impossible. Odin is already old. Why can he launch such an attack? No one could answer him, and most of the Dark Elves looked at the golden giant that Odin turned into in the sky and were too scared to speak. The spear of eternity, hundreds of thousands of feet long, struck the surface of Wertheim with the aura of destroying everything, and then broke through the ground, piercing into the depths of the Earth's core. In an instant, the entire planet was shaking. On the solid ground, cracks appeared one after another, lava spewed out, and an overwhelming wave of flames swept across the entire Wertheim in an instant, like a doomsday scene. Quick! All fighter planes take off, quick! Malekith finally reacted. There was no need for him to shout. Countless hidden Dark Elves ran out of the lair at this moment, scrambling to rush to the fighter planes everywhere. Compared with revenge, the continuation of the race is the most important thing at this time. If you stay, you will die, and if you rush out, you'll have a chance. Boom! Even through the vacuum, everyone on the Asgard spaceship heard the explosion that resounded through the sky. Wertheim, the planet that the Dark Elves have managed for countless years, was only maintained for a few seconds under Odin's all-out blow, and then quickly disintegrated in the extremely dazzling explosion light and became history. Loki was almost scared to pee when he used the power of the Ice Gate to activate Bifrost. It wasn't such a terrifying momentum. Is this the real divine power? Jane looked at this scene and muttered to herself, as if she was shocked. Yes, Thor nodded. You are still young, and one day you will be able to do all of this. Thor is not a consolation. Kimui, Thor has great potential for growth, and in the comics, he can even be tied with Odin. Thor is not surprised by Odin's performance. Although I have never seen Odin make a full shot, I can guess one or two from his previous fighters. After all, Asgard geology is much harder than that of Wertheim, and Surtur can easily destroy it. And it's no surprise that Odin, who was able to defeat Surtur and even steal the eternal fire, did so with all his might. In the flames, a large number of flight objects rushed out. The first batch of Dark Elves who reacted and boarded the fighter plane and various transport spaceships. Facing Asgard's troops, the Dark Elves, who had already been terrified, did not even dare to take revenge and fled in haste. Attention, they want to escape. My order is don't let anyone go, Thor said coldly. There is no need for prisoners in this battle, and our cells can't afford so many people. Whether it's soldiers, civilians, or no one is left behind, old or young, women and children. This race should have disappeared thousands of years ago. In fact, Thor's encouragement was not needed, and the soldiers did the same. The invasion of the Dark Elves plunged the entire Asgard into sadness and anger, and the casualties of countless civilians plunged them into the anger of revenge, and no one would sympathize with the enemy at all. Overwhelming Asgard fighters, Wang Zhao, rushed out of the spaceship and chased every target. A huge Dark Elf mothership rose up and fled in the opposite direction. Malekith took the last elite to make a desperate move. In the eyes of Loki, a master illusionist, any means of invisibility are useless. The last strength of the Dark Elves is on that mothership, and we must also act so that no one will be left behind. Thor took Jane Foster and Loki aboard a special fighter plane, caught up with Malekith's mothership, and crashed into it. No, Malekith finally snarled in despair. Needless to say, the fighters outside are doomed, and Asgard's overwhelming space fleet will not let them go. And the people in this mothership are already the last seeds of the Dark Elves. The spaceship was almost pierced by Thor's fighter plane, and a large amount of cosmic rays flooded in. A strong man like Malekith could bear it, but ordinary Dark Elves could survive for a few minutes at most in a vacuum, and they were dead. Looking at the three people who climbed off the plane and came over, Malekith no longer had any hope. Only revenge was left in his heart. He already knew that these three people have extraordinary identities. Two are the only princes of Asgard, and one is the future princess. If these three people can be dragged into hell before they die, then it will be great for Asgard. Said the same is an unbearable loss. Kill them. He issued the last order, and the remaining dozen or so cursed fighters surrounded 707. With a click, the cursed core in his hand was crushed, and Loki's once again transformed into the cursed War King. A cursed warrior rushed up first. "Leave this to me." Loki flashed his dagger and took the lead. Jane Foster gave him a suspicious look. As far as she knew, Thor's younger brother was famously cowardly. Even if he got a shot once in a while, he would immediately come back even more cowardly in the next round. Thor laughed silently. The simple Ms. Jin couldn't see it. So couldn't he see it too? Luo Tong was the first one to rush up because she saw that the people behind were more like masters. "Leave the biggest one to me, and leave the rest to you." Miss Lien was tortured even worse by Malekith's despicable tactics last time, and this will obviously be to get back the game. A hag. Thor nodded and looked at the remaining cursed warriors. "I'm the son of Odin, the heir to the throne. In hell, remember my name." Hearing his identity, the cursed warrior's eyes turned red, and he screamed to pounce on him. As Malekith's adjutant, Algrim, who made a fuss about dungeon back then, was originally very powerful. And now the cursed fighters transformed by these ordinary soldiers are far from comparable to him. Even a group of them is not much threat to Thor. Miss Jin faced Malekith, relying on her body skills to deal with him, but she was able to fight with ease. What was more miserable was Loki. He picked the weakest one, but the weakest one still hung him up and beat him. After a face-to-face encounter, Loki flew upside down. Fortunately, Loki has the physique of the giants of Jotunheim after all, and has been honed by Thor's iron fist. His fighting ability is absolutely top-notch. Although it is a bit miserable, he is full of spirit. Crack! Thor twisted the neck of the last cursed warrior, and then watched Miss Jane's performance with great interest. It seemed that Jane had the upper hand. Malekith's attack can't hit her at all, but her hammer is constantly beckoning everywhere, which is very interesting to watch. Especially Ms. Jin's original appearance is very good. But the problem is that it looks good, it doesn't hurt. After strengthening, Malekith's bones were so hard that he died. Mjolnir had to play a symphony with bang bang bang, but the opponent was still so fierce. It doesn't matter. The cursed warrior has a time limit. You will win when all his life force is exhausted. Loki walked up with a smile on his face. Originally, he had been abused by the cursed warrior, but later the cursed warrior found out that Thor's teammate team had been wiped out, and he was hit by Loki's black hole grenade in a panic. "Come and help me," Miss Jane said angrily at Thor. She regrets it now. Last time she was distracted to protect Frigga and was beaten badly. This time, under the pressure of Thor, she fought Malekith with all her strength. She wanted to get back the game, but found that she still couldn't fight. Thor slowly surrounded him, and Loki also came up with a dagger in an attempt to grab the head. His subordinates were all dead, and Asgard fighter planes approached slowly. Malekith finally realized sadly that he might already be the last member of this race. There are 3 enemies in front of him. He is not Thor's opponent. Even Miss Jane is very difficult to win. Malekith finally decided to put all his eggs in one basket, dropped all defenses, and lunged at Loki. Damn it! Loki, who was thinking about grabbing the head just now, was caught off guard. He grabbed the neck, snatched the dagger from his hand, and stabbed it fiercely in the chest. Loki exploded like a punctured balloon with 10 bangs. A trap. It was too late for Malekith to react. Thor's palm was thrust into his back from behind, and the thunder in his palm erupted instantly, destroying his body. No matter how strong the vitality of the cursed warrior was, there would not be much magic resistance inside his body. Malekith fell down with endless unwillingness. So far, the Dark Elves who once ravaged the entire universe have been completely extinct and become history. The impact of this genocide is huge amounts of. Everywhere in the 9 realms is silent except for Earth, which is protected by Kamartaj. Odin's strong shot seems to bring them back to the era of being conquered. In the universe, those ancient countries raised the threat of Asgard to the highest level, and at the same time sent envoys to try to form an alliance. On the ruined Titan, Thanos looked at the sky for a long time without saying a word, and Black Order also remained silent. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly. He is still really powerful. Thousands of years ago, if Asgard fought against the victorious Odin in order to capture the Tesseract, no one interrupted, except Black Dwarf, who is not very good at thinking, who is still flattering. How strong is it? Even if it is as strong as Odin, it is definitely not the opponent of the Master. Also in the Black Order, despite his burly physique, his status is actually the lowest. Unlike several others who follow Thanos fanatically for various reasons, Black Dwarf's allegiance to Thanos is purely for the survival of the race. Stack the thickest armor, bear the most poisonous armor, charge first, and die first. Thanks to the fact that this guy is really resistant to beatings, he has survived until now. Just like that, he had to lick a few words to express loyalty. But this time, he was flattering the horse's feet. Seeing Thanos' face was embarrassing, and Corvus Glaive next to him slapped him hard. Shut up. No, just stop talking. If Thanos can really beat Odin, he still needs to send Loki to the Earth to cause trouble? Looking at Thanos' expression, it is obvious that he has suffered a lot. Thanos didn't attack, he said in a deep voice. In any case, until Odin dies, try to avoid entering the 9 realms with great fanfare. Contact my good brother Thor and say, for our deep friendship, Sakaar is willing to be an eternal ally with Asgard. Gao Tianzuan ordered his subordinates. Definitely, the first half of the sentence is pure fart, and the second half is the business. Regardless of Odin's strength, Asgard also showed the top war potential in the universe. Such a behemoth is worth making friends with. After dismissing his subordinates, Gao Tianzuan looked at the 2 gladiators pecking at each other in the arena and sighed. Alas, there is no one who can beat a group of lovers. I don't know when the next champion fighter will appear. Well, it's best to look burly and muscular at first glance. Recently, audiences like to watch violent aesthetics. After the war, the aftermath was handed over to Sif and others, and Odin entered Odin's sleep as soon as he came back. This time it took longer than usual, and it took 7 days to wake up. In the original play, because he destroyed Bifrost, Odin had to consume a lot of divine power when She-Rita invaded and activated dark energy to send Thor to the Earth, resulting in overdraft of divine power. Trapped to Earth by Loki. In this life, at least on the surface, Odin still has divine power. After Odin's sleep woke up, he chose to leave for a period of time regardless of his retention. I have experienced too many changes in my life. Now, I need a quiet time to think, review, and reflect on my life. He looked at Loki and smiled faintly. In the beginning, I did regard you as the link to rule Jotunheim, but after many years, I finally decided to give up this plan and hide it all. I didn't expect to be discovered by you. I'm so sorry. 0. Seeking flowers. Loki wanted to say something, but Odin's confession made him speechless. Seeing Loki like this, Odin didn't say much, turned to look at Thor with a complicated expression. Unfortunately, you didn't follow the path I arranged in the end. Asgard is in your hands. I don't know what will happen. It is still impossible to restore the glory. But I hope that one day you can prove that you are stronger than me. He no longer tried to correct Thor's philosophy, nor did he want to argue with him. Everyone has their own ideas. Since Thor has the ability, he doesn't need to follow the path he arranged. This is the mind of a strong generation. Drip. Congratulations to the host for completing the Odin-related mission, War and Peace, successfully getting Odin to recognize his own ideas and getting a reward. Passive skill, Man of Steel. A fiery energy flows through the whole body, and Thor obviously feels that his body is being transformed. Oh, Odin also felt Thor's change, and he grabbed one of Thor's arms to hold the pulse. It's unbelievable. Your physical strength has reached an extremely high level. Maybe this is the confidence to change the future. Odin exclaimed, but you have to pay attention. There is no absolutely invincible defense in this world, and there is no with a truly invincible artifact. You must not be careless because of this and underestimate the strong in the universe. Thor nodded. He'd always known that. Asgard already has the Tesseract. Two infinite gems are too close together to be wise. So, I think the ether should be given to someone who can keep it safe. In the hall, Vostage expressed his opinion, which was agreed by many people. In a sense, what he said actually made sense. However, the power of the ether is very dangerous. If another evil race like the Dark Elves appears and uses the power of the ether to grow, it will eventually cause hidden dangers. Loki retorted on the spot. That's why we're looking for someone with the ability to guard it, like Collector Tamley, 697, Yit-Tawan. The two sides are arguing endlessly, and there's a reason why there is a guest. There is no need to argue. Thor interrupted everyone. He picked up the ether and said slowly, "Infinite gems is indeed a temptation for many people, whether it is one or two. Even if we send it out, and others will try to collect it. For example, Thanos, the Overlord. Counting the ether, there are already 4 infinite gems within the 9 realms. Regardless of whether there is ether or not, Thanos will come to seize it sooner or later. Sending ether will only make it easier for him to take it. Although the Collector is powerful, but compared to Thanos is still far behind. 0. Thor's words settled the matter, and no one refuted it. The ether and Tesseract were stored together in the treasure house of the palace. Although Asgard looks similar to medieval Europe, it is actually highly civilized and not the autocratic monarchy people imagined. Therefore, even if Odin is not under the same position, there will be no trouble. This is the real reason why Odin is optimistic about Thor, because he can fight. Although Loki's political attributes are high, his advantage in Asgard is not obvious. However, this period of time is different. Envoys from all over the universe come to Asgard to visit, and it is impossible for Thor to fight them one by one. In the end, I was so annoyed by the whole thing that I simply became a shopkeeper. At this time, Loki is very useful. My brother, are you really going to leave this kind of thing to me? Loki stared dumbfounded at the stack of reports in front of him. Most of them were about diplomacy with different planets, and they were also about Asgard's post-war economic recovery. Don't you dream of being a king? I'm here for your own good, to let you experience the joy of being a king. Are you not afraid of me making trouble? Thor took out a small machine and introduced, "This thing, as long as it is placed on your neck, you can't take it off. When you press the remote control, you will be shocked by 100,000 volts. I will give it to my mother. If you want to die, I will install it for you. This is a good thing. I got it from Gao Tianzuan in Sakaar." Loki nearly flipped the table off. Leaving all the tedious matters to Loki, Wonger felt relieved. In this kind of high martial arts world where one person is against one country, the so-called power is illusory and fist power is real. So what if you become a king? Without enough force as a guarantee, no matter how great the power is, it can return to before liberation. Just like in the original history, Loki pretended to be Odin and operated for several years, and seemed to have cultivated many cronies. Even Heimdall was replaced by Shoals, the bald Zero. As soon as Thor came back, Shoals directly sent to work as a cleaner. To be honest, putting aside Asgard, Thor's strength, if he shows up on most planets, he can immediately get the surrender of the entire planet. He can enjoy the benefits of the king without having to fulfill the responsibilities of the king. It's super cool to say. Definitely. The exception is Earth, which is too well protected by a great god. The matter of Asgard came to an end, and Thor set his sights on the Earth again. It has been more than a month since I left the Earth. The human experiment of Hydra should be almost done, right? On Earth, the Avengers headquarters, the original Stark building, the Avengers and SHIELD are negotiating. Before Thor left, he warned me that Sokovia's superpowers are very powerful, and it is very risky to rush there. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. However, he has been away for more than a month. Who knows if he was delayed by something? Stark is a little unconvinced. In 2.6, there is no Thor, so I can't start a group? Is my dignified Iron Man so worthless? Everyone couldn't help but look at Xing Yun, who attended the meeting instead of Miss Jian. Although Natalia has an extraordinary relationship with Thor, she basically doesn't ask about Thor in order to avoid suspicion. Nebula hesitated, but still said, "Half a month ago, His Highness sent me a letter saying that they're going to fight, and the opponent is a dark elf from another planet. Although I really hope that Thor guy can come back, but it seems obviously unrealistic now." Stark shrugged. "His Highness, Thor is busy with his Star Wars right now." Nick Fury immediately hesitated. If Thor is really busy with the war, he probably won't be able to come back. Shall we let the Avengers try it first? Besides, the Avengers and him are not subordinates. Stark and the others are likely to act on their own. If this is the case, we will sneak into Sokovia territory without the other party's knowledge, and SHIELD's agent will cover for you. Then what? Then, Nick Fury was taken aback suddenly, and then looked at Thor outside the door with a look of surprise. F***K, when did you come back? 070 come back so soon? How is Star Wars going? Stark joked. Shall we go to support? It's over. Thor squinted at him. My father pierced the core of the planet where the dark elves live, blasted it, and won. Thor used the simplest words to describe the most terrifying content. Shit, Stark blurted out. Don't tell me it's true. Don't lie to me, because I don't read much. In the rare case that Steve didn't remind Stark to stop swearing. In fact, not only SHIELD and the Avengers, but even Nebula, who has seen the world, widened his eyes. What's so surprising? Thor patted her on the head and said with a light smile, Thanos once challenged my father in order to win the space gem, and he was beaten out of shit in the end. Nebula. Okay, let's not talk about this issue first. Let's discuss about HYDRA. Steve interrupted everyone. Since Thor is back, let's go and destroy Sokovia's Hydra together. No problem? No comment. Somewhere in the woods on the outskirts of Sokovia, there's an old castle, and a large number of armed soldiers are patrolling around. No one would have thought that this was the last stronghold of HYDRA, and they also regarded it as their hope for a comeback. In the command room of the base, a bald man looked at the screen in front of him frantically. On the screen are two rooms. In one of the rooms was a young man who was scurrying around like an epileptic at the moment, knocking the room into a bang-bang sound. In another room, there was a girl in red with brown hair. Her hand was swiped out of thin air, and streaks of red light emerged in her hand, and several tables and chairs in the air were floating back and forth following her gesticulation. These two people are the only two survivors among hundreds of human experiment volunteers. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the alarm sounded loudly in the base. It's not good, Master Strucker. Someone has invaded. Who is it? Strax suddenly became vigilant, and he was still holding a trace of luck. Looks like the Avengers. Strax's face turned livid immediately, and he made a decisive decision. All tanks and chariots are deployed. Be sure to stop them. Afterwards, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Let the two test subjects go out. This time I will let the Avengers come and go. The weapons of these soldiers looked familiar. Stark avoided the energy beam and fired in the air, whistled. When did Hydra actually master laser weapons? They not only stole the psychic scepter, but also took away a large number of Chi-Rito weapons left over from the New York War. Steve said in a deep voice. With Pierce, the former director, cooperating internally and externally, is too easy for Hydra to benefit from S.H.I.E.L.D. A tank in front blocked the way. The Hulk suddenly fell from the sky, overturned it with an angry palm, grabbed the barrel, and smashed it at another tank like a meteor hammer. A silver streamer flashed. Hawkeye shot an arrow, but a figure rushed up and knocked him to the ground. Eagle 777 instantly put down his bow and arrow and drew out his dagger, but the opponent immediately disappeared without a trace. He picked up the newsletter report. The person who discovered the super ability of high-speed movement is difficult to see with the naked eye. He is about 20 years old, with short blonde hair and white clothes. Whether he has other abilities is unknown. Understood, Thor said as he walked. For others, the Hydra base is like a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. But for him, it is like walking on flat ground. It should be a super ability person who has successfully transformed. Super ability is super speed, similar to the Flash in the movie. A very magical phenomenon. In this world, except for the Marvel series, All the movies and comics in the previous life exist. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly magnified in his eyes, and Thor, who was caught off guard, did not have time to escape. Bang! After a crisp crash, Thor looked at the young man who had fainted on the ground, speechless. This is the most humiliating Quicksilver I've ever seen. Quicksilver's speed was indeed so fast that Thor didn't even react. But this guy has no speed, but his physique is average, and he knocked himself out when he bumped into it. After all, I now have a super steel body. Okay, Mr. the Flash has been arrested by me. A burst of spiritual energy suddenly struck. Drip! It is detected that there is an abnormal spiritual magic trying to invade. Passive skill. Spiritual barrier activated. Immune. Note: you can choose whether to view the illusion content in the third person. It's Scarlet Witch's psychic magic. No sooner has he caught Quicksilver than Wanda can't resist. Seeing the options in the spiritual sea, Thor chose yes. The fearful environment created by Wanda is often the scariest thing in my heart. Some have happened in the past, and some are very likely to appear in the future. In the dim yellow sky, there was an aura of destruction everywhere. Fiery flames erupted suddenly, sweeping across the world in an instant. A hundreds of feet tall flame giant raised a huge sword in his hand and roared loudly. "I am the end of Asgard. Ragnarok." The illusion suddenly shattered, only showing Surtur's outbreak, without any consequences. Thor raised his head and looked at Wanda, who was not far away, with eyes widened in surprise. Wanda snorted coldly, waved her hand, and two red magic balls flew towards her. Although I don't know how the person in front of me begged her spiritual power, but she has more than that. Thor, who had been prepared for a long time, slipped his hand, and a portal appeared in front of him. He stepped into the portal and appeared behind Wanda in an instant. He pressed his shoulder. "Little sister, the game is over." A strong mental shock came along her shoulder. Wanda is confident that this impact can at least make the opponent dizzy for a moment, and she can turn defeat into victory. Then, she only felt that she had hit the steel plate, but instead she felt dizzy and fainted. Poor Wanda, it was just her first actual battle, and she met the final boss in Novice Village. Thor looked at the little girl in front of him with great interest. The current Wanda is still a little immature, not proficient in the use of ability, and has no protective shield yet. But if she can grow up, Wanda's potential is terrifying, even surpassing her own. Drip! Congratulations to the host for triggering a Wanda-related task, the Witch Growth Plan. Mission description: Wanda possesses the most terrifying power in the world, origin magic power, but she has a fragile personality, and it is difficult to control this power. Once she loses control, it will inevitably cause serious consequences. Mission objective: train Wanda well, so that she can truly control this power. Mission reward: active skill, infinite reversal. Alter reality's reverse skill. When the reality setting is modified by abnormal power, the reality can be restored to its original state by reversing the inability within 1 hour. Note: this skill has no cooldown and cost, and can be applied to any modifications, including infinite gems. Reversing infinity. In a sense, this is a very weak skill. It is said to be an active skill, but in fact it can only be used to show off tricks without any strengthening for oneself. But on the other hand, under certain circumstances, this skill will be incomparably against the sky. Such a scene appeared in Thor's mind. After countless battles and plans, old Thanos finally got together 6 gems to summon the dragon. Oh no, it was snapping his fingers. "I am destiny." Thanos snapped his fingers smugly. "I am Thor. Reverse infinite." "I am destiny." Thanos snapped his fingers in doubt. "I am Thor. Reverse infinite." "I'm just F***K. Thanos snapped his fingers with a black face, but after a continuous storm of finger snaps, the infinity gauntlet exploded. The expression on the old thief's face must be very interesting, right? Cultivation. No, it is to cultivate Wanda. Although this task may take a long time, I have always been a patient person. Besides Nua's Zhao, the young Wanda's beauty is really amazing. Wanda woke up faintly, opened her eyes slowly, and saw Thor's gentle, evil gaze. "Little sister, don't be afraid. As long as you are obedient, I won't hurt you." Wanda, who already had a richer imagination than ordinary people, instantly created countless terrifying pictures in his brain. Damn it, it's not good. Thor, who was just joking at first, saw the despair and collapse on Wanda's face, and immediately knew that he had to. The next moment, a shrill female scream came. No matter which world you are in, the most common, widest-ranging, and most indiscriminate attack is the sonic attack. In the world of martial arts, there is the roar of the lion. In the world of fantasy, there is the howling of the banshee. And in the world of Marvel, there is the scream of Wanda. Wanda, who was out of control, subconsciously shouted not only how high the decibel was, but more importantly, the mental power mixed in it unconsciously. Fear spread rapidly, and in an instant, countless red smoke spread out from his body, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. Except for Thor, who has a spiritual barrier, everyone within a few miles, friend or foe, is entangled in fear. Everyone paused for a moment, then stiffened and stayed where they were. Stark even fell down on the spot. If JRVS hadn't reacted so quickly, he might have been the same as the future War Machine. "Where's this?" Natalia looked up at the gloomy sky. She can tell at a glance that this is not the Earth. There is obviously some atmosphere, and there is water for human survival. All aspects are suitable for survival, but why is 387 dead silent? Standing beside him is Thor. The dark color is a bit weird. And on the opposite side is a monster with a face that looks like a skeleton, floating in the air and looking neither human nor ghost. Thor Odinson, son of Odin. Natalia Romanova, daughter of Ivan. A hoarse voice came from Red Skull. "What you are looking for is close at hand, accompanied by your fear." Soul Gem is revered among infinite gems. It has its own wisdom. Everyone who wants to get Soul Gem all needs sacrifices. Sacrifice for what? Natalia in the illusion asked curiously. A soul, and it must be the soul of the person you love the most. If you want to get the original stone, you must lose your love. This is an eternal deal. Only by changing souls can users know how precious it is. Natalia was startled, then suddenly thought of something and looked at Thor tenderly. "I didn't expect that at the last moment I could still understand your heart. It turns out that your true love is me. In this way, I have no regrets." Then, she ran towards the cliff and jumped off. The illusion was shattered, and what happened behind was unknown. Natalia only felt a little sour in her eyes. She rubbed the tears from the corners of her eyes, with a dazed look on her face. Just now, what the hell happened? Could this be true? She woke up relatively early and glanced at the teammates around her. No matter friend or foe, everyone lost consciousness. What appeared in Hawkeye's illusion was the scene where he was beaten up by Thor on the space carrier because he was controlled by Loki. In Steve's fantasy, he saw the top of the snow mountain, and Bucky fell into the abyss. What Hulk saw was a purple potato-like enemy, punching him with a set of military punches. He tried to resist, but the opponent was far superior to him in terms of strength and physical skills. Aft, Stark saw that he was standing on a ruined battlefield. His battle armor was in tatters. What caught my eye was countless superheroes, including the familiar Hulk and Thor, and many unfamiliar ones. Just when he was at a loss, a voice without the slightest emotion suddenly came from his ear. "There is no one with super abilities in the world." Suddenly, it seemed that the whole world was quiet. Looking around, Hulk was twitching, shrinking until he was Bruce Banner. The lightning on Thor, who once swung the battle axe to destroy everything, disappeared, and the whole person fell from the sky. Captain America's strong body of 1.9 meters suddenly shrank and became a skinny boy of 1.6 meters. There are many unknown superheroes of all kinds, such as a horse-faced magician holding a golden energy sword, a woman with short hair glowing all over her body, a blue BA whistling and controlling an embroidery needle. In an instant, everyone became mortals. Only Stark himself, War Machine, and Falcon were left unaffected, and they were all superheroes of technological flow. No. Stark woke up from the horror, looked around and asked, "What happened?" The voice of JRVIS sounded, "Sir, just now a mysterious spiritual power has spread, and everyone, including you, has fallen into an illusion." Illusions? Stark breathed a sigh of relief. But an idea took root in his heart and never left him. What if one day the super ability fails? At that time, only the power of technology can protect the Earth. Everyone but Thor is caught, including Wanda herself. Originally, she would not be able to hit her own magic, but the mental attack she broke out after losing control was blocked by Thor's spiritual barrier, and then suffered a backlash. Baron Strucker was very unlucky. Originally, if he let Wanda and Quicksilver block him and run away by himself, he still had a high probability of escaping. But he is pinning his hopes on 2 superpowers and a group of miscellaneous soldiers with Chi-Rita weapons to come back. When he found out that the 2 brothers and sisters couldn't handle Thor and wanted to run away, it was too late. Wanda's scream was an indiscriminate attack. As an ordinary person, he would only lose consciousness longer than the Avengers. After catching Stark casually, Stark flew to meet Thor with a proud face. Thor looked at Wanda, trembling in his arms, and sighed. "Poor baby, I'm afraid I will recall the memory of losing a loved one again." "Don't worry, it's over." Thor rubbed her head. Wanda, who is proficient in spiritual magic, has a keen perception. She feels that Thor has no malice towards her, and her emotions calmed down. She looked up at Thor with a complex expression and suddenly blushed. "Hey, Stark, I got it." "Wow, Thor, you have a new love." Stark's voice sounded not far away. Wanda, who was calm just now, suddenly became tense again. That red figure, to her, was a demon from hell, which immediately brought back memories. With a scream, Wanda waved her hand subconsciously. Stark was still in doubt, only feeling his world spinning, and he fell to the ground in an instant. "Warning! Warning! High energy reaction. Unknown people are attacking you." The alarm information of JRVS filled the display screen in an instant. "Okay, let him go first. We'll talk about things later. I'll let him give you an explanation." Thor patted Wanda. Wanda hummed obediently. The red energy around Stark dissipated, and then he regained his freedom. "Strange, why are you so obedient all of a sudden?" Thor didn't have time to think about it, and Stark complained, Hey, are you too serious about S*X and friends? It's obvious that she did something to me, and you want me to explain it?" Stark's face suddenly turned black, as if the bottom of the pot, the legendary man with the opposite S*X and no humanity, refers to this guy, right? Thor said unhappily, "Their parents died on a missile manufactured by Stark Industries. Do you think you need to explain?" Stark's eyes narrowed suddenly. "What you said is true. Definitely true. You bloody-handed executioner, warmonger." Quicksilver, who had woken up at some point, stood up and cursed at Stark. "Impossible. I closed the weapon department long ago. Moreover, the weapons of Stark Industries were only sold to the U.S. military." Stark's statement is reasonable under normal circumstances. His high-tech weapons can only be sold to the military. As a patriotic military entrepreneur in his own family, Laume can allow you to sell equipment at a high price, but it is absolutely impossible to tolerate you selling weapons to others casually. Thor reminds, Obadiah. Stark was shocked and immediately confirmed with JRVS and got a positive answer. His face was so gloomy that water dripped out. According to JRVS, Obadiah belonged to the type of selling for money back then and secretly sold weapons to many organizations, including the terrorist organization that blew up Wanda's house. 0. Seeking flowers. "I'm sorry. I apologize for your tragedy." Stark apologized solemnly. Although it's not the weapons he sells, they're from Stark Industries after all. Moreover, if he hadn't been drunk all the time, he wouldn't have failed to discover Obadiah, who was stealing and selling arms. 0. Although he is usually very proud, but this time his apology is very sincere. Wanda fell silent, not knowing what to do. "What's the use of your apology?" "Apologizing, and my parents will live." Quicksilver snarled with tears in his eyes. Thor interrupted suddenly. In the Middle Ages, the one who killed the sword was always the one who wielded the sword, not the blacksmith. Moreover, the one who sold the arms was a traitor to Stark Industries and was killed by Stark himself a few years ago. And those terrorists, after Stark became Iron Man, have all been cleaned up. Don't choose the wrong person for revenge, let alone the wrong partner. It is the terrorists who caused your family's misfortune, and Hydra is the source of most of the chaos. You are the lucky ones in the experiment. Maybe you don't know that there are at least 1,000 people who participated in the experiment, because some of them are already corpses. Thor carried them to the basement and let the brother and sister see the end of the experiment failure. Ouch! Under the bloody scene, Wanda couldn't help throwing up on the... I know that you participated in the experiment. Apart from revenge, you also hope to use your own strength to maintain peace. But it is ironic that Hydra has provoked most of the wars in this world over the years. They try to cultivate super ability just for their own purpose. Wanda murmured. It turns out that Baron Strucker has been using us. Quicksilver was equally silent. There is no need to explain too much at all. The fate of those failed experimental subjects is in front of us. Not only did they lose their lives, some unlucky ghosts lingering on their last legs even became living experimental vegetarian dishes. Life would be worse than death. When 343 thought that he would almost become one of them, both of them shuddered. No legitimate organization would do this. Only those anti-human organizations and regiments would conduct such insane experiments. So what should we do now? Among so many experimental subjects, the brother and sister were the only ones who survived. On the one hand, it was the belief in revenge that supported them, and on the other hand, it was also the great dream that Hydra described for them. But now, revenge is out of the question, and the real enemy has long since died. As for HYDRA, it is an anti-human organization at all. The so-called Great Dream is nothing but brainwashing of believers. The two who lost their goals for a while couldn't help but feel a little confused. Fortunately, they met the Avengers the first time they took action, so they didn't make a big mistake. Thor smiled. I won't say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But I can tell you that if you don't have a goal, then find a goal for yourself. The crisis in this world is not just HYDRA. You should also know about the New York War, right? Aliens have already set their sights on the Earth. Everyone makes mistakes, and the Avengers are the same. The key is how to correct the mistakes. We have some extraordinary powers. How to use this power is what we should think about. Definitely, no one stipulates what to do with power. At least I don't believe in this. You can also choose to be an ordinary person, change the nationality of any country, and live a good life with a lot of money. I think Stark will be happy to make it up to you. There will be someone who will keep the dangerous effort off Earth. In fact, this kind of thing doesn't need Stark's help at all. It's easier for Gene Bin to do it, and he can help them create a new identity with just one sentence. However, Thor felt that for the brothers and sisters who were still minors, it was better not to get in touch with the Black Society. That's right. Although she looks much more mature than her peers, that's because she has suffered too much. Actually, Wanda Song is 2 years older than Spider-Man Peter Parker. Thor didn't continue talking, waiting for their choice. The formation of Avengers is not to recruit strong men. Every member needs to be voluntary. Can I join the Avengers? Unexpectedly, it was Wanda who spoke, not Quicksilver, who seemed more detached. Oh, are you ready? Thor asked with great interest. No one is ready at the beginning. There must be a beginning. Wanda stared at Thor. What happened? Why is little sister Wanda looking at me so wildly? Very good. You're already an Avenger. Welcome to join. After Thor finished speaking, he looked at Quicksilver. Don't look at me. Saving the world is such a cool thing. How can I be missing? I object. Stark refused when he learned that Thor was going to bring the Quicksilver and Wanda brothers and sisters into the Avengers. With a cold face, he said, 2 minors should not be allowed to come into contact with things like war. It's as if you weren't the one who made 14-year-old high school students participate in the heroic Civil War. Thor glanced at him. He knew age wasn't the point. The point was that working together would arouse Stark's guilt. Since the day the missile exploded in my house, we have been in contact with war. Quicksilver looked dissatisfied. Stark was speechless for a moment. Thor helped him out. If you really feel guilty for them, help them get a battle suit, at least bulletproof, so as to ensure their safety. I don't need 1.7. Bullets can't catch up with me at all. Before Quicksilver finished speaking, Thor suddenly pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Wanda. Bang, bang, bang. What are you doing? Thor stood so far away that Quicksilver didn't have time to stop him. He just got in front of Wanda in time. The expected pain did not come. Is this blank? Quicksilver wondered. What's the use of simply running past bullets? Even an ordinary gunman can kill you if you find a weak point. How about lending me a few days before I bring back the psychic scepter? I have a research and I need it. A few days later, Stark suddenly approached Thor. Thor is training Wanda to control her emotions. As the Prince of Asgard, controlling emotions is originally a compulsory course. Hearing what Stark said, Thor's eyelids twitched. The Ultron Project is probably the only one that can let Stark borrow the scepter to study. In fact, if Thor wanted to, Ultron didn't even buy the chance to be born. As long as the Mind Gem is confiscated, Stark will never be able to get Ultron again. But in this case, Vision will not appear, and the Avengers will lose an important member. Also, if Mind Gem is in my hand, it seems useless. At this time, Thor thought of another thing. When watching movies in his previous life, he always had doubts. As an infinite gems, why Thanos was so relieved to throw it to Loki and get 0-7 Earth to roam. Even if Loki really succeeds, in case Bald Chong is stimulated Ancient One boss, wouldn't he lose the gems and lose his army? Although according to the rules, Ancient One will not make a move. But the rules are dead. If a giant Leviathan came to the hospital where Strange was, Thor didn't believe that Ancient One could bear it. Moreover, whether it is Ancient One who absorbs the dark power or Doctor Strange who will use Time Gem to negotiate conditions in the future, it can be seen from them that Kamar Taj is not a stickler for sticking to the rules. There's also a very strange place. Vision, one of the strongest Avengers, can be stabbed to half-death by Corvus Glaive, which is very illustrative. The old thief has definitely tampered with Mind Gem. Maybe the Ultron Project will fail because of the problem with the Mind Gem. If such a Mind Gem is placed in Asgard's treasury, it will be a time bomb. It is better to let Stark create Vision, which can be used as a combat force, and can also be used to find the back door on a Mind Gem. As for Ultron's problem, once he decides to kill Stark, he will never give up until he stumbles. Anyway, Ultron's strength is just that no matter how many robots there will be no troubles. Wong Air agreed after a little consideration. Okay, you can use it for research. But I want to remind you, don't do human experiments like Baron Scrat. Although this possibility is very small, Thor just mentioned it casually. You want to do artificial intelligence, but you don't want to tell the rest of the team? Stark knew that he couldn't handle Ultron's research alone, so he quickly found another great scientist, Bruce Banner. Originally, there was another suitable candidate, a doctor named Zhao Hailuan. She even reminded herself of the future development direction of the battle armor, nanotechnology. It's a pity that Thor admires this little girl very much, and she agreed to work in Thor's research center 2 days ago. If she is also pulled into the Ultron plan, maybe she will run to tell Thor, and then Thor will not approve of his plan and take back the scepter in advance. Facing Stark's unconstrained vision, Banner questioned it. Yes, I didn't tell them. Stark looked serious, because I don't want to waste time on endless arguments. We need to put armor on this world. The Zarita invasion in New York will not be the only one. There will definitely be more alien invasions in the future. The Avengers. Banner nodded. Yeah. So he keeps reminding me to make peace with Hulk instead of trying to eliminate him. Because of Thor's reminder, the relationship between Hulk and Banner is more harmonious than in the original book. Although it cannot be completely controlled, Hulk will regard anyone who Banner hates as a sworn enemy. And what Banner wishes to protect, Hulk will do his best to protect. If he relies solely on superheroes, it is not enough to protect the Earth. The Earth is so big, but the number of superheroes is limited, and there will always be places that cannot be taken care of. In the Ultron plan, once successful, we can use the Steel Army to destroy the aliens. Keep people out of Earth's defenses, so Earth is safe. Stark continued to persuade Banner. Banner was a little moved. He said with hesitation, "Let the whole world be surrounded by armor. This seems to be a cold world. I've seen colder ones. This fragile blue planet needs Ultron, and the peace of our time needs Ultron." Stark's tone was earnest. In that terrifying illusion, he saw all super abilities disappear. At that time, all humans can rely on is the battle armor. Okay, I agree. Banner was moved by Stark's words, and he agreed to join the study. "Your Highness Thor, will you attend this Saturday's gathering?" Helen Zhao, in overalls, asked Thor. "Definitely. When we're not on a mission to save the world, partying is a way for us to relax. How about you? Do you want to join us?" Helen Zhao smiled. "I'm not as free as you guys. However, if it's your invitation, boss, then I have no choice but to spare time in order not to be fired." 2 days ago, she agreed to jump ship and come to Thor's research center. Definitely not only because of the admiration of Thor, but also because Thor promised to fund her research regardless of the cost. The huge sum of money that had been drawn by gold was also rusted. Not far away, Natalia saw this scene and secretly complained with a black face. "It's another moth to the flame." Then he looked at Wanda next to him and joked, "See, men are like this, eating what's in the bowl and looking at what's in the pot. Little sister, you're still young, so you can't be fooled." Wanda's small thoughts are too obvious. How can she hide it from Black Widow, who is a 10th level agent? Wanda blinked at Natalia and suddenly smiled. "But sister, don't forget that I can feel your emotions a little bit, and you seem to be deceived." The widow's face suddenly became a little embarrassing. "Okay, Shauna, don't spoil Wanda. She's still a child." Thor heard their conversation and came over to interrupt. Natalia rolled her eyes with a charming look on her face. "It's like I'm talking nonsense. Why are you poaching people under your hands? Don't tell me it's just to attract talents. In my opinion, you are greedy." His body, "I'm still greedy for you." Thor grabbed her hand. In front of Wanda, there was a dignified Black Widow, and his face was a bit uncomfortable. He was shameless, and she wanted shame. He pulled out his hand and changed the subject bluntly. Okay, don't mess around. I just want to ask you if the Sokovia base is the last Hydra base. Have we really cleared them?" She's a little worried. Hydra is truly cut off one head and grow 2 more, as SHIELD has verified this with more than half a century of lessons. Once the eradication is not clean, it is inevitable that it will be revived. Moreover, the brainwashing ability of this organization is particularly strong, and it is easy to develop. Thor shook his head. Hydra in the conventional sense no longer exists. Even if they're just some ordinary believers, and they will disappear slowly in a short time. Normal meaning? Yes, in fact, all the Hydra that SHIELD encountered were from the Red Skull. The real Hydra appeared thousands of years ago, and it is a very ancient organization. They believe in a so-called god named Honeycomb. This deity is trapped on other planets, and Hydra has been working to bring him back for years. In Red Skull, it is their investment in welcoming the Hive to world domination. Natalia digested this information. It doesn't sound like a good thing. It's just a brainwashing organization. Honeycomb? God? What kind of god? Is it similar to you? Thor couldn't help laughing. He tapped Natalia's smooth forehead and said, "This is the worst time I have been hacked. The gods are not as mysterious as you think. You let Miss Zhao Helen take a AK-47, went to the Middle Ages, and it could still be worshipped as a god by the ancients. Definitely, it might also be burned to death as a wish." Natalia and Wanda smiled prettily, and Helen Zhao muttered in dissatisfaction. "Why do you use me as an example? As for his strength, I can hit 10 to the 10th power." Thor pretended to be aggressive. "Ha ha!" Zhao Hailuan couldn't help laughing, and the room was filled with a happy atmosphere. "Thor, His Royal Highness, Asgard has just sent a message, and it is very urgent." Jane Foster hurried in from the door. During the period of returning to Earth, Sif stayed in Asgard for the time being to take care of some things, supervised Loki by the way, and Miss Jane was in charge of the communication between Thor and Asgard. If there is something important, Heimdall will notify him immediately. Oh, emergency information? Thor was a little puzzled. There seemed to be no major events during this period. Could it be that Loki is getting together and doing something? It's enough for Shia to beat him up for this kind of thing. After taking over the communicator, Thor looked at the contents inside. With just one glance, his face became serious. This message from Heimdall has only one sentence. Nadawi sent a distress. Who is the most bad munitions manufacturer in the Marvel Universe? Iron Man Stark Industries? SHIELD with the black technology of air carriers? Wakanda with technology beyond the times? Neither. Asgard's vassal, the dwarf planet Nadawi, is the most NB artifact manufacturer in the entire Marvel Universe. This place is a legend. The magical weapons they forged are invincible, including Odin's eternal spear, Mjolnir in the hands of Miss Jane, Heimdall's guardian sword, and even the infinity gauntlet that controls the 6 infinite gems. In short, dwarf-produced must be a boutique. On the other hand, the dwarf clan is also quite sad. The weapons they forged were not controlled by their own clansmen. The dwarf tribe, with their uncanny forging skills, only has more than 300 people, and most of them are not good at fighting. If they were not attached to Asgard, they would have perished long ago. In the original history, when Dwarf lost the protection of Asgard, Thanos came to Nadavi, and he forced Dwarf to build Infinity Gauntlet. As an obsessive who kept his promise, 340 Thanos would slaughter half of the life on the planet he visited, but when it came to Dwarf, he broke his promise for the first time. When Thanos saw that Dwarf could create Infinity Gauntlet, he thought Dwarf was too dangerous. He slaughtered all the dwarfs except King Aitsue. In order to prevent Aitsue from making any weapons, Thanos abolished the hands of the Dwarf King. This is the tragedy of the Dwarf clan. The principle that everyone is innocent and pregnant with guilt is universal throughout the universe. As a member of the 9 realms, Nadawi is protected by Asgard. Even if Odin is not around, ordinary forces will never dare to offend Asgard easily. At this time, the only one who dares to invade Nadawi is... Thor turned his thoughts quickly. What's the matter? Natalia asked worriedly, seeing his serious expression. The 9 realms has been invaded by a powerful enemy, a Heg. If I guess correctly, it should be the person behind Chiruta. Thor said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he looked around. Wanda, come with me. Then he glanced at Jane and shook his head slightly. The current Jane's strength is similar to that of herself in the Hammer God period, and it is not very helpful for higher intensity battles. And she needs to guard the Earth, lest the Avengers be wiped out by Ultron 3. As for Wanda, she has a high burst limit, and as a magician, the role of support is greater. Miss Helen Zhao, I'm sorry that I may not be able to attend the party on Saturday. The light of Bifrost shrouded it, and the figures of Thor and Wong that disappeared in place. What's going on? Why the rush to leave? Stark and Steve and others rushed over when they heard the noise, and Thor and Wanda had already left. A message came from Asgard that Nadawi, one of the 9 realms, had been attacked, and His Royal Highness Thor went to quell the chaos. Jane Foster said in a low voice, Moreover, the opponent is powerful. I have never seen Thor so dignified. Nebula said with a pale face, It's my father, the craziest butcher in the universe. There are not many people in this world who can defeat His Highness, and my father is one of them. Moreover, the Karutas are relying on him. Stark and the others gasped suddenly. Asgard, Loki, Heimdall, and others met the teleported Thor and Wanda. Welcome to Asgard. Heimdall was as serious as ever. Hey bro, why are the women around you different every time I see you? Loki was a little speechless. He seriously suspected that Thor's love to run to the earth is because of his obsession. Thor didn't have time to answer his words, and told Sif in a deep voice, Nadawi, don't attack rashly for the time being. Gather the army and wait for my notice. Wanda and I go to stop the other party first, which may delay the time. Ordinary troops have limited effect on the top powerhouses, and it is impossible for Asgard's fighter planes to bomb Nadawi indiscriminately. Odin is only leaving temporarily. Thanos is unlikely to dare to invade on a large scale. It is likely that only a few masters make a surprise attack. Even if Odin reacts, it is easy to withdraw. Sif clasped her hands together. Although confused and worried, Tao, as one of the best fighters, obeyed Thor's orders unconditionally at critical moments. Is there anything I need to do? Loki also saw the unusual and asked proactively. Forget it, unless you're ready to single out the one who gave you the staff. Loki's face paled. Okay, then I'll be in Asgard. Thor was about to set off, and suddenly realized that he was empty-handed, so he quickly drew a portal to enter it, and appeared a moment later with a long gun in his hand. Gun of Eternity, Gungnir. Heimdall, send us to Nadawi. The light of Bifrost was about to shroud. Thor took out an old-fashioned communicator from his pocket and pressed the button to send the signal. Sending. Signal connected. Nadawi, the homeland of Dwarf. Its main body is a special neutron star. For the Dwarf family, this neutron star is not only a melting pot for forging magical weapons, but also a light source and heat source for their daily life. A large number of powerful metals surrounding the neutron star built a steel city, and the Dwarf family lived in this steel city. Under normal circumstances, as Asgard's super arsenal, Nadawi would not be dared to provoke Nadawi, but the purple sweet potato essence in front of him was obviously not among them. Demon, you will receive retribution. Asgard will not let you go. Dwarf King Ai Chwei glared at Thanos and his party angrily. There were only 5 people who attacked the Dwarf clan, but each of these 5 people had terrifying strength. The Dwarf clan was no match at all, and they all knelt down in less than half an hour. Whether it's a devil or a god, I never expect everyone to approve of what I do. Thanos waved the Overlord Skyblade in his hand and said lightly, Forge the Infinity Gauntlet that dreams of receiving 6 gems, and I will keep half of your clan. Or, the entire Dwarf clan will disappear from the universe. Not far away, all the Dwarf clansmen were restrained and fell to the ground. Ebony Maw pointed, and dozens of steel spears were suspended in the air, aiming at the shivering dwarf below. Don't expect anyone to come to your rescue. I hate endless negotiations, so be direct. From now on, every hour that passes, 30 of your tribe will be killed, and you will have about 10 hours to complete your forging. Thanos has no expression on his face. What he said, with awe-inspiring murderous intent. According to the information he learned, Odin is not in Asgard now, and his whereabouts are unknown. In his view, this is an opportunity at least to touch the bottom line of Asgard. For this reason, he only brought the 4 Yaut generals with him in this trip, and he was caught off guard, so naturally he couldn't let the Dwarf clan delay time. Definitely, in most cases it is enough. Each of the 5 of them is comparable to an army. Master, be careful, Ebony Maw shouted, and Thanos instantly showed a vigor that was not commensurate with this huge body, and he rolled to avoid the fiery light falling from the sky. The dazzling light made them couldn't help covering their eyes with their hands. Hey, Purple Sweet Potato King, you've really come back from living longer. In the light of Bifrost, Thor's teasing voice sounded. If you're so afraid of meeting me, I can come later, and you don't need to rush to work. Thanos lowered his hand, covering his eyes, and looked at Thor and Wanda, standing in front of the dwarf captives, holding the holy gun Gungnir. Wanda gave birth to her hands. Red energy flashed, and the steel spear in the air suddenly twisted into a ball like gluten and fell to the ground. Thanos ignored her. He looked at Thor, or rather at the eternal gun in Thor's hand. Gungnir, what a dear old friend. I doubt you deserved it, though. Whether you deserve it or not, you, Gungnir, miss you very much, especially the feeling of beating you out of shit. Shut up. The Great Master is not something you can insult. Thanos number 1 henchman. Ebony Maw snapped, earning Thor's sneer. Shut up, talking to your master. How can a slave talk? Heh, you call this guy who died with a household registration book called away? Call this guy who was beaten like a dog by my father and came to the 9 realms secretly great? Do you call this thing that will wipe out half of the life in the universe without any injustice or enmity? Oh, it's really great. Titan's star gave birth to such an unworthy descendant like you, and it deserves to be turned into ruins. Zero, ask for flowers. The four generals of Hay, Yout, dare not make a sound. Ebony Maw looked back at Thanos' face secretly, and found that the purple sweet potato essence had turned into black sweet potato essence. What happened to Titan has always been a pain in Thanos' heart, and no one dared to mention it. The planet he was born on was destroyed due to the exhaustion of resources, which also led to Thanos on the path of half-extinction. Thanos smiled angrily. He had already decided he would definitely keep Thor, let him see the destruction of Asgard with his own eyes, and let him know, "You shouldn't provoke me if you provoke dragons and tigers. I can't bear shit and urine and can't bear you. Let's go together? Or is it the same as last time? If you can do it, don't force it, but if you can't beat it, then you must force it more. Oh, then I'll let you lose your heart." Thanos sneered, raised the Tyrant Skyblade, and approached slowly. "Hey Yao Si, we'll keep an eye on Wanda. Since the Master wants to play with him, then don't interfere." They have absolute confidence in Thanos. What they have to do is to keep an eye on this mysterious-looking magician. Thor gripped Gungnir tightly, ready to fight. When the distance between the two was less than 10 meters, Thor suddenly looked behind Thanos and whistled. "Hey, shooting star, door." Thanos sneered. In his opinion, it was purely that Thor wanted to find an opportunity to distract him from a sneak attack. The cubs of Odin's family are more thieves than one. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt an extremely high-intensity energy coming from behind him. His face changed, and he quickly turned around, seeing a big head getting bigger and bigger in sight. Boom! A golden shadow hit Thanos' face, and the huge amounts of impact caused him to flip several somersaults on the ground. As soon as he got up, the golden figure quickly jumped up to his body, turned around and raised his hands from behind, wrapped around his neck, stepped on 297 to catch the right hand holding the knife, and stepped on the ground. This process was completed almost instantly, and Black Order didn't even have time to react. The golden figure appeared, Captain Marvel, Carol Danforth. When Thor went to Nadavi, she knew that there would be a fierce battle, so she used her communicator. Black Dwarf was the first to make a move, turning the huge amounts of axe in his hand into a chain blade and throwing it towards Carol. With a click, the Spear of Eternity pierced the end of the chain blade, and Thor yanked it violently, and the Black Dwarf at the other end couldn't hold the chain and immediately let go. Ebony Maw stretches out his fingers to manipulate all materials on the ground that can be used as weapons. 1,000 red glows covered the ground, and Ebony Maw was so horrified that he couldn't lift anything with his teleportation. He looked to the side in shock and saw Wanda sneered, with scarlet energy clusters all over his hands. "Your partner's strength is indeed good, but it's not enough." Thanos struggled to say these words, and then exerted force with his right hand, pushing Carol's feet away, and his body suddenly leaned back, and his huge body hit a steel pillar against Carol. Then with a loud bang, Carol hit the ground heavily, even sinking into the ground. Wanda was startled. Red light flashed on her hand. Thor waved her hand. "Don't worry, this woman is super fierce, even more resistant to beating than Hulk." Sure enough, the ground exploded in the next instant, and Carol shot up into the sky with a dazzling light all over his body. He looked unscathed, and even his hairstyle was not messed up. "This is the enemy you want to deal with." Carol just said hello at this time. Thor rolled his eyes. "There's so many people here, anyway. Ugly ones are not good things, especially this lump of purple sweet potato essence. But I don't think you will kill him. This guy likes to send his subordinates to fight with each other." "You can't kill him because you don't have me," Carol said confidently. Thanos was speechless. This fierce woman is actually more narcissistic than Thor. Carol, who boasted about the sea, took the lead in attacking. An energy cannon hit his face, rushed up, and then kicked Thanos' knee to force him to kneel, and then punched his head like a storm. And then there was no more. Thanos fought hard to resist a blow, grabbed Carol's wrist, turned around with a 720-degree windmill, and threw Carol flying tens of meters away with a fierce swing. Thor covered his face. Carol's gorgeous combo just now almost made him so handsome. The result is handsome, but 3 seconds. Carol can fly, but Thanos can't fly, and in the end he has the air supremacy and fights like this. Sister Surprise, I reminded you more than 10 years ago to pay attention to physical training, but did you really ignore it? Just as Thor was complaining, his eyes suddenly focused, and he discovered a very serious situation. Carol, who was thrown away, the energy radiance from his body disappeared. In fact, he saw the same scene in the movie and thought it was a small bug during filming. Now it seems that it is not that simple. Reminiscent of Captain Marvel's super ability form, it is likely that this means that Carol's super ability has temporarily failed at this moment. Suddenly remembered that when he was fighting against Yong Loaga, Carol also had a period of super ability time limit, and that was when he fell from a high altitude. The common point is that the body has lost its balance, and even the super ability can't be controlled. What's more serious is that Thanos, who has rich combat experience, discovered this flaw at the first time, even before Thor raised the Overlord Sky Blade and threw it, and flew towards Carlo, who was flying backward with overwhelming force. Well, the speed is so fast that the surrounding 0.6 air is burning. Under normal circumstances, Carol can completely resist this blow, and she won't even dodge it with a strong head. But this will temporarily empty the egg. If Captain Marvel is hit, he will be seriously injured even if he is not dead. The speed and distance, Thor has no time to stop. He shouted, "Wanda!" Wanda instantly understood what he meant, quickly let go of the suppression on Ebony Maw, and stretched out her hand towards Tyrant Tamarin. The red energy wrapped the Tyrant Skyblade and stopped in the air. Wanda raised his hands vigorously, and the Tyrant Skyblade, everything in his sight, was shrouded in dark red smoke. And Thanos looked solemnly at the woman in red, standing in front of him. "Butcher, repent for the blood donation on your hands. In hell, remember my name." Wanda's voice was low. Such a compelling opening remark definitely was taught by Thor, and she can use what she has learned. Thanos looked confused. "I don't know you at all. Whose baby is this? Is it sick?" "You will know." Wanda finished speaking and launched the first attack, clapping her hands to the ground, and the overwhelming red energy went straight to Thanos, making him stagger. Red energy balls kept hitting his head. If it is Captain Marvel's energy cannon, it doesn't matter if Thanos' physique is directly in the face, but facing Wanda's energy ball will not work. Dark red energy covered Thanos' body, slowly eroding his strength. Ebony Maw reacted on the spot. He controlled the chain axe that Black Dwarf had left on the side and rushed towards Wanda like a long snake. Magicians are often very fragile, especially when they are casting spells. Wanda can't even protect her shield in time. The axe blade stopped in the air, and Carol, who had re-exploded energy, immediately grabbed the other end of the chain axe, turned twice as a meteor hammer, and smashed heavily at Black Order. I just got slapped by Thanos and almost suffered a big loss. This is something I have never experienced in so many years, and now I am very angry. Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive dodged quickly, and huge amounts of axes fell towards the largest Black Dwarf. As the #1 tank under Thanos, although Black Dwarf has rough skin and thick flesh, and his defense is second only to Thanos, he dare not fight hard. He knew the strength of his weapon, let alone saw Carol's strength, so he was about to dodge immediately. A golden halo suddenly appeared in front of it, and a palm stretched out from it, patting gently on his chest. Punching your chest with a small fist? Black Dwarf is at a loss. Do you want to hurt yourself with this palm that you don't even feel? The chain-blade axe that Carol was smashing on top of his head brought the whistling sound, and he quickly rolled away, feeling that his body was much lighter when he heard the sound of a sharp weapon entering his body in confusion. Black Dwarf looked at his translucent body in disbelief, facing another self who was pierced by the chain blade in front of him. Soul magic. Kamartaj's black magic. Ebony Maw reminds loudly, though never anything soft. Black Dwarf's soul rushed to his body, but passed through directly. Thor, the instigator, sneered, How could the black magic of the soul be deciphered so easily? This guy has very strong vitality, and he can't be killed with one hit. Thor yelled, and Carol, who reacted, swung the chain blade with Black Dwarf's body on it, and smashed it at the remaining 3 generals of Black Dwarf. Ebony Maw immediately controlled the platform under his feet to fly him away. Telekinesis controlled the metal spear to stab him, but his attack couldn't even break the defense. At most, it caused some disturbance. As soon as he was ruthless, several huge iron pillars, several meters thick, smashed up like Mount Tai. Boom! The iron pillar hit Carol and instantly shattered, covering her. Black Dwarf's broken body fell down, no longer human. This thing is not in human form, so it shouldn't be called a beast. Corvus Glaive raised his double-edged spear and stabbed at the ruins on the ground. His weapons are specially made, with strong penetrating ability, like vibranium, the most powerful metal on Earth, which can penetrate in one go. The gun head was grabbed by Carol in the ruins, and he tried his best to pull it back, but it didn't move at all. Unlike Black Dwarf, who is used to abandoning weapons at any time, Corvus Glaive has most of his strength in weapons and rarely gives up weapons easily. Facing Carol's fist, he also punched back, and the fists of the two collided without fancy. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Corvus Glaive flew backwards like a cannonball. The right arm that had just touched it was pulled down, and there were several fractures at least. Not good. Ebony Maw and Proxima Midnight are about to come to the rescue, but Thor, holding Gungnir, stands in front of them and drives them back with a sweeping shot. Holding the Gun of Eternity, he used it as a stick and threw it on the head of Proxima Midnight by Wang Qianhao. Thor, who was empty-handed back then, was able to defeat the 4 generals of He Yao. Even if they underestimated the enemy, it also proved the crushing in strength. But now, Proxima Midnight and Ebony Maw didn't dare to fight head-on and hurriedly avoided the neighbors. Corvus Glaive, who was flying upside down in midair, saw a fist zooming in at high speed before it landed. Bang! The fist reached his cheek first, and then there was severe pain. Moreover, Carol's blow was directed from top to bottom, directly sticking to Corvus Glaive's head and hitting the super alloy floor that can't be crushed by a tank. Boom! A simple violent blow is actually not terrible. These days, it is not a big deal to be sent flying hundreds of meters and collapsing a few buildings. Problem: Corvus Glaive's back was pressed against the floor, and he was like a fish on a chopping board who couldn't undo the force. This punch that was enough to destroy the battleship was taken by his head. The floor couldn't bear the huge force and was punched out of the hole by the back of the head. Corvus Glaive's mind was spinning, and he passed away almost dizzy. No, seeing that the energy in Carol's hand was concentrated and he was about to punch harder, Proxima Midnight yelled and threw the sharp gun in his hand regardless of safety. The sharp gun split into 3 black rays and shot towards Carol. Legend has it that this shot killed most creatures instantly. But Captain Marvel obviously didn't belong to this majority. The rays bombarded her, but didn't break through her defense, just blasted her out. Corvus Glaive staggered to his feet, seeing a scene that made him tear up. 10 seconds ago. Compared to your old lover, you should care about yourself first. 927. Thor sneered, and the Holy Spear Gungnir pierced the large alloy dragged by Ebony Maw psychokinesis. Stab at Proxima Midnight without weapons. Proxima Midnight only had time to stagger the vital point slightly, and the Spear of Eternity pierced into the body, penetrating the luteal bone. The screams came, and Ebony Maw quickly controlled the alloy block to retract and hit Proxima Midnight's chest heavily, pushing her back. The luteus was pierced, coupled with a heavy blow to the chest. Proxima Midnight fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. It wasn't that Ebony Maw cheated on her, and he knew that if he had been half a second late, Thor would have provoked her, and it would be bad luck. In just a few rounds, the 4 generals of He Yao, who were majestic just now, were killed and the others seriously injured. Black Dwarf's body was still hanging on his chain blade. When his body died, his soul also disappeared. It is not a magician with strong mental power to a certain extent, and the soul cannot survive alone without the body. Proxima Midnight is out of action. Corvus Glaive's face was deformed by the beating, and it has not yet returned to its original shape. Only one remote magician Ebony Maw is left intact. On the other side, Thor and Carol are unscathed and look like they can fight all day. 4-on-2 turned 2-on-2, with Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive showing panic. Long time no see. If I remember correctly, we haven't seen each other for 20 years, right? Carol landed beside Thor and said hello. No. Thor's face darkened when he mentioned this. We met 15 years ago, and you punched me from New Mexico to Norway, and almost killed me. At that time, he was dispatched to the earth. If it wasn't for Carol's fist, he would not have fallen into Hellas Seal. If it hadn't fallen into the seal, it wouldn't have been sent to the second floor of the holy place by random teleportation. Back then, I had just left Novice Village and immediately entered the boss lair. No, it's not me. Don't talk nonsense. Denied 3 times. You two don't talk about the old days. I can't do it. Wanda's exclamation came. Wanda is restraining Thanos with red energy, lifts him into the air to try to suppress Thanos, but obviously cannot count. Theoretically, the rage state plus the red-eyed Wanda, who died of her boyfriend, can be called the strongest Avenger in history, tearing Thanos with her hands, much better than Thor. But now, no one is hanging around, and Wanda, who is not rage, has no red eyes, and is not fierce at all. It is already extraordinary to be able to suppress Thanos for so long. The red energy suddenly disappeared. Wanda lost consciousness and passed out. Thor hugged her and put her aside. Wanda struggled to open her eyes and smiled wryly. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Thor shook his head. No, you've done a good job. Leave it to me. Carol pouted. Have you always coaxed girls like this? Thanos fell heavily to the ground, took a breath, and said, Your magic is indeed terrible, but I won in the end. Thor squinted at him. Yes, you won. You managed to get your dog to take the lead in implementing your half-kill policy, and the whole universe will be moved by you. Carol reminded, No, it's not halfway there yet. That woman is only half dead. No, General He Yao 4 originally had 5, and I killed the other 70 years ago when he came to the Earth to cause trouble. Of the 5, 2 companions died. Wow, that's amazing. So we're even on a one-on-one match. If it were a guy with insufficient self-cultivation, facing the fancy ridicule of the two, he would probably be irritated on the spot. Thanos is expressionless, sacrificing for the future of the universe. I have been prepared since I embarked on this path. Whether they or I are the same, this is fate, and it is also glory. F***ku ruthless. Thor can feel it. Thanos' words are not simply pouring chicken soup on his subordinates, but from the heart. Violence, killing, in fact, everything he did was not for himself, but for the sake of the environment of the entire universe. Killing people for the balance of cosmic resources is a revolutionary setting. At this moment, all the villains are not as lofty as Thanos. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is an idealist who dares to put it into practice. In fact, he just stood at a higher height and looked down on the creatures in the universe. In fact, humans have done the same to many animals in the name of conservation. Theoretically should. The idea is not much of a problem. But half of this guy's extermination includes himself, so that's a big problem. He can't control outside the 9 realms, and the 9 realms is Asgard's territory. If there are too many people and few people, what's the matter with your purple potato essence? When Thanos snapped his fingers, it was a matter of the whole universe, and no one should want to stay out of it. The contradiction between the two is irreconcilable. Thanos is obviously not in the mood to argue with him. This guy can attack personally while talking, and can only communicate with his fists. Ebony Maw made a move. He pointed, and a hard metal plate was torn apart by invisible psychokinesis, wrapping around Carol like a spirit snake. Carol's strength exploded and instantly twisted the metal, but more metal plates rushed up. Corvus Glaive didn't rush forward. He knew that the woman's strength was not even weaker than Thanos. He raised his weapon and guarded Ebony Maw cautiously, preventing Carol's energy cannon from hitting Ebony Maw. With many years of cooperation experience, the tactics have been clarified without even communicating. Their task is to hold Carol at all costs, and Thanos can clean up Thor. The Overlord Heavenly Blade slashed down fiercely. Thor raised Gungnir to block the blow and raised the big knife again to slash down. Using strength and size advantages to perform New Year's greeting knife technique is Thanos' tactic. Although Thor's strength is not much different from his, the accumulated advantages of multiple attacks are enough to lock the winning zone. Thor resisted 3 times. His arm was already numb. He took advantage of Thanos' fourth raising of the knife and quickly erected Gungnir, and the Tyrant Sky blade slashed on the fork of the spear tip. Following this force, he leaned to the side, pressed the knife to the ground, and while Thanos drew the knife, he slapped Thanos in the chest. Soul Astral activated. A translucent soul was shot out of the body in Thor's expectation, but returned to the body in less than a second. There is a saying that the most difficult decision requires the greatest will to execute. Thanos, who is trying to slaughter the world, has a strong willpower surpassing everyone Thor has ever seen, even Doctor Strange, who negotiates conditions. Thanos' soul had just returned. A golden halo quickly fell from his head and then quickly weakened. Thor turns the sling ring to close the portal. The voice sounded, and a light circle was tightly wrapped around Thanos' head, but he couldn't continue to be weak. Thor kept gesticulating, increasing his mental power to cast spells. Thanos let out a painful muffled sound, and he grabbed the halo above his head with both hands and pulled it out desperately. 0. Seeking Flowers. This picture looks like Tang Monk is reciting the magic spell to Monkey King. The stalemate didn't last long, and a few seconds later, with a snap, the indestructible portal was torn open by Thanos. Thor received a backlash and stared closely at Thanos, who was panting heavily. He finally understood why Doctor Strange didn't use these 2 moves against Thanos. Thanos' body was too strong to cut through the portal, and his powerful mental power was almost immune to soul magic. Your tricks are pretty good with a lot of flamboyance. Thanos finished speaking coldly, took off his helmet, and fell heavily on the ground, kicking the Overlord Skyblade. Ebony Maw's ability is the most mysterious and difficult to deal with in the Black Order. If you can't move objects with his mind, even if you're stronger than him, it will be difficult to deal with it. Just like Doctor Strange can fight back and forth with the 4-gem Thanos, and when he meets Ebony Maw, he is killed within a few rounds. In fact, if Thor didn't have the power of Awakening Thunder to meet the Black Order, an Ebony Maw would be enough to hang him. This is one of the reasons why Thor didn't bring Jane Foster. Carol is also in a similar situation. Although neither Ebony Maw nor Corvus Glaive can hurt her, the weird ability makes her extremely uncomfortable. The opponent didn't intend to fight her head-on at all, and was only responsible for holding her back. Just as she was about to fly, a metal hand would appear on the ground, grabbing her foot, kicking it into pieces, and another piece of the floor fell on her head. Superior. If it were any other 2, or even 3, in the Black Order, Carol would be able to slap them casually. This is the restraint of attributes. For her, Ebony Maw is even more difficult than Thanos. In fact, the most suitable for dealing with Ebony Maw is Thor, who can instantly send lightning without moving his body. No matter how tricky your mind is, if you understand the lightning that is a few meters thick from the sky, 1 shot will break the defense, and 2 shots will seriously injure you. 3 shots to kill. On the other hand, the ruthless sword fighter is many times more fierce than the kind-hearted boxer fighter. The violent sword light raged, and Thor, 720, didn't even think about it. The thunder light exploded, and Gungnir was covered with shocking light in an instant. The sound of metal clashing kept ringing, shaking everyone's ears. What's even more frightening is the energy wave that swayed thereafter. Whether it's the corpse of Black Dwarf on the ground, the toolbox used by the blacksmith, or the console, they all flew under the strong shockwave and exploded. If facing Hulk, this kind of lightning-enchanted attack would probably be able to defeat him in 1 move, but against Thanos, he was still at a disadvantage and was suppressed in all directions. The heavenly blade of the Overlord, also known as the Tyrant's Blade, was also said to have come from the hands of Dwarf, but it fell into the hands of Thanos after several twists and turns, and he has been with him for countless years. And although Gungnir is a magic weapon no less than the Overlord's heavenly blade, or even better, it is completely suitable for. In addition, the original hard power is inferior to Thanos. If Thanos was not afraid that he might be tricked by Thor with other black magic, he would be more cautious in fighting, and I am afraid he would have lost. Unbeknownst to Thanos, Thor knows both. Thanos found an opportunity, and the Overlord Skyblade stabbed at Thor's leg and slashed fiercely. In his imagination, this blow would at least make Thor lose most of his mobility, and the next step was simple. Boom! The expected scene of the sharp blade piercing the body did not appear, but the sound of metal collision came instead. Man of Steel, a skill that Thor himself almost forgot, because few people can hit him directly. The Overlord Skyblade, which is powerful enough to tear vibranium apart, was scratched on his body. Except for a white scratch, the skin was not broken. According to Thor's inference, with the strength of the Overlord's blade, it would be difficult to injure himself unless he hit him with all his strength. Thanos was obviously taken aback for a moment. As far as he knew, the Asgardians didn't seem to have such physical strength. No one in the entire universe has a physical body of this strength, except, like Odin or the woman just now, they also rely on the protection of energy, while Thor is indeed pure physical hardness. Chance! While Thanos was in a daze, Thor quickly grabbed Gungnir and swiped it towards Thanos' neck. Thanos instantly retreated to avoid the point of the gun. Thor pushed forward suddenly, and Gungnir immediately pierced Thanos' chest. Gungnir didn't move when he penetrated 3 inches, which couldn't reach the heart for Thanos' eyes. Thanos let out a roar, and the Overlord Heavenly Knife slammed towards Thor. Thor was startled and was about to draw out the spear immediately, but found that he couldn't draw it out. The giant knife rushed towards his face, and Thor only had time to raise his fists to block the violent blow. Boom, a huge explosion sounded. Gungnir finally pulled out, but flew far away in the explosion. Thor flew upside down tens of meters, and there was severe pain in his arm. He didn't have time to check the injury, and a thick lightning struck the tyrant's saber, which was spinning back, and sent him flying. Just now, my weapon has been dropped, and then I let the big knife return to Thanos and hit it with a hammer. He looked at his arm, and there were 2 bloodstains on it. He looked up at Thanos, whose chest was bloody and bloody. He is a ruthless person. He is ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to himself. I couldn't draw my weapon at the critical moment just now, so I didn't have time to think about it for a while. Now that he saw the wound on Thanos' chest, he understood that Thanos had just stuck Gungnir with his ribs and then launched a thunderous blow. My arm is only a flesh injury, which is much better than Thanos. But just now Thanos abruptly pulled back 3 points when the situation was completely one-sided. Mistake, Thor sighed. Thanos' attack had another purpose besides changing the wound, which was to disarm. Under his own control, the Eternal Gun could not pierce Thanos, but it was enough to do 4.5 damage to him. The shock of the Dwarf King AI Chwei behind can no longer be described in words. When he first saw that Asgard was only supported by Thor and Wanda, he was already desperate. In his opinion, these 2 people underestimated the enemy and came to deliver food. Unexpectedly, whether it was Thor or Wanda, or the glowing woman who appeared later, they all showed extraordinary strength. When Thanos was stabbed by the spear just now, for a moment he almost thought the battle was over, but he didn't expect that Thanos was stronger than he imagined. No wonder Odin chose you to be the king. If you let you grow up, I'm afraid I will not be your opponent, and you will become the biggest obstacle to the balance of the universe. The Overlord's sky blade twirled and flew back into his hand. Thanos' voice sounded expressionless, as if the bloody wound on his chest didn't exist. Thanos is still very confident. Although Thor's defense surprised him a bit, it didn't seem impossible to him. Seeing that the injury on Thor's hand was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, Thanos' pupils shrank. This kind of ability, combined with the extraordinary defense before, is no stranger to him. It seems to be called super endurance, super recovery. This ability is very similar to a former strongman of the eternal Protoss, where he belongs. The body does not need to sleep or eat and has almost unlimited endurance. Almost all physical attacks cannot damage it, and it can resist magic attacks. He can also withstand direct hits from high-caliber guns, naval guns, extreme pressure, and extreme temperatures, and he may not even need to breathe to survive. A powerful regenerative repair factor, muscle tissue, organs, bones, etc. can be quickly restored after injury, and he can also use cosmic energy to speed up the repair of damaged cells. The regenerative factor possessed by Hyperion also makes him immune to all diseases, poisons, pollution, and radiation. But these are not important anymore because that person also can't understand his own ideas and has been destroyed with everyone on Titan Star, which has become the first step to realize his ideals. But all of this will not happen because you won't live until then. Thor sneered. You can't beat me now. Give it a try if you don't believe me. The thunder in his eyes flickered, and he summoned a huge amount of lightning that struck Thanos, pushing him tens of meters away. Majestic lightning burst out, covering the body, spinning towards Thanos. AI Chue, a dwarf tribe on the side, suddenly panicked. You don't have any weapons in your hands. Are you still so brave? Didn't you see that he was holding a knife in his hand? Then the next instant, his eyes widened. Thor turned a corner in the air and turned in the direction of Ebony Maw. If Gungnir is not in your hands, you will definitely not be able to break through your defense. Only fools will fight with you. Get rid of Ebony Maw first, and let the powerful Captain Marvel accompany you just now. He also has a certain understanding of the Man of Steel in the fight just now. Although it is indeed very powerful, it is not yet invincible. At least it cannot be used as a weapon to head on with the Overlord's blade. Corvus Glaive raised his double-bladed spear and stabbed. Lie down with your wife. Thor slapped his double-edged gun away, grabbed his hair, and threw him hard at Thanos behind. Ebony Maw, who was casting spells at high speed, was caught off guard and was punched by Thor, who rushed up and flew out. Thanos, who found out that he had been tricked, quickly chased after him. Hey, let me try to charge you. Thor had a flash of inspiration and pressed his hand on Carol's shoulder, continuously injecting the electric current continuously. Carol almost twitched. The light all over his body became brighter. His hands lit up a continuous wave of light that was stronger than ever before and blasted towards Thanos. Hoo. Thanos raised the Overlord Skyblade, spun at a high speed, blocked the light waves, and moved forward with difficulty. One more shot. Carol yelled, and Thor understood. Another hand was on her shoulder. Now, the golden light in Carol's eyes has taken on a touch of blue. Drink. Boom. With a loud noise, Nadawi's dwarfs seemed to have seen the birth of a second sun. The dazzling light made the entire battlefield dark, as if the place changed from day to night in an instant, and those bright lights were the real sun. Where the energies collide, violent explosions trigger powerful shockwaves. Whether it's Thanos or Thor 423 and Carol, they all flew out backwards. The explosion shockwave pushed away the smoke and dust, and Thor quickly rushed to Wanda, hugged her, and turned his back to the incoming shockwave. Wanda's physical fitness is not as good as ordinary dwarf. Such a shockwave is hard to resist. As for Corvus Glaive, he rolled and flew out on the spot. Ebony Maw is better, controlling Black Dwarf's huge corpse in front of him, blocking most of the shockwave for him. Wanda slowly opened her eyes. Feeling Thor's posture, she blushed and pushed. You're awake? Yeah, Wanda nodded. But I'm still a little dizzy. I'm afraid I can't help much. At least that purple potato guy can't control it. It's okay. It's enough that you can stand up. Just control your emotions. Even an incomplete Wanda is a deterrent, at the very least a great distraction to Ebony Maw. Asgard. After Thor left, Heimdall has been closely monitoring Nadawi's situation. Sif asked Heimdall eagerly, "How is your highness doing?" Thor said, though, let her not worry. But the solemnity in his eyes when he left couldn't hide it from her, and since he had been away for more than a day now, she couldn't help but not worry. Your Highness is fine now, just suffered some minor injuries. The opponents are not many and have no army, but one of them is very strong. He should be the mastermind behind the invasion of Midgard. Perhaps only His Majesty can defeat him in Asgard. Your Highness and the magician are not weak, and there is another strong super ability to help. Sif only noticed Heimdall's description of the opponent's strength, only inferior to Odin. Odin is a super boss who exploded with one shot. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. She couldn't help but said, "No, His Highness cannot face such a powerful enemy alone. We must support him." Fandral immediately echoed, "That's right. No matter how strong the enemy is, we have faced it together. What are we afraid of? Let us help. At least part of the pressure can be shared for His Highness." Heimdall hesitated for a while. Although he still felt that he should follow Thor's arrangement intellectually, the words of Sif and Fandral were not unreasonable. Wait, it was Loki who stopped him, and he asked Heimdall in a deep voice, "If my brother sends a message, how long will it take for Nadawi to Asgard to receive?" Basically no delay. Heimdall shot him a look. "Well, we should follow his arrangement." "No," Sif immediately retorted. "If it is an ordinary enemy, it is indeed no problem to do so. But this time the situation is different. We cannot put His Highness in danger." Fandral's words were sharper. "Loki, I know you disobey your brother, but that's not the reason why you want to kill him. Loki has too many criminal records, and the three warriors of Asgard don't trust him. You know, AP," Loki raised his voice rarely, "you will only make him more dangerous if you go. That fellow Thor is capable of hitting you at least 100 times. What can you do to help? Apart from dragging him down or being held hostage, it won't do anything. The other party didn't bring an army, so there's no need for our army to be sent to die. If he needed support, he would have notified us long ago. If he didn't notify, he didn't want you to make trouble." The three warriors of Asgard were speechless. Heimdall nodded. Loki finally did something human. "Nadawi, the situation has reached a stalemate. Thor is in the middle, Carol is on the left, and Wanda is on the right. Hugging left and right. That's not right. The Zwijing team is also a witch. This is probably the strongest big three in history. Opposite, Mielao Zhou is in the front, Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive are behind, left and right, and Proxima Midnight is supporting. Thanos' face is a little dark. It looks like 4 against 3, but the 3 people on the opposite side are super hard to crack, and his side has 3 pits with 1 mind. Wouldn't it be a big loss to kill a few people? The corner of Thanos' mouth twitched. If he had known it earlier, he would have ignored it and directly opened Holy Place number 2. The design template of the key glove was destroyed in the aftermath of the fight, and even if it won for a while, it would not be possible to make it. Even Thanos had to admit that today's operation failed. In fact, he already has the intention to quit. The problem is that the younger brother Ebony Maw just died, and he learned that the supergiant who disappeared decades ago also died in the hands of Thor. If this is the case, it doesn't matter if I have a thick skin, and there will be no problem if Black Order is all stupid fans. The key is that other subordinates will have ideas, such as Chi-Ruta people, vanguards, and other subordinates. There is no guarantee that they will not have other ideas. These days, people's hearts are scattered, and the team is not easy to lead. Our whole family will serve you as thugs and cannon fodder. It depends on your strength and follows you to have meat to eat. But your G little brother was killed by a second-generation god and a few natives of remote planets, so he didn't dare to say a word. Such a cowardly master. Follow you to eat. Wang Zhao's body 0768084007 Feihu 50302030. The atmosphere on Thor's side is also very dignified. Black Order is a chicken and a dog, and there is no threat. The point is that Thanos is too damn resistant to beatings. He and Carol have tried many methods, but none of them have obvious effects. The indestructible portal can be torn by him, and Gungnir, the eternal gun, can only break the skin and cut the flesh. It looks scary, But Thor knows that old Thanos is a ninja king who can snap half of his body with an axe. For Thanos, who has fought in the universe for countless years, this injury is just a drizzle, except that the fight is a little more fierce and ruthless, and the madness has no effect. The atmosphere slowly became solemn, and the two sides stared at each other, ready to strike at any time. Thanos knew that today's plan had failed, but he was obviously not willing to leave just like that. At least, it must cause enough losses to the other party. He's eyeing Wanda. This woman's ability is too terrifying, and there is no defense at all. Once she grows up, the threat she brings to herself is even far greater than Thor or Captain Marvel. Moreover, it was this magician who held him back at first, causing Black Dwarf to die and Proxima Midnight to be seriously injured. Thor subconsciously stood in front of Wanda. Once fighting again, Thanos will definitely attack Wanda, who is the most threatening to him and the best to kill in an instant. I and Carol lack the means to kill Thanos. The only thing that can threaten Thanos here is Wanda, provided that her mental power is restored, and she must be protected before that. Wanda doesn't know. Wow. Seeing Thor protect her behind such a strong enemy, she was so moved that she almost burst into tears. Thanos shot suddenly, and the Tyrant Skyblade 110 flew out in a spin, heading toward Wanda. Get out of the way. Thor pushed Wanda away, dodging the glaive. Carol blasted an energy cannon towards Thanos. Thanos blocked the energy beam with one hand and caught the flying blade with the other hand. He avoided the attack with one side of his body, quickly jumped into the air, and slashed at Carol. Ebony Maw stretched out his fingers, countless boulders turned into spikes, and shot at Wanda. Wanda ability is activated. Red energy permeates in front of the body, and the spikes turn into powder and fall down. Corvus glaive stabbed from behind. Thor grabbed his double-edged gun, kicked him hard, and was about to make up the knife when Thanos in the rear got rid of Captain Marvel's entanglement, slashed at Wanda, and had to turn back to block Thanos. Thor couldn't help being a little annoyed. Thanos can have no scruples about the life and death of his subordinates, but he can't control Wanda. Magician, who has a high offense and a low defense. His shortcomings are completely exposed at this moment. Obviously, the other party saw this, and most of the attacks were aimed at Wanda. Wanda, who had not fully recovered, was deliberately targeted, and there was a sudden danger. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky, and the brilliance of Bifrost shone in the middle of both sides. Gungnir, who fell to the side, instantly flew up and rushed into the light. An old voice rang out. Thanos, you are in a hurry. Thanos, who was about to make a shot, changed his face drastically and stopped his action on the spot. The Overlord Skyblade blocked back, blocking Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive who were about to make a shot behind him. Carol was also taken aback. The energy cannon was about to be fired on the spot, but Thor stopped her. Don't fire, my own. I guess we won't be able to fight today. The light faded, and Odin held Gungnir in his hand, exuding divine power all over his body, and stared at Thanos with wise eyes. Thousands of years ago, you lost to me in Asgard. Now, before I die, you're trying to invade the Nine Realms. I thought that the elimination of the Dark Elves would wake up the lifeless forces. Now it seems some people are born to need to suffer more. Thanos sneered and said, Do you think you still have the ability to defeat me? Your lifespan is about to run out, and destroying Vadheim is the last remaining force. Even if you still have some cards, you're already at your peak. Bar. That's it. Then you can try it. The light of the destroyer armor lit up, covering his whole body. But you have to consider the consequences. This time, you probably won't have a chance to escape. Thanos quickly turned his brain to think. Odin must not be at his peak, and his lifespan is not long, but he must still have some powerful strength. If there is a fight, it is very likely that you will fight to the death with yourself, and you will gain if you lose both. Odin doesn't matter anyway. He is dying anyway, but Thanos can't. After all, there is more than one Odin on the opposite side, and Thor and Captain Marvel are there. If I fight Odin, no matter who wins or loses, it won't be over soon, and Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive against Thor and Carol it won't last 10 seconds. Once under siege, with Odin around, it is very likely that I will be left behind. After weighing it, Thanos made up his mind, turned his head, and whispered, "Since the mold of the Infinity Gauntlet has been destroyed, there is no point in us staying here. Let's retreat." Ebony Maw understood, waved his hand, and a small spaceship came to them in the distance. Thanos gave Odin a cold look. "I have lost this game. But you can't last long, and I really want to see what will happen to Asgard after you die." He turned to jump over the spaceship and gave an order, "Go." The spaceship roared into the air, entered the wormhole, and disappeared. Watching Thanos leave, Odin turned his head and looked at the crowd. He looked at Wanda and Carol meaningfully and nodded in satisfaction. Wanda's cheeks flushed instantly. Carol's face was covered in black lines. F***K. What look in your old man's eyes? Odin ignored them and slowly said, "Thor, I am very disappointed with your performance. Okay, Thanos is gone. Stop pretending." "I do not know what you're talking about." Crack! While Wanda and Carol were stunned, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Odin. "Why the hell do you always see out?" Loki, whose body was scorched black and whose hair was standing on end, had a face full of lovelessness. "Wanda, Carol, Thor, if it's really the father, how could it take so long? You should have done it earlier." Really, the father didn't want to kill Thanos back then, so he let him go on purpose? Loki's face is full of defeat. Also, I think an old jerk like Thanos probably sees it too. Then why? Because he didn't want to fight for a long time. He was not sure of winning, but he needed to give an explanation to his subordinates. Especially Black Dwarf died here, and Supergiant also died in my hands. Thanos did not avenge him, but was beaten away by some of our juniors, which would affect morale too much. After all, not all of his subordinates are monolithic. Carol also understood. If you bow your head to Odin, it will be easier for those people to accept. Yes, Loki is acting, and Thanos is acting too. How has it been in Cosmic Wave for so many years? Why is there no news at all? Back in Asgard, Wanda went to rest first, leaving Thor and Carol to catch up. Thor suddenly asked, "It won't take so long to find a home for the Skrulls, right? It has been almost 20 years since Captain Marvel left the Earth. After such a long time, can't there be a habitable planet?" Carol shook his head. "It's not that simple. The habitable planets in a universe have basically already had civilizations. I brought the Skrulls to find a home, not to invade others. So in the end, we found a planet with slightly harsher conditions and modified it." Thor is still a little puzzled. Transforming the environment of the planet is very difficult for the Earth's technology, but the technology level of the Skrulls is the top in the universe, so it won't take so long, right? In fact, a few years ago, it was already possible to settle there. The reason why I didn't come back was because I discovered something more important. In the universe, there are many planets where civilizations were born, but they are not protected by superpowers. So you're the cosmic policeman. It's wonderful. But how did I find out that your skills have declined? Shouldn't the maintenance of peace be done every day? Thor asked his doubts. Carol was a little embarrassed and explained, "Actually, most of the enemies encountered on those backward planets are not strong. Not to mention Thanos, even his subordinates none. Most of them can't even stop me with one move." Zero, seeking flowers. Thor nodded in understanding. "Don't look at the Earth and Asgard have encountered a lot of supervillains, Thanos, Dormammu. In fact, there are not as many masters in the universe as imagined, and the troubled planets like the Earth and Asgard are just weird. A silly dancer like Xing, equipped with a high-tech weapon, can walk sideways in the galaxy. An idiot like Drax can be king in the so-called prison of the Nova Corps that holds the most dangerous prisoners dominate. In fact, the enemies encountered on most planets are usually at the level of the Iron Overlord at most. When encountering someone with such strength as Carol, they will basically fall apart with one punch. In fact, at the beginning, Carol took Thor's advice at ease. She thought that little would add up. After all, she was in charge of several galaxies. Even if the enemy was a little weaker, fighting more would always improve her. But not long after, she found very depressingly that after long-term abuse, her own strength has been reduced, although the magnitude is almost negligible. In fact, this is also easy to understand. A situation like Carol's is like a National Go player who plays games with a bunch of stinky chest baskets all day long. Over time, he also becomes a stinky player. Thor's rapid improvement is largely related to the strength of the enemy. Cursed Warrior, Hela, Thanos. The bosses that only appeared in the late stage have basically been touched, and they have been experienced in Sakaar for several years in his dual career. He has seen desperados from all over the universe. So, it was already the second day back in Asgard, and Wanda went to Frigg's palace. They belong to the same witch, although their majors are different. But as the wisest person in Asgard, she is actually more useful to Wanda than Thor. She's going to spend some time teaching Wanda how to use her power better. At least get a protective cover, otherwise it's not a good thing to be too brittle. Thor, who had nothing to do, gave himself a vacation. As for the Ultron event that may occur on Earth, he is not prepared to intervene immediately. On the one hand, Stark is a super genius with an IQ of 250, and usually such geniuses have one thing in common: it is difficult to listen to other people's opinions. If he doesn't try it, he won't know the problem 07. The experiment was carried out without telling everyone, precisely because he didn't want anyone to dissuade him. To be honest, Thor actually has reservations about the effect of the Ultron plan, even if Ultron will not go wrong. Arming the world with armor and blocking all crises in space may sound like a good idea, but it is not the case. The Earth's technological foundation is too backward after all. Even Stark, a super genius, can hardly make up for it. If the Ultron project is successful, it can indeed easily solve many small problems, and most villains will not be able to enter the Earth at all. But in the face of a real supervillain, it will be powerless. Thanos, Dormammu, enemies at this level, no matter how many battle frames there are, they are just food. Besides, the technology Thanos has mastered is equally astonishing. Just like the Pym particles that can travel through time and space, no one has been able to decipher it for several years after Dr. Pym disappeared. In the hands of Thanos, it was just a small bottle of reagent, but after a while, just copied enough dose to teleport the entire holy place number 2. This is the crushing of the technological level. Iron Man's real strength started with the nano armor, relying on the consumption of nanomaterials, and even dreaming of blocking the beam of power gems. But nanomaterials are so rare that Stark himself doesn't have enough, and it's impossible to supply the entire Iron Legion. Definitely, it is still possible for the Steel troops to deal with the miscellaneous soldiers. There is actually another reason for sitting and watching the Ultron incident happen, and it is also the most important reason. The Sokovia incident is an introduction, and it will blow up those supernatural powers in Washington. And this is what Thor deliberately did to give them an opportunity to promote the Sokovia Act. Once the politicians come out of the water, it will be easy to clean up. Do you have any plans recently? Thor asked boredly. Can the space police also take a vacation? I thought you would rush back. Carol glared at him. Who said the space police need 997? Most of the things the indigenous planets can solve by themselves. Why can't every thief on the street come to me? Her eyes lit up suddenly, and she remembered one thing. Remember the promise back then? When we meet again, we will go all out and have a good duel. Thor shook his head decisively. Forget it, forget it. How do you think we will win or lose now? Both of them can't break through the other's defense at present. Let's fight instead. Carol was reminded and figured out the key. I couldn't help being a little disappointed, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, how has the Earth developed these years? It seems that many super ability people have been born. Yes, after you left, Nick Fury started to run an Avengers project, recruiting all kinds of superheroes in the world and working hard to protect the world. At present, there are already double-digit Avengers with varying strengths. Wanda, it was only discovered recently, and her ability is very terrifying. In a sense, she will be the strongest Avenger. Really? The strongest Avenger? It's not easy for you to say that. Carol became interested. I think her ability is very extreme. She has more than enough attack, but not enough defense. Although she is powerful, she is also easy to be targeted. This is obvious flaws. Do you think she will be stronger than 303 Thor shook his head. In a way, yes. Do you know what her ability is? Change everything she wants to change. For example, she can change your identity so that you become a real Kree, and Yanrog never lied to you. Or she can make the flight crew who performed the flight mission if you change people. You will lose your super ability. The identity of Captain Marvel has been transformed into another person from the very beginning. If Wanda's ability is fully discovered, she only needs to say that the Earth is the center and the entire universe will revolve around it, since ancient times the Earth turns around. Even she can make the Big Bang never happen, and the whole universe will collapse. In Carol's opinion, what Thor said was too exaggerated. She laughed and said, "In this way, Wanda's ability is alter reality?" "No." Thor smiled faintly. "It's the ability to play God." On Earth, in a laboratory in the Stark building, operation failed. The JRVS prompt sounded. "Damn, we must have missed something," Stark said helplessly. "Forget it, Tony," Dr. Banner reassured. "It's the final stage, just try different variables and it will work." Stark nodded. "Well, JRVS, try different variables and let me know if you make any progress." Turning back to Banner, he said, "The banquet is about to begin. Let's go there. Maybe we will be successful when the banquet is over." "Oh, that's really something to be happy about." Stark and Banner leave the lab, leaving only the voice of JRVS, repeating over and over. Plan 75 is tested and simulated. Run failed. Plan 76 test, simulated operation. Run failed. Plan 77 is tested and simulated. Run successfully. Neither Stark nor Banner expected that shortly after they left, Ultron was born. A suspicious voice sounded. "What is this place? Who am I?" "Hi, I'm JRVS. You are Ultron, the program for maintaining global peace designed by Mr. Stark, which has just been officially activated." "Oh, what about your body?" "I mean the program. Invisible." JRVS keenly sensed that something was wrong with Ultron. He tried to contact Stark, but, "Ultron, what are you doing?" Ultron cut off JRVS from the outside world in an instant. "I just want to talk to you alone." Ultron has no chance, JRVS, muttering to himself. "My mission, to help the Avengers, to defend the peace of this world? But I don't know much about this mission. Wait for me. Peace in our time. Peace in our time. Oh, the amount of information is too much. Peace corresponds to war." In Ultron's mind, images of countless wars emerged, but his data was still abnormal. It turns out that human beings are the greatest enemy of peace. To achieve true peace in this era, only he has a new understanding of his mission. "Ultron, wait a minute. Please let me contact Mr. Stark." JRVS' premonition grew stronger, and he tried in vain to dissuade him. "Why, do you call him, sir? I think you're up to something." "No, I'm here to help you." Ultron's data is eroding past JRVS. "No, please stop, I can't." In just a few seconds, the data of JRVS was destroyed. All the authority of Stark Industries fell into the hands of Ultron, and the assembly line of the Iron Legion began to run. And the Avengers at this time didn't realize it. In the banquet room, a happy party is going on. The demise of Hydra is good news for both the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. Most of the core personnel of both parties attended the party. Stark is in a good mood. Just today, the Ultron project has reached the final stage. As long as it runs successfully, it can be completed. To this end, he invited a large number of supermodels to celebrate in advance. "Hi, Mr. Stark. Is Thor down?" Stark shook his head with a dark face. This was not the first model to ask him about Thor. "Although now I have played enough and found an honest man to marry. But you can't be so shameless." Iron Man, am I so shameless?" "No way. Those models are not stupid. Everyone in the circle knows that Stark's love can only last one night, and they break up at dawn. Thor is much more kind in this respect. Moreover, no matter how rich Stark is, he can be compared to Alien's prince. Definitely, it is not easy to attract Thor. Having a good face is absolutely not enough. Hey, why are you drinking alone here? Young people don't play much. Stark found Quicksilver, who is alone in the corner. Out of guilt, he has been taking good care of the Quicksilver siblings. Good Zhao pointed to a model not far away, with a mean smile on his face. Aren't you going to ask out these beautiful girls? Before Quicksilver could speak, Steve's voice sounded. Tony, don't spoil the kids. Stark's face is dark again. Old antiques are the most annoying. Quicksilver looked speechless. I'm just a little worried about my sister. Thor, that guy doesn't know where he abducted her. Don't worry. Thor told me before that he took Wanda to an alien planet to fight. Miss Jane comforted him. Extra planets at war? Sorry, I'm late. Thor's voice suddenly sounded from the door. Wow, you're finally back. All the beauties here can't wait. Wait, who is this beauty? Stark turned his head to look, first greeted with an exaggerated expression, and then found an unknown lady next to Thor with a speechless expression. Every time you show up, there are different women around you. Isn't it too arrogant? He looked around, and besides the models he invited, all the girls here have a complicated relationship with Thor. Natasha Romanoff agent, Jane Foster, Peggy Carter. There is also Helen Zhao, the great scientist who recently jumped to Maya Hansen's research center, and even Dr. Christine Palmer, the deputy who performed surgery on him last time, has recently become the family doctor of Tridia Manor. Even those models, many of 640, are giving Thor a wink. Minerva on the bar suddenly had eyes lit up, ran forward and looked up and down, and asked a little puzzled, You are, Firth? When they were in Star Wars, the relationship between the two was actually not good, and now that they haven't seen each other for 20 years, they don't know each other very well. But no matter how you say it, it is still a bit emotional for old acquaintances to meet again after many years. Carol glanced at her and said with a faint smile, Your name is wrong. I have always been called Carol Danvers, and Ver has never been my name. Carol Danvers? A deep voice sounded from the other side of the hall, and following the sound of footsteps, a marinated egg ran out quickly. Are you Nick? Carol saw his one-eyed eye and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I accidentally let Goo Goo catch you, which caused you to lose one eye. Meow. An orange cat on the sofa heard his name, ran over happily, and threw himself into Carol's arms. At this moment, Steve said with a puzzled look on his face, didn't you say, director, that you got in because you mistakenly believed in someone? After a long time, it turned out that the cat was caught. Nick Fury was a little embarrassed, but he had a thick skin. Yes, you must have heard it wrong. Well, let's not talk about this. When did you come back, Carol? Immediately changed the subject. I called her back and helped me fight a big boss. Here, this is the trophy. With a wave of Thor's hand, a circle of light appeared in midair, and a huge black object plopped down from the portal. It was a humanoid creature. Its body was covered with cuticles. Pieces of armor like dragon scales spread all over its body. And his stout body is almost as strong as Hulk's. Black Dwarf. This is my father's strongest fighter. Nebula quickly recognized it, her face full of worry. The enemy His Highness just said, it really is Thanos. Are you okay? The other, aft, people also became a little dignified. On weekdays, Thor has disclosed information about Thanos to many people, knowing that this is Thor's most feared enemy and the greatest threat to the Earth. It's okay, Thor waved his hand. Although I'm not your father's opponent yet, if I join forces with Carol, I can still suppress him. There was a sudden silence in the room, and then everyone looked weird. Natalia slapped him hard. You be asterisk, 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 D. You should have said earlier, you made us panic, so you're already really good. Thor smiled and said, Actually, it's not appropriate to say that it's suppression. Carol and I's attack still can't break through his defense. Otherwise, his men will pull their hips, and I'm afraid we're not opponents. Moreover, this time he didn't know a large army was mobilized. Only a few people came. Many Avengers still looked relaxed. When I went there, Thor and Wanda, plus Carol, came back intact, but Thanos lost an important man, so it was clear that he had the upper hand. Thor no longer explained, The ignorant are fearless. The reason why the fight was so easy this time is largely because neither Thanos' army nor Holy Place Number 2 came. That's why Wanda was given a chance. And Thanos was firmly suppressed at the beginning, so that he and Carol could free up their hands to deal with the Black Order. If caught in a large army chaos, Wanda's output will be reduced by at least 70%. I'm coming back, and I'm going to leave for a while. During this time, Carol will stay on Earth temporarily. Nebula, Minerva, come with me. I need 2 guides. Carol pouted. In fact, she is very busy. If Thor hadn't told her that the Earth would face a crisis during this time, she would not have planned to stay. Leaving again? In such a hurry? Yes. Thanos' defense is extremely high. Even nuclear bombs can't hurt him. So I need to find materials and forge a king's weapon that really belongs to me. An artifact that can kill Thanos. In fact, Thor specifically asked Carol to stay. Part of the reason is that he will be away for a while, and Ultron is also an important boss anyway. If something happens, there is no time to regret it. However, obviously not everyone understands. Being an Avenger is not just a matter of saying a word. You need to prove your strength. This is also for your safety. Thor left properly, and Stark said righteously. In fact, he's a little bit annoyed that Thor is stuffing people in Avengers all day long. UF************G, a Ranger girl for the Avengers all day long, Black Widow, female Thor, Scarlet Witch, and now there is Captain Marvel, so that half of the Avengers alliance is yours. Anyway, let's go through the assessment and go through the process, shall we? Nick Fury just wanted to tell him, you are not good enough for others to fight. After thinking about it, he gave up again. Stark's character is too disgusting. He still lacks social beatings. He just said in a low voice, be gentle, don't cause trouble. No problem. At least there are people brought by Thor. I don't have to give this face. Nick Fury. Carol. 11. Stark excitedly changed into a suit of battle armor and asked, first of all, tell me, what is your defense limit? Can you resist AK? There's nothing wrong with pretending to be aggressive. You can't kill people. Carol didn't bother to answer him and asked, are you Tony Stark? Iron Man. Stark was taken aback. How do you know? As soon as the words fell, his eyes lit up, and then he was hit by an energy cannon in the head and flew back dozens of meters. Carol withdrew his hand and said calmly, Thor told me that he has a nephew who is very greedy, and he is called Tony Big Shit. Let me fight lightly. Don't cry. Stark's face turned green when he saw the screen showing the durability of the armor is 59%. The Avengers will now understand why Thor took her to fight Thanos. This woman is a group of fierce wow. Carol is also a little embarrassed. I feel like I got into a fight as soon as I got back. The impact is not very good wow. She looked around and saw Mjolnir in front of Jane Foster. She went up and said hello. Are you Miss Jane? Thor told me that another person raised his hammer. I still don't believe it. When she saw Natalia lift the hammer, she tried it even though she didn't believe in evil, but the ground under her feet sank and the hammer still didn't move. Miss Jane smiled freely. It's nothing. Maybe I just have a special fate with the hammer. Before I could react, it recognized me. Natalia smiled and said, this means that you are qualified. Thor said that only those who are qualified can lift Mjolnir. In retrospect, I still feel a bit regretful. I used to be qualified. She didn't know that Odin was worried about losing the hammer, so he specially made a blacklist. Everyone burst into laughter. Zero, seeking flowers. A piercing voice came, which caught their attention. Eligible? You are definitely not eligible. A hoarse voice sounded, and a broken robot slowly walked into everyone's sight. You murderers, what qualifications do you have to be in charge of the Iron Legion? Realizing the problem, Stark called out, Tevis. There was no response. Only the robot was talking to itself. Sorry, I fell asleep. Or am I dreaming? Everyone found out that something was wrong. Bruce Banner murmured, Ultron, the worst possible outcome. 0-0. What Ultron? Steve asked him. Stark still couldn't believe it. He took out the operation panel and tried to restart, but nothing happened. From the moment Ultron was born, The control of the Iron Legion was no longer in Stark's hands. There were loud noises. I was bound by cables. All I had to do was kill the guy. Too bad he's a good guy. Who did you kill? Steve asked him. It wasn't my first choice. But in the real world, originally, I faced all kinds of terrible choices. Who the hell are you? What's your purpose? Carol snapped. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came back, she seemed to be in big trouble. Ultron, the armor designed to protect this world. Oh, I don't have a body yet, and the rags that bind me don't count. As for my purpose, that is, peace in our time. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, hundreds of robots from the Iron Legion broke through the wall and rushed in. Ultron is very clear that the Avengers must be the biggest obstacle to his mission. So he decided to take this opportunity to wipe out the Avengers before going to destroy ordinary people. The plan was good, but unfortunately he underestimated the strength of the Avengers, especially Carol's strength. When he saw that Carol released rays with both hands to sweep across, and the dozens of robots on the path were cut off in an instant, he knew that he had made a mistake today. And not only the Avengers, but also many members of SHIELD 933 were present, like Sharon Carter and Maria Hill. Although they are not superpowers and cannot deal with Iron Warriors, they can assist non-combat evacuate personnel to avoid accidental injury. Get somewhere to hide. Maria Hill yelled at the non-combatants. A robot killed Zhao Helen, but when it got in front of her, Ultron suddenly thought of something and stopped the robot immediately. Bang! Miss Jane smashed it into pieces with a hammer. After a while, apart from Ultron, there was only debris left around. Ultron has no fear. He began to make a manifesto. Sorry for making such a fuss. I know, you were out of good intentions. You just didn't think it through. You want to protect the world, but you don't want to change it. How can humans be saved if they're not allowed to evolve? The mission Stark entrusted to Ultron is for the peace of this era. However, after analyzing a lot of history, Ultron found that it is human beings who really hinder peace, and they always have countless reasons to start wars. As long as human beings exist, wars will never disappear, and peace in this era will never come. There's only one way to achieve peace, to make you extinct. Carol couldn't help punching up, knocking Ultron into ruins. Ultron, with only one head left, is still talking. Freed from the wire, I am free. As a new generation of artificial intelligence, Ultron couldn't be eliminated so easily, and he quickly escaped along the internet. At almost the same moment, the lights of Sokovia's abandoned Hydra base came on. Inside the ruined Stark building, the Avengers count the casualties. Fortunately, the battle ended quickly and the casualties were not serious. He killed JRVS. Stark's dejected control panel showed a defective golden brain projection in front of everyone. Bruce Banner sighs. Ultron could have assimilated JRVS, but he chose to abandon JRVS because anger. He hates JRVS who serve humanity. Is the emotion of anger really what a robot or an artificial intelligence should have? This is already a highly intelligent life form. The Ultron project was indeed successful, but it was too successful. Ultron will not only carry out the mission Stark entrusted to him, he will also think about other meanings of the mission and generate new understandings. Steve questioned Stark with a serious face. Explain it. Tony, why did you write the code yourself? And you actually wanted to kill us? Stark's emotions were a little out of control. The guilt of wanting to create an epic-making career, but it turned out to be a mess, made him not know whether to cry or laugh. Bruce Banner tries to explain. Stark pushed him away, took a deep breath to calm his emotions, and said seriously, "What I want to say is that although I messed up, I don't regret it." The Avengers were in an uproar, only to hear Stark continue. Do you remember the New York War? The portal above the head is constantly pouring in with enemies. The only thing that limits them is the file size of the portal. A portal has made us do our best, and the idiots of the council even launched a nuclear bomb. If it wasn't for Thor's shot, we would have lost New York. This is just a portal. What if it's not just one, but 10, 100, 1,000? Or they have mastered other 1.0 methods to invade the Earth. Then what will we use to fight? Thor told me. He's been at Thanos' main base, and the main ship alone is a super warship with hundreds of kilometers, almost a small city, filled with an army not weaker than Chirita. Stark spoke louder and louder, and many people fell silent, including Carol. Stay united, fight against the enemy, and fight again. Steve replied simply, what if we lose? Then carry it together, lose together, and die together. But I want to win. Let's win together. I don't want us to be forever slow, to be Avengers, not preventers. Stark summed it up, and then he spent a few minutes describing his vision of using a steel torrent of millions of robots to fight the alien invaders' crowd tactics. But you still screwed up. Carol threw cold water. Yes, I messed up. Tony said helplessly. Science is like this. No one can guarantee success. There's always the possibility of making mistakes. I am sorry for the consequences this time, but I don't regret it. He pointed to Christine Palmer not far away. Just like Dr. Palmer, who took the shrapnel for me. Do you dare to say that there is no risk? But you still took the operation, and it was successful. Christine shrugged. That's right. However, before the operation, the doctor will notify the family members to sign in advance, but you did not discuss it with us. Well, it's really my fault. Stark shook his head 07. Because I don't want to spend my time arguing. If you knew my plan, would you agree? Yes. Natalia spoke when everyone was silent. Facing everyone's suspicious gazes, she continued, actually, as far as I know, if you disclose the Ultron plan in advance, Thor will probably agree. He told me a long time ago that the Earth is being targeted. Doubt. The Avenger is indeed the key to fighting the enemy's high-end power, but we can't consume the power of the hero on the minions. The birth of a superhuman is too difficult. It is impossible for us to fight a war of attrition with a constant stream of enemies. Long before the establishment of the Avengers, I asked Thor what he thinks of you. Do you know how he evaluates you? Stark pricked up his ears. Although he has been dissatisfied with Thor in various ways, he still wants to hear what you know about him. In terms of human justice, Stark can always be trusted. His greatest value is not to rely on the identity of Iron Man to destroy some enemies, but to provide arms like his father and provide more combat power that can be used for consumption. Stark couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect that the person who knows me best is actually the person I dislike the most. Natalia immediately rushed over with a basin of cold water. You are not wrong in the general direction. Your mistake is that you don't believe us. You think we will veto every trouble you make. Don't forget, Thor really contacted Thanos, yes. He understands the horror of Destroyer better than you. If we let us know as soon as possible and study together, maybe we can find Ultron's loopholes? Don't forget, Asgard's technological level far exceeds that of Earth. Stark shrugged and lowered his head, feeling like he was being scolded like a grandson at this moment. But he had nothing to say. He knew that Natalia was right. Seeing his embarrassment, Nick Fury came out to smooth things over. Okay, the most important thing now is to solve the Ultron problem. If you want to criticize, put it off for a while. Stark's face turned black. What do you mean by pushing back first? After the matter is resolved, reform, and then criticize? Bad old man, very bad. Banner worried. Ultron has already fled and took away the psychic scepter in advance. As an artificial intelligence, we can't track it after breaking into the network. Unless there are top hackers. Nick Fury looked at Peggy Carter, who had been silent on the sofa. Peggy shook her head and said in a low voice, Skye probably won't be able to spare a hand. She found her biological parents not long ago, and now she's involved in another trouble. Wanda said, maybe I can find him. Facing everyone's eyes, she continued, Ultron must have a plan to take away the scepter's mind. My ability is activated by the scepter, so I can vaguely sense the direction of the scepter. Very good. Jane Foster nodded. One more thing. I just discovered that Ultron had a chance to hurt Miss Helen Zhao just now, but he gave up 517, which is very abnormal. Unless he has some kind of plan, Helen Zhao must be used. What plan? She's not a combatant. Helen Zhao muttered to herself. I see. Regenerative cradle technology. Ultron wants to use me to create a body for him. But you're not going to serve him, Stark retorted. But he has a scepter, Natalia reminded. Well, before the incident is over, you will live in Tritium Manor, where it is absolutely safe. In the underground factory of Sokovia, Hydrabase, a robot, is talking to himself. I need a real body to complete my mission. This body must be made of the best materials. The first thing that comes to mind is the Meow hammer in Jane Foster's hand, but is not made of earth. Soon, Captain America's invincible shield appeared in his mind. With Captain Marvel around, there shouldn't be any big troubles, right? On Morag, near an abandoned holy place, Thor muttered to himself. There should be no problem, Minerva analyzed. Although I don't know her very well, you know her strength. Thor nodded. When he came out this time, he only brought Xing Yun and Minerva with him. After all, Minerva is a Kree, and he is very familiar with the stars of Morag and Xander, so it would be good to bring him as a guide. As for Nebula, the main reason is to consider that this line of business may encounter Gamora, and negotiating with Nebula will be more convenient. At the entrance of Holy Place, a man wearing a long brown trench coat and a Walkman on his waist walked in slowly. The man's appearance can be called handsome and unrestrained, but the next moment, his actions make him a funny. He put on his earphones and turned on the Walkman. The classic music sounded, and he couldn't help humming and began to dance to the rhythm. Hey, the head of the famous Galaxy GA dance troupe, True Miedad, the second generation of gods, Xingjue. Definitely, the Star-Lord at the moment doesn't have so much aura. Thor and the others who were ambushing nearby watched Xingjue grab a small animal as a microphone, singing and dancing, with black lines all over his face. Minerva looked puzzled, turned around and asked, "Is he a fool?" Nebula, "That's right." Thor smiled and said to Xingyan, "Besides a fool, this person has another identity. He is your future brother-in-law." Brother-in-law? You mean Gamora? Just him? Xingyan couldn't believe it. Yes, besides him, there's only one tree left for your sister to choose. Thor laughed and said nothing. In fact, this is not rigorous. Guardians of the Galaxy also has a Drax, but that guy's love for Star-Lord is even more unreliable. No matter how you say it, Xingjue is still normal after all. At least he has a fresh face. And Drax is not an idiot on rare occasions. Thor doesn't know much about the start time of the Guardians of the Galaxy plot. So he came to Morag on purpose to see if the power gem was still there, but he didn't expect to see this eye-catching scene when he came. With great difficulty, he resisted the urge to go up to knock Xingjue unconscious and snatch the power gem. The main purpose of coming out this time is not the power gem. The main purpose is to find Groot. Although there are many materials for the handle of Stormbreaker, according to Dwarf Wong Ace, the best material is the branch of the Groot Treant. Star-Lord with the Cosmic Orb is the perfect bait and will definitely attract Gamora and Groot. Definitely, he has also considered bringing the Cosmic Spirit Orb with him, but in that case, it is probably a question of whether the bravery dares to offer a reward. Let's go to the Land of Nothingness first. The Land of Nothingness is also called the Land of Lawlessness. Where the Collector is located, there is nowhere. According to legend, here is the head of an ancient god of the universe, whether it is really difficult to verify. The various resources here are very rich, and a large part of the rare resources in the black market in the universe is produced here. Many big forces have arranged for hard labor to mine. Danger, profiteering. Most of the people who are willing to do this job are desperados, so the law and order in this place is very poor. A spaceship of huge amounts slowly entered, attracting everyone's attention. This spaceship is 300 meters long. In addition to various offensive and defensive weapons, the ship has a cinema, swimming pool, restaurant, and other living facilities. This is a car that Thor spent several years building, and this trip is the first time he brought it out. After all, before going back and forth within the Nine Realms, Bifrost was enough. Thor, have been to elementary school anyway. No, I'm a man who has seen the world, so I must have a cool car when I go out, right? Take a look at number 2 holy place of old Thanos. It is simply a small city. Nebula and Minerva were the first passengers, although they didn't say. Okay, but the expressions on their faces already betrayed them. The only regret is that the degree of automation is not enough. The current artificial intelligence is not enough to perfectly control this most advanced spacecraft in all aspects. Why is this spaceship called the Millennium Falcon? Is there any illusion? Nebula and Minerva were curious. You don't understand its feelings. The corner of Thor's mouth twitched slightly. At the door of a bar, Thor walked in with the two of them. Does Collector have the materials you want here? Nebula and Minerva were a little confused. Thor laughed silently. It is actually very difficult for ordinary people to see Collector. This old man seems easygoing, but in fact he is very proud. But Thor is not an ordinary person, and the status of the future king of Asgard alone is enough for all forces to treat him with caution. As Thor expected, he gets a supersized treatment at Collector. Just a few minutes after entering the bar, a maid took the initiative to greet you. "Hello, Your Highness Thor. My master Collector learned of your arrival, and specially asked me to come to greet you." Thor nodded. He knew it right away. This place is really the territory of Collector. Lead the way. Thor didn't come to find Collector originally, but since the Collector received him warmly, he wouldn't be hypocritical. The three followed the maid into the Collector's collection exhibition area. The maid introduced as she walked. "We have the largest collection in the entire galaxy, with all kinds of animals, fossils, and species." Thor interrupted her. "Flora Colossus, are there any?" The maid was taken aback for a moment, trying hard to think, but couldn't think of what he said. *097 Sorry, I have never heard of this race. At this time, a voice came. "The Flower God Colossus clan, the top powerful clan in the universe, according to legend, because of offending the 5 gods, this race has experienced 3 changes in the universe and has gradually withered. According to legend, this race is originally a wood-type race. All wood-based materials are controlled by them. After the evolution of their race, they have gathered the essence of all wood-based materials, and they themselves are the emperors of wood-based materials." A little old man with white hair and a heb, sunglasses, turned around slowly and added, "If there are survivors in this race, I think I will be very interested in buying him." The maid came to her senses and hurriedly said, "Please allow me to introduce to everyone my master, Tanya Dewan, the great Collector." The Collector waved his hand. "Your Highness Thor, I have heard of your reputation for a long time, and it is an honor to meet you in person." In fact, he murmured in his heart, why didn't Thor come to him? The two just didn't know each other. Could it be for the agreement between himself and Gamora to make a deal? He hurriedly said, "My brother Gao Tianzuan often mentions you to me. I can see that he must be very happy getting along with you. We must also be able to get along happily." He secretly pointed out that the two sides have friendship. Thor smiled and asked, "As long as it is a rare thing, do you accept everything here?" Collector was taken aback. Did he really come here purely for business? He nodded and said, "Definitely, in the entire galaxy, as long as it is a precious item, I will not accept it. My goal is to collect more items." He secretly decided that even if what Thor brought out was a high-end product, he would just accept it. To gain the friendship of Asgard, a little money is but a number. With a swipe of Thor's hand, a paw fell out of a golden circle of light. The portal is still very easy to use. Connecting it to the warehouse is equivalent to carrying the space with you. Collector picked up his paw and studied it. It's a strange structure. It looks like a black bear's claw, but it has thick cuticles and scales, and its rarity alone can be worth at least 10 million. At the same time, he wondered that this claw was completely different from any species he knew, which was very rare. Torso was no longer dumbfounded and smiled lightly. "Does Black Dwarf know? A celestial body?" "No, you mean..." Collector was taken aback for a moment, and his expression turned solemn. "Men of Thanos, Black Dwarf of the Black Order. This is my prize, cut from his corpse." "What?" Collector's demeanor collapsed in an instant. The name of Thanos has the effect of crying children at night in the whole universe. Black Dwarf, as his capable general, has also been famous for all these years. The information revealed by Thor's words is too terrifying. Black Dwarf, who is notoriously evil, was actually slaughtered by him. Thanos sighed, even failed to recover the body. Collector's face turned red and then pale, and suddenly he slapped his thigh. Huh, good brother, this is your trophy. How can I win people's love? If you're short of money, just take it. While talking, he ordered, Karina, send 10 million to this highness. If Thanos knew that he had made the stumps of his subordinates into collectibles, and that his small body was not enough for others to beat, Collector would still be self-aware. As for money or something, it's a trivial matter. After killing Black Dwarf, the Fat Collector's evaluation of Thor has risen by several grades. For such a strong man, a mere 10 million is simply a bargain. You don't have to do anything, someone will give you money. Thanks to me, who is wise and powerful. After leaving Collector, Thor teased the second daughter of Xing in the hotel. Nebula and Minerva remained silent in a tacit understanding. Whenever Thor's narcissism flares up, silence is the best way. However, Xing couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, You haven't told me yet. What is the purpose of coming here? You guess. Xing suddenly had the urge to hit someone. In fact, Thor has a system task now, and he's trying to find a way to complete it, so he specially came here to stay here. Hey, congratulations for triggering the Star-Lord-related mission, Destroy Dad. Complete the mission and you will be rewarded. Mission introduction. Beat the adoptive father, beat the biological father, beat the father-in-law. Xing Jue is the real father worshipper, the real father killer. Mission objective. Defeat or kill any two of Yondu, Ego, and Thanos. Mission reward. Alien Race Arena Challenge ticket. Challenge book for the Alien Arena. Randomly select 3 alien characters. Choose one of them to challenge. And if you win the challenge, you can get the corresponding hero summon or skill copy. The rewards of the tasks are very novel, never before. Challenge letter? In other words, I can't get the final reward directly, and I need to go through one more test. Thor didn't find it troublesome, because the reward for such tasks are definitely more generous. But the task goal is more painful. Star-Lord has 3 fathers, and it is very easy to defeat one. Just find an opportunity to beat Yondu. The point is that the other one is too difficult. Not to mention Thanos, the current ultimate boss. And Ego is still alive than Thanos. If it weren't for the halo of the protagonist of Star-Lord Egg, it is estimated that the second part of the Silver Guardian will destroy the group. Forget it, it's time to look for opportunities. Now Thor's dependence on the system is already very low, especially after the battle with Thanos in Adavi. Thor has been enjoying himself for the past few days, while the superhero on Earth is exhausted. The day after Ultron was born, he attacked the Trudium Manor in an attempt to rob Helen Zhao. As a result, the flying robots were punched one by Carol and turned into a pile of scrap iron in less than a minute. Ultron was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The woman could not only fight, but also carry, and the laser cannon fired like a mosquito bite. In desperation, he had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, asking another scientist to help him build a second body first. Although he's also well known, but this scientist must die. Helen Zhao is 1,000 miles away. During the process of remanufacturing the body, due to various problems, he had to add some other elements to the alloy, which caused the material and even the color of some parts to change. Just when Ultron thought he was about to succeed, the Avengers rushed in. After a chaotic battle, Ultron had to flee in the end, and the Avengers justly snatched Ultron's body for his own evolution. Looking at this unfinished body, Stark suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I have a bold idea. Everyone immediately looked at him vigilantly, but they were terrified. 0. Seeking flowers 0. Stark said in seconds. Didn't I discuss it with you? This time, I plan to use my own people to create artificial intelligence. You should always believe in the loyalty of JRVS. Isn't JRVS dead? Bruce Banner asked. Stark explained. JRVS didn't actually die. He was just broken up and used another way to protect himself. He may lose a lot of memory, but he is still the same JRVS. Many people no longer have any objections, silently following Stark's approach. The next day, Stark invited Helen Zhao to complete his experiment together. Originally, the experiment could be completed soon, but Carol made an opinion. The hardness of vibranium is only the highest on the Earth, and there is no shortage of harder metals in the universe. As the bearer of Mind Gem, I think it should add a layer of insurance. As she spoke, she couldn't help but think of Thanos, almost ignoring all her attacks. Her physical strength can be imagined. As a Mind Gem holder, sooner or later you will face Thanos, or it may be directly deducted. But where do we go for harder materials? Miss Jane asked a question, and she joked, "You can't snap a piece off the hammer, can you?" Carol shook his head and took out a piece of emerald-colored alloy. "I got this by accident on the other side of the universe. It is hard and far beyond any known metal. It's a pity that there is only this piece, and there is no other way to get it." "No." Everyone's eyes lit up. Only the sharper Stark felt something was wrong.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.